All right, this machine says we are live. Are we live? Can you guys see me? Can you hear me? Yes, no, maybe. I hope so.
Yeah,
I'm
it
gonna
looks like it looks like we're live, I think. It says live.
cool. Well, I'm gonna assume everybody in the chat can hear me. Let's see who all we got. Let's see. We've got random. What's going on? Yankee Watchdog. Who else we got here? Milkmaid. What's happening? Tammy C. Hello. Yeah, I'm running behind too, Milkmaid. Yankee Watchdog. Betty Daly. Good evening. KOMRD, Radio Prepper. Nikki, what's up? All right, so you guys, I pinned the link up top. If anybody wants to come hang out and join and chat with us or whatever, if anybody wants to come up and can with us, just click the link and I'll pull you on up. Not a big deal. As you saw in the thumbnail, today I am canning, doing information on the Rendezvous, and it is my 2-year anniversary party of being on YouTube. So awesome. Well, actually, my anniversary was actually the 14th, Valentine's Day, but I figured I'd wait and do something on the weekend because I wanted to can anyway, because I found those Boston butts on sale for 99 cents a pound. So I never let that go to waste. All right, so I did a banner thing, but it doesn't seem like it's working. Where is it? Boom. All right, can you guys see it now? No, that's the wrong one. There it is. At the bottom of the page, you guys should see a banner. It's got my email on it, and it's so you guys can email me if you're coming to the rendezvous, your orders, if you want to get a shirt or if you want to get a hoodie. And I've got estimated prices there. They're kind of ballpark. The price for the t-shirt should be pretty close. The price for the hoodies, it just depends on how many people want to get one. Obviously, the more that I get, the cheaper they're going to be. Hey, we've got a new member. Welcome, comrade. I'm just going to say comrade because that's what it looks like. If that's wrong, let me know and I'll change it up. But welcome. Secret Prepper, what's going on? Captain Coral, TT1. Come on up, TT1. I got the link pinned at the top. Yeah, so awesome. Got a new member. Great. Yeah, so again, the banner's at the bottom. It's got my email on it. Guys, I want to be able to place my order for shirts and hoodies by the end of this week, by Friday. That way I can get them in plenty of time where I'm not rushing. So if you're definitely coming to the rendezvous and you want to get a shirt or a hoodie or both, email me. That way I can keep track of everybody's order where I don't get them messed up, where I order because here's the thing, I don't want to order I don't want to have to make extra shirts and then I'm stuck with them because these are one-off shirts. I'm only going to make them once. I'm never going to make them again. These are just for the people that attend the rendezvous. So if you're at the rendezvous, the design is specific, one-off. I'm making them just for the people that are there. And then obviously anybody else that wants to buy a rendezvous shirt, I'll have a different shirt if anybody just wants to support the rendezvous. So we're going to do that every year. There'll be a special shirt for every year. So big chat, what's going on? Hope I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, I made a comment the other night. Angela B, what's happening? I made a comment the other night. Cherokee, what's up? Ohio. Last January, I canned. I had a little bit of pulled pork left over, and I canned pulled pork. I chopped it up with cranberry beans and potatoes. And I forgot all about them. They're in the basement the other night. I pulled it out. I'm like, let's try this stuff. And I got to tell you, it was one of the best meals I ever had. It was delicious. What I did do, I just dumped it right out of the jar into the pot on the stove, and I added a can of cream corn to it. Oh my goodness. You want to talk about delicious. And I only had enough last time when I did it to make 3 pints. So today I went, or earlier the week, I got uh, I got like 20 pounds of pulled pork, or the Boston butts. I got up early this morning and cooked them in that big machine that I have. And then what I did was I went ahead and pulled all the meat off and chopped it up and put it in a couple of big gallon bowls separately. And then I took the bones from the pork butt and I put that in a stock pot, and I cut up some onions and carrots and celery like I normally do for broth. So I made bone broth from the bone that the meat came off of. And that's what I'm canning it in. I'm doing, I've got right now, you're supposed to do a cup of beans. I put 2/3 of a cup of beans, cranberry beans, in the jars with hot water to go ahead and let them expand and rehydrate. I'm going to dump this water off, and then I'll put in the potatoes, and then I'll fill it the rest of the way with the pulled pork, and then I'll fill it up with the bone broth that I made from the bones that this meat came off of. And then the creamed corn, obviously, whenever I open it to heat it up, I'll just dump a can of creamed corn in there with it. I was going to put it in here with this, but I wanted to be able to get as much beans, meat, potatoes in here as I possibly could. And I can always add the corn later. It's just coming out of a can. It's not a big deal. But delicious, delicious stuff. It's awesome. Independent, what's going on? Yeah, so that's what I'm doing now. And I've got a load in the canner. It's cooling down. And as soon as it cools down, I'm going to put in my second load. Miss Sharon, I'll put in the second load. And then I have 14 quarts of the pulled pork, cranberry, bean, potato mixture, whatever you want to call it. And then I've got a whole lot of pulled pork that I cooked that I'll probably keep some of it in the refrigerator, and then we'll eat it this week. And the rest of it, I'll probably portion it out into freezer bags and freeze them. We like to do that. I do it like it's a portion. It's just like, one meal. And I'll put 6 or 8 of those in the freezer, and we can just pull it out, thaw it out, and eat. That's pretty cool. Independent Betty Random. Ghost, is the large shirts like men's large, please? Yes, they are. I mean, I can go through and specifically order female shirts versus men's shirts, and they have male shirts, they have female shirts, and then they also just have just regular shirts that they'll, that the standard. But it costs more if I have to separate it up and get specific shirts. Like if the medium and large are the same price. The small, medium, and large are one price. Extra large, double X, triple X, every time you add an X to it, it jumps up like $1.50 per shirt. So if you're getting 2, 3X, 4X in a t-shirt, instead of it being maybe 13 or 14 bucks, it might be 15 or 16. It'll be the same way for the hoodies. The bigger they are, the more they cost. Isn't it like a men's small or women's medium or something like that? I believe so, Milkmaid. I'm not positive. That's why I want to order the shirts as soon as possible, because I'm going to get them in and I'm going to check them out. And based on the size that I wear a 2X. I'll be able to kind of, I mean, if you wear a medium, I would go ahead and get a large just in case it shrinks a little bit. I mean, we're all getting older. We're gonna expand. So, but yeah, I'm trying to keep the price down. I can order specific for females. I can also do long sleeves as well. So we'll see what happens. Like it'll be my first order from the shirt company, and it's actually costing me a little bit more to get the shirts than what it shows on the website, because I don't have my business up and operating yet, and I don't have my tax ID number. Once I get my tax ID number, I'll be able to get the shirts. I want to say it's like 10% cheaper than I can get them for right now. So once the website's up and running, and once I get my business license and all that stuff, I'll be able to pass that savings on. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I'm working on the design right now. Native and I both are. And then I've got to subscribe to that Adobe Illustrator and play with it and learn how to do all the artwork and all that good stuff and come up with some good designs, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun, but there'll be cool shirts. Michigan Outpost, what's going on? I can get all the way up to 5X, Michigan. I mean, I can get all the way up to 4 or 5X. So. Let's see if my stuff's done yet so I can pull it out. Nope, still cooling down. Got about another 10 minutes and I can pull it out. But so far I've got, I think we got somewhere between 30 and 36 people confirmed that are coming or that said they're coming. And then out of those 35 or 36 people, I think 15 people have emailed me and let me know what campsite they're in. And I want to say maybe 8 or 9 people have emailed me with their shirt orders. So yeah, so you guys spread the word. If you want to get a shirt or a hoodie, I would like to be able to place the order by the end of this. I'm placing an order by the end of this week, period, for whatever I have. Now that doesn't say that I might not get a couple of extras, or I'm not going to say that I might not do a special order for somebody who just decides last minute they're coming and they want to get a shirt. So we'll see. But also, if you come to the Rendezvous and you didn't get a shirt, but then once you get there, you decide that you want one, you'll be able to go on the website or email me and say, hey, Ghost, here's my PO box. I want to get a hoodie. I was there, and I'll make you one specific because you were there and send it to you. I think you already did update me, Milkmaid. Militant, what's going on? Raptor, Leslie. Yes, I did, Leslie. I sure did. I got it updated. I was actually just going through that today, and I'm got a, what do you call it, Excel, so I can keep separated small, medium, large, so I know I order the right stuff. Let's see. Yeah, so we had a hoot of a night last night. I mean, I was live for a couple hours. Josh was live for an hour or so. Tribe was back. He was live for a couple hours. It was a good night. Had a lot of stuff going on. Yes, I mean, what I'll probably do is try to respond to everybody's email by the end of this week or beginning of next week, and just confirm your sizes before I send off, just to double check and make sure I get it all done. Now I'm probably going to get a couple extra shirts in each size just in case somebody's late. We'll see. It just depends on if I can afford to go that deep out of pocket to get all the shirts, before the Rendezvous. And I've had people ask, hey, do I want them to go ahead and Cash App or PayPal or send me the money now? No, please don't do that, because it will get so freaking confusing. I would rather just do, I'll bring them cash. That way there's no confusion. There's no back and forth PayPal and all that stuff. I'd rather just not even worry about doing that, because I will lose track of it and then I will lose my mind. So I'll bring the goods and we'll meet up at the Rendezvous and all that good stuff. Yeah, I know there's going to be, I think a lot of people are looking forward to the bartering. I think that's going to be kind of cool. I'm going to bring some stuff, some just random stuff, some stuff that I canned. I've got, like, I think a whole case of chow chow, hot, like nuclear chow chow. I'm going to bring that, and just some other random stuff. I'm trying to find time between working full time, getting the shop built, learning how to do it, getting the shirts made, and I'm going to try to get several PVC bows made in different sizes to bring if anybody wants to get a bow, or to do the whole barter thing. We'll see. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna have a blast. I know that much. Oh, got a guest. What is up, my darling?
What's up?
Same old, same old.
I am officially not canning today, but I had to support you. I've been chasing you around for 2 years.
Yeah. 2 whole years. Even though I took like an extended break there for about 6 or 8 months.
Yeah.
It's been 2 years. Crazy. I need to learn how to do these shorts because I've noticed, man, like posting a video now with content, nobody freaking watches them anymore. It's like the videos that I posted, me putting together the stuff in the basement for the print shop. I mean, they've been up for 2 weeks. They got like 50, 60 views. And I'm like, what? But I've heard everybody saying that YouTube is really pushing the shorts now. So I got to figure out how to do that to just do some of those.
Yeah, it seems like they are. It seems like they just feed them like the TikTok thing, rolling one to the other.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. And
Yeah.
now I'm curious to see what's going to happen since the boss of YouTube quit. Now there's another guy coming in. Northern
I
Girl,
heard
what's going
that.
on?
I did hear about that. I don't have any clue.
Yeah, what's her face? I can't pronounce her name, but she resigned.
Huh.
And then there's some other guy, the dude that apparently he's worse than she is, and she was pretty bad. So I don't know how that's going to affect us, but we'll see.
Right.
I mean, I just wish they just share everything out equally. You know what I mean? You know, if you check and say, hey, it's family friendly, I'm not going to cuss and talk politics, and you don't, I mean, they should, and you lied, and they should pull it down. But I think they should just share everybody's stuff out equally, not, you know, it's not, it's a pain in the butt. That's what it is. But Gary, what's going on? Bulldog.
Yeah, Gary, it's been a minute.
It has. I got some potatoes over there on the counter. They're chitting up real good, so I can get some potatoes in the dirt before too long.
Yes, we're about at that time, right?
Yeah, I need to. I'm actually a couple weeks behind. I should have already put some seeds in the dirt. I'm gonna try to get that done tomorrow too. I'm trying to do so many different things at once. It's like, ugh.
I remember the first year we both started like April 1st, I think. We both started a batch like right at the same time.
Yeah, at the same time. I think it was April. I wanted to go ahead and get the potatoes in the dirt at the February 1st, you know, because then they'd be big enough to carry outside. I was just gonna do them in the basement in the big buckets, but
Right.
the basement's full of printing stuff now, and so it's like, ugh. We'll see.
Hello to everybody. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep through and not miss anyone, but I think I probably am.
I know. Miss Sharon, what's going on?
Hey, Miss Sharon. Cherokee, good to see you.
I'm looking forward to doing the hats, screen printing the hats. I thought about trying to build the machine to do it. I've seen several videos that people that build a machine to screen print on the hats, but it looks like a major pain in the butt. I may just go ahead and I think the professional machine that hooks to your press is like 225, something like that. So I may just go ahead and save up a little bit of cash from the shirts and just buy the hat. It's called a hat champ. And it's like you just stick the hat in there, you squeeze it down, it makes it flat, and you can screen print right on the thing. So I'm gonna do those. So I think the hats will sell pretty good.
Promise not to read the minds and
Do what?
Oh, my son's in and out of the room. He was talking. I was listening last night. I think the hoodies would do well. Like I would go for a hoodie. There's a lot of us in areas that it's constantly 40 and 50 degrees, you know?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a couple. I was gonna make one for me and one for Native and just wear them and see if people were interested in getting them. But as soon as I mentioned it, they were like, I want a hoodie, I want a hoodie, I want a hoodie. So it's like, wow, I guess I'll do hoodies too.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you said it was kind of a different process, but
yeah, they're tricky doing the hoodies because the material's a lot thicker. And so I may even have to burn a different screen to do the hoodies because it requires like a little bit more detail.
right.
Because like the screen, the mesh count is different depending on like if you're just doing great big block letters and it's not a whole lot of super detail, you can use like a lower mesh count, like a 110. But like if you're doing like crazy details and halftones and things like that, like portraits and stuff, or if you're doing stuff on hoodies, I'm pretty sure you got to step it up to like a 165. Which luckily I bought a case of each. I got a case of the 165s and a case of the 110, so I'm good to go there. That'll be fun. Plus, I really need to learn how to do the hoodies because all the schools around here, that's their big seller with the kids and the school merchandise. All the kids have hoodies for the school.
Yeah, no doubt.
Need to make sure I can do the hoodies. I think my stuff's finally cooled down. I can pull it out.
Excellent. Pulled pork, beans, and taters. So all in the same jar?
Do what?
All in the same jar? Pork, beans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that stuff I did last January. I told you was delicious. I decided
Right,
to make it. So I made 2 batches of it today. Oh, baby. Let's go ahead and make this big screen. If this thing will participate. Here we are.
Oh yeah, that looks good.
Cranberry beans,
Shit,
pulled
right
pork, and potatoes. And then I'll add a can of cream corn to it when I heat it up to eat.
Right.
This stuff is delicious.
How did you season it?
What I'm canned it in. I made a pot of like what I did. I cooked them early this morning, and I took all the meat off, and I took the bones and I put them in the stock pot, carrots, onions, and celery, and I made bone broth from the bones that I took this meat off of, and that's what I canned it in.
Right.
And then I seasoned it with salt and pepper. That's it. Well, I'm lying because I made apple cider vinegar with red pepper flakes. That's what I basted in when I was cooking it. So it carries over a lot of that heat. Not a lot, but it's spicy, but it's not like super spicy, but it's delicious.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, it is. It's my new favorite meal.
See, even though there's potatoes in that, my Japanese ass would put it over rice.
This would be good with rice. I'm even thinking about making chili with it.
Yep.
With the pulled pork.
Absolutely. Hutch. He ain't afraid of no ghost.
Do what?
Hutch says he ain't afraid of no ghost.
What's up, Hutch?
Big chap, I hear you on the cream corn, like canned cream corn.
Yep.
I can't do it. I can't do it, but I can make it. Like if you make your own and make a legit like bechamel and whatever. But the canned, I don't know. There's something. I agree, but I do like canned corn.
All right, I'm gonna get my jars done. I'm gonna fill them up while you guys are talking.
Okay. I actually like canned corn better than frozen corn because frozen corn kind of gets it softens up, like it gets mushy or something. But yeah, the canned corn, I hear you. All right, Jen. I hear a lot of people ask, like, what do we do? All we have beans and rice, and you know, how do we make that something different? And I know we've talked about this over and over on this canning show, but I think spices is the answer. Like even Sophia right now, she's doing spicy carrots, which if she's doing them like she did before, I think it's with jalapeno, and that'll completely. You could have that as a base for so many things that are. Is it the same one you were doing, girl?
I'm doing jalapeno, and I'm going to put crushed red pepper and a little bit of cayenne in there.
Oh yeah.
I did
Anti-inflammatory too.
the last batch I did. I only used, I think, 2 jalapenos, And I mean, you get the jalapeno flavor, but not enough spice. So I'm leaving membranes. I'm leaving membranes and seeds, and I'm just gonna slice them into rounds.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Northern Girl, Prepper Nerd. I miss Prepper Nerd. Haven't seen him around very much, but his inventory system is something else. Maybe I can get, let me see if I can find Nerd's link. I know Nerd probably isn't here, but this system that he has for organizing your preps is amazing. Let me see if I can go and get his thing. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna put that link in for anyone, like if you struggle with organizing like I do, Prepper Nerd has some great ideas here. And if you see this later, Nerd, hello, good to see you. And I'm gonna get you in, Sophia. And y'all check out Sophia. She has done some canning streams. She's done some butter. Actually, my son and I were talking about doing butter. And I was telling him we could do your method like in the jar, and we haven't done it yet. We have the heavy whipping cream, and I'm like, I'm amped. I'm ready to go. Oh, Ghost, we have another guest.
There she is.
Hey, y'all.
Howdy, howdy.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, great.
Sorry, I'm doing like the headphones thing while I'm still deboning and freaking like taking skin off of chicken and stuff. So,
dude, I don't want to rub it in, but you told me at 10 o'clock this morning that you were going to start that chicken and you're still rolling.
yeah, but he didn't bring it home until later. So do not bitch at me, woman. Yeah, so I'm currently like definitely yucky fingered person right now. I was working on it, I swear, but my bull got out earlier and my boar got out earlier.
Oh.
So it's been a day.
Did they get out together?
Actually, they did,
Huh.
which was kind of funny. Didn't expect that one, but yeah, it's always fun.
Interesting. I wonder who the leader was.
You know, you'd think the bull, but the boar is actually like the bull is scared of the boar. It's kind of funny.
Right.
And then I was trying to lead the boar back, and as I'm walking, his freaking tusks grabbed my boot and tripped me, and I fell with a grain bucket right in front of him. And I was like, oh God, I'm gonna die.
Yeah, Northern Girl, we're doing Rocky Mountain oysters next week.
Right. Oh, I can't even see chat, so you'll have to tell me if there's anything particularly spicy.
Oh, it's spicy. You have full support for your endeavors today. Full support. Form of emojis and a lot of laughter, but it's there.
Right. I'm sure I'll catch it later.
What's up, Native?
Hey, Native. Yeah, I decided to do chicken because actually I have gone through my sources of chicken, like canned chicken, really freaking fast.
Mm-hmm.
And it's surprising how fast it goes. So, because I use my stuff as I go along, you know?
Yep.
It's like a rotating pantry kind of thing. It's the long-term stuff, but then there's the stuff that you kind of like, you preserve, but then you continually use, and then you have to continually restock, you know? And that keeps everything kind of within the usable phase, you know?
So are you doing quarts?
No, I'm going to do pints. And the reason that I do pints is, well, most of my quarts now are like regular mouth. And it's such a pain to dig out meat from like a a regular mouth. So with the pints, you know, you can pull out like 2 maybe and then put together a pretty good like chicken stew for the family. And then I can fit 2 layers, which I might do tonight. It depends on how lazy I'm feeling right now because I've been at this for a while and I'm getting a little tired. Whenever I can with you guys, I'm up till about 3 o'clock in the morning. So,
Right.
wowza.
It makes it a long day.
Oh, yeah.
And then are you doing just like a spoon of salt type of thing so that it's a blank slate to work with?
Yeah, like, yeah, for the pints, it's like a half teaspoon of salt. I mean, I could throw a little bit of, I like the better than bouillon versus like bouillon cubes.
Mm-hmm.
But honestly, I just throw in salt, and that way I can like season it however I want, which is what I normally do with most of my meats. Is just put like either like if it's beef or deer or goose, I'll put like a beef flavored broth in there, because they all kind of work with that. But you know, and then I can flavor it further. But like I made taco salad the other day with some canned beef because my husband kind of bitched about the texture of canned beef, and I was like, well, yeah, but shelf stable. So I made taco salad, and that turned out actually really well.
Yeah.
Like really, really well.
Great for tacos.
It is good for tacos or like that. It picks up the flavor. But I actually like the canned beef, but I have heard similar complaints from other canners or other people that the texture, ground beef does get a little weird, especially when you do it plain. But to me, when you do
like some flavor in there,
thing or a chili, like after you pull it out, it comes out great. Like,
oh yeah, for chili, no doubt. And like my favorite is venison chili. Big time venison chili fan. And that seems to do really well canned as well. And you know, if you have a roast or something, you cut it up and you make like you know, just chunk beef kind of thing.
yep.
For canning, that is super good in any kind of stews or, you know, even just throwing over rice or whatever. Well, the rice thing, you know.
Yeah, my son and I did that last week. I think chunks of beef is probably my favorite thing. It comes out so tender and so good. Michigan Outpost 231 had a question. It went by a second ago. Milk. I'm looking to get a Jersey cow. About how much milk does one cow produce annually?
Oh, you know, I don't think I could actually answer that. I just kind of did it all by feel. If you're looking at a regular Jersey cow, you're looking at probably 2 to 5 gallons a day. Okay. And that really depends on the cow itself. And it depends on if you're like calf sharing too. If you're sharing the milk with a calf, you're going to get less, obviously. But the big thing that I look at, and I keep trying to tell people this because I think it's so, so important. And I've noticed this again and again, because what I look at when I'm looking at livestock, when I'm trying to get them, is will this survive me not giving them any grain or inputs? And I'll be honest, that has been a struggle that I have been dealing with for years, trying to find a cow that can actually survive off of hay. And it's all fine and good as long as you have grain and everything like that. But what I actually would like push for is a lesser producing cow that can survive without having to dump grain in the front end. You know, as long as all of our systems are in place, you can really like pump out a lot of milk. But most of our cows have been bred to pump out a lot of milk. But the downside to that is that you have to pump in a lot of grain.
Going in
And
the
Oh,
Yeah.
you're doing another round? Ghost is doing another round.
oh, nice.
Rock on. So I heard you say about 5 gallons.
2 to 5.
Huh.
I mean, my highest producing one, if she didn't have her calf on her, when she did have her calf on her, who got like so fat she had cheek rolls, she was still producing 3 gallons of milk a day about for me. And then that's in addition to what she was feeding her calf, but I was also feeding her about 10 pounds of grain a day. So that's something that you want to kind of take into consideration. The smaller ones are probably your better bet. I mean, it sounds counterproductive, but you want something that produces less but doesn't require as much input if you're looking for like long-term survival kind of things. If you're looking for just production right now, get whatever you want. But Jerseys, I'm not going to lie, they're my favorite. They're such sweethearts. All of them are. I've had 4 either full jerseys or partial jerseys, and all of them have been just darlings. The bulls are jerks, but the females are really nice.
So what do you do with all that milk? Let's say you get 2 gallons a day. That's a lot of milk. Like,
Dude, yeah. What I ended up doing half the time was some of the milk, like what I would do is let the cream rise to the top, and I'd use the cream mostly. I'd make butter and I made some kind of like farmers cheeses and stuff like that, which I know you give me a hard time about because we never did that. But like, I didn't have a cheese press to do all the fancy cheeses, but I would make some cheeses. I'd make sour cream or buttermilk or yogurt was a big one because you can strain that off.
Talking about yogurt, yes.
And the difference between yogurt and Greek yogurt is basically like a longer straining time, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
But then when it came down to it, like if I had excess milk, well, I turned that into bacon. So I would take the extras and I would use that for mixing in with the animal feed or the whey that came off of whatever that I was making. Like it was interesting. I saw Tiger's video and live stream the other day with the cream cheese, and I had made that once before. It's a pretty simple process. I just didn't make it very often, but it's one of the other uses. Like if you were to just make butter alone off of your milk, like say you get 10 gallons of milk, every gallon of milk, or say every half gallon jar pretty much produced a half cup to a cup of cream, which I want to say was like 2 cups to a pound of butter. But I mean, I go through some freaking butter, man. So,
Yeah,
that can really add up. And then you have the skim milk, which is left after you take the cream off to make the butter.
Mm-hmm.
So then you can use that skim milk for either just like feeding everybody, or then you can make other cheeses, like say ricottas. And then you can also use that milk for extra nutrition for your laying hens or your meat chickens or your pigs or anything like that. Like it's all kind of cyclic if you can work it. It's just, it does take a lot of organization, which I suck at.
Yeah. What's up, Grumpy Acres? Lady Smith, unspecified podcast and review. That's a mouthful right there. All right, I got my second load in the canner.
Very nice.
This stuff is so good. Oh my God.
I like how she says she turns her extra milk into bacon. Don't think I didn't hear you. That shit's funny.
What's up,
It does
Native? Native, the link's pinned if you want to come up and chat, talk about the rendezvous.
So, Grumpy or Milkmaid, when you do homemade yogurt, what kind of starter, or what kind of, how do you establish the bacteria? Or do you seed it with existing yogurt and just keep it going like a sourdough?
Existing yogurt.
Okay, yeah. Huh.
You just get like the stuff from the store. Just get like the plain, no sugar, nothing added to it, yogurt, and then it's like, I want to say it's like a tablespoon to a cup of milk, something like that. But yeah, you do that, and then you can use like your yogurt that you've made to establish the next one. But sometimes like the bacteria gets a little off there. So what I would do is I would buy like a big thing of it, and then I would freeze portions of it, like in like a silicone kind of mold muffin tin kind of thing. And then that is what I would thaw out and put into my next yogurt batch if it got funky or weird.
Cherokee, all the lots on each one of the campsites are 11 feet by 11 feet. So your tent, or both of your tents, can't have any more than 2 tents per campsite, and both of them have to be on the tent pad, and they have to fit on the tent pad. So yeah, as long as they both fit on an 11 by 11 pad, you're good to go. That is if you're sleeping in a tent. It doesn't say anything about just laying a random sleeping bag on the ground and calling it a night.
I dare you.
You what?
I dare you. That would be hilarious.
That's how I usually go camping.
Right. Well, yeah.
Like for real. I usually just throw down a sleeping bag, and if it's gonna rain, I'll stretch a poncho over some trees with some bungee cords and call it a day.
Man, you can't leave yourself vulnerable to like a backwoods attack though, or native. I know he said he'd never mess with you when you're sleeping, but if you're laying outside on the ground, that's like open season.
Yeah, I know, it's open season, yeah.
Nobody pack Sharpies, okay?
Oh! Yes.
Stop giving ideas.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do nothing. I'll be on my best behavior, I promise.
I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
Sure you will. Mm-hmm. It's going to be fun. I mean, we've got over 30 people. We got in between 30 and 40 people right now. I'm hoping, I would like to see 50. Well, if we can get 50 people, that'd be crazy.
Good Lord. Can you, that's such a number that it's hard to even like get to know everybody at that point. You know what I mean?
Like, yeah. Like, that's a lot of people. I mean, now granted, I mean, most all of us have met through YouTube, but like as far as meeting in person, it's going to be a lot of people to say hello to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Hey, is Militant still in here? I was trying to like goad him into coming too. He's a cool dude.
Oh my gosh, the Eye of the Tiger is here. I haven't seen Anne Marie for a minute. She was with us 2 years ago, Ghost, when we met. She was around all the time.
Oh yeah.
Welcome back.
Right, Nikki?
Oh shoot, I can't even see chat. Hold on.
She's gonna bring the biggest Sharpie in the lot.
Yeah. Militant says, I'm planning to.
I hope you reserved a spot then, because.
Well, I know there's several people. There's a few spots left, but I know there are several people that are coming by themselves and they have their own spot, so they probably wouldn't mind splitting the cost. But,
that's true. You know, it might not hurt at like kind of towards the end of that if people are willing, like if they have their single person in a spot,
right, to
say, okay, well, I'm open to such and such. Maybe there can be some coordination there.
Right. Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I figured I'd do is like, once all the campsites are rented out, like I'm keeping a list. Everybody's supposed to be emailing me with the campsite that they got so I can know where everybody's at and have everybody accounted for. But I also need to know how many people you're coming with. That way, if it's just you by yourself and you've got a solo campsite and you spent $60 on it or $78, there's somebody else going solo and you want to share and split the cost, I can put you guys in touch with each other and kind of save some money. Yeah, each campsite has an 11 by 11 pad. You've got, I know, right, Native? That's the part I'm looking forward to is this, what's going to be said over that campfire every night. But each campsite's got a pad. Each campsite's got a picnic table.
Is it just him roboting or me?
It's relatively clear, and you have a fire ring. And all your fires have to be inside the fire ring. You can't just start a bonfire anywhere.
I think it's just you, Milkmaid. We can hear. You're actually coming in clear. So if we're roboting, it's. Oh, Militant, are you asking the dates?
24 to 27. 24, 20, it's the night of the 24th, 25th, 26th. Check out on the 27th. At least I am.
Yeah. Yeah, I will be there. I have flights booked, and I don't want to give my itinerary on the interwebs. That's kind of silly, but my flights are booked. I will be there. I got to figure out exactly how I'm going to get from here to there. But in between, I got my spot. I don't know what y'all are doing.
Yeah, check-in time is the 24th, I think, at 3 p.m. unless your campsite was vacant the day before. If it was vacant the day before, or it's vacant when you get there, they'll let you check in early. And then check out is the afternoon, the 27th, I think at like 2 or 3 o'clock.
Militant, that'd be really cool if you came. Be awesome to meet you.
Yeah, so if there's people in the chat that still want to come, send me an email. It's scrolling across the bottom. Let me know you're coming. Well, obviously go online, Hanging Rock State Park, North Carolina, and just follow, go to the top tab where it says camping. It asks you what days, and then you click go, and it shows you the available campsites. It'll be a map. The available campsites will be blue squares. The ones that are already rented out are tan colored. So they're available. If it's blue, if you click on it, it'll even actually, each campsite has a picture of it, of the campsite. So you can click on the picture and look at it and all that good stuff. And then you just, if you want to rent it. It's $20 a night plus tax. If you're military or veteran, total cost for those 3 nights was $60. If you're not, it's $78. You cannot bring any weapons unless you have a concealed carry permit. Then you can bring your stuff. If you do not have a permit, do not bring it. State park, a lot of the state parks in North Carolina are watched over by the Army Corps of Engineers, and that brings the UCMJ into the play, and you do not want to mess with the UCMJ. I can tell you from experience.
Well, what was that experience?
I had several with the UCMJ. I got my first Article 15. I got my first Article 15 when I was in basic training.
Wow, that was early.
Well, when I went to basic, there wasn't no cell phones. There was pay phones in the company area downstairs. And so on Sundays, they made they made you call somebody when you first got there. But usually every Sunday they would line everybody up and make you call somebody. They'd make you do it. Call. I don't give a shit who you call. Just call and say hello to somebody. And I didn't really have anybody to talk to. I mean, I was like, whatever. And I was a pain in the ass. So I called Domino's Pizza and ordered a pizza and a 6-pack of Cheerwine to the barracks. And he delivered it. Yep.
No shit.
Yes, my drill sergeant kicked open the door. Martin, I'm like, oh, yeah. Your pizza's here, and everybody sat up and looked at me, and I was like, oh shit. So he brought me the pizza. The drill sergeant made sure I tipped him. He goes, no, tip him. I'm like, drill sergeant, I got it for everybody. He said, no. Eat your pizza, son. Have fun. He made me eat that whole pizza, and I drank like 3 of the Cheerwines. And he's like, I'll get mine later. And then we went for a run. All I had on was my boxer shorts and socks. When I got back, I was covered in pizza. And all I had on was my boxer shorts and a pair of ankle warmers. Like, completely ran through the bottom of my socks. So, yeah, it was hilarious. I used to get in a lot of trouble. Like a lot.
No,
Oh yeah.
not you.
13 lots are still open. They're going fast. Last week there was 50.
Huh.
Yeah, and okay, so there's something to notice here. I got a lot. I had reserved it, and the lot sizes are actually different for like the tent pad or whatever.
Oh, they are.
So do pay attention to that, because some of them, because the one that I originally got actually was too small for the tent that we were gonna have. So I ended up having to get a different one.
Yeah, 'cause I know on the main page when you get onto the rules, it says all the tents must be able to fit on an 11-foot pad. So I guess maybe some of the pads are smaller.
Well, that's the smallest. Like if you have a really big tent though, like you're gonna fit a bunch of people, then
Okay.
you might want to look, or 2 tents or whatever. You might want to look, because in each, like if you go on the map part of the website, like you
Right.
put in your dates, go to the map, and then it'll show you the dimensions of the tent pad.
That's
So
right.
you might,
for each site, when you roll to the bottom, it'll show you the dimensions. And maybe that's what I saw on mine. It was 11 feet, and I read that, and I was thinking it was all of them.
well, yeah, that's what I would assume. But when I looked at the different ones, it was like, oh crap, so they're different.
I mean, an 11-foot tent's a pretty big fucking tent. I mean, that's a pretty
Yeah, I
big
would
tent.
think, yeah.
Yeah.
Unless
I'm
you have
probably-
like a
I'm
pretty
probably
big
just gonna
one.
bring a little 2 or 3-man tent.
But depending on if people are like doubling up and stuff.
Right. Yep. But I know several people have already said they're bringing extra gear. Like people are bringing 2 and 3 tents in case somebody needs one. They're bringing, I'm bringing 2 generators. Native's bringing his Jenny. Quite a few people are bringing power, so we're not going to have a problem charging phones and getting juice. We're going to have power.
You know, it's fun too, is like if people bring some of their survival kind of gear,
Yeah.
like a show and tell, like,
Oh yeah.
oh, hey, check out this thing. And then you can actually see it in action.
That'd be
I
kinda
think
cool.
that would be really cool.
How early are y'all leaving? I'm staying until the 27th. I'm staying until that Monday.
Me too.
Yeah.
Like Roots, you sent me your itinerary, so I know what time you're getting in. Hopefully, what I'm hoping is that there won't be anybody in my spot the day before we get there. So if that's the case, I can snag you and we can get there as soon as the gates open in the morning and go on in and get checked in.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Because I tell you what, I will need a nap. That shit's gonna kick my ass a little bit. It's a long.
Aren't you red-eyeing it?
3,000 miles. So yeah, we'll iron it out. But I was mildly concerned about that. Like, man, I can't go all night and then go and like set up and then go all night again. Like it won't work. I'll have to pit stop somewhere in between and lay down for a second.
If I'm there too, you can use my truck.
I will. I'll get in a truck. I feel like you're setting me up to spoon with you.
No. I would never do such a thing.
Right. Never, ever. Damn, Grumpy just called me old. He said when you get older, traveling does make you tired. That is true, man. I'm almost 50. Shit. It does. It'll
No, you're not.
I'll be 45 in 2 months.
That is not almost 50, woman.
It's not almost 40 either.
You're just getting to mid-40s. I had this discussion with my husband once. I was like, you don't get to mid-40s until you hit 45.
Yeah.
What's up, Sophia?
I'm sorry, you guys. I was so behind tonight, but everything's ready to go.
Oh,
now
you're good?
I'm just waiting for the brine liquid to come up to a boil.
Did you say the brine?
The brine.
Oh, okay. So you're doing like it's kind of pickling, like halfway pickling it.
Well, I mean, I guess you would say it's pickled roots. Like, there's no sugar in it. It's equal parts 5% acidity, vinegar, and water, and then bay leaf, Mexican oregano, salt, peppercorns, and then I'm putting in red pepper flake, cayenne. And then you bring that to a boil. You put in all your carrots, and I'm adding. I got 4 jalapenos, sliced up, membranes, seeds, and all. Put those in and let them boil for 5 minutes, and then you hot pack them into jars and they water bath for 15 minutes.
Oh. Excuse me. I'm going to have to try this.
The batch that I did last week was really good, but for me, it didn't have enough spice. Like for my kids, they loved them, but I want spicy.
Oh, you like your food to bite you back, huh?
Yes.
Yes, me too. Man, I'm still like deboning and cutting up chicken. Like, I've been doing this for a while now. But I want a double layer, so.
Oh, so you're gonna double in your canner.
Yeah.
Oh, rock on.
So it's like, what, 16 quarts?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 16 pints. Yeah. A lot of chicken.
Hey, everybody in chat. I'm so not ignoring you guys. I'm sorry.
We love you.
We do.
As I burp. Sorry.
Yeah, Cherokee says, Milkmaid, I plan to have camping backpack and carry my bug out shit, no guns, study the woods and fishing, get drunk like a monkey. I'm not
like
sure
a monkey.
what that means.
Does that involve flinging things? Because
you know, Cherokee, as long as you don't fling poo, I think we'll be good.
Yes, Nikki knows what I'm talking about. They're bomb, huh?
Hold on. I'm gonna have to use my knuckle to see chat. Hold on.
I'm sorry, Yankee. I'm not trying to. Trying to make me feel bad about myself.
Oh, Cherokee, I don't think I'm going to be bringing my husband. He's pretty sure he has to work. So what I'm going to actually do is leave early. Go down, because my sister lives in North Carolina, and my daughter, who I haven't seen since Christmas. So I'm probably going to actually go down and visit them ahead of time, since I never get away from here anyhow, and see them, and then join all y'all later on the weekend. Make it a whole big trip.
Right. Man, Grumpy's pushing for that water bathing meat. He said
Water
3
bathing.
hours, Milkmaid.
I know. Okay, so I do want to know the science behind it, though, because, all right, I apologize for the sound of the water. Okay, I'm washing my hands. But I do want to understand how you get to the temp that kills botulism. Like, that is my biggest thing with the Heritage Canning.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so calling him out on the spot here, but I want to know that. Because if he can show me that, I am so down with Super Rebel canning, you know?
I have to imagine the internal temp is part of the answer.
What does it have to reach? Like, what is it, 240 to kill botulism?
Yeah. But,
so I could see
you
could get it there.
Stuff, though, and I'm not dead.
Well, that's true too. But that's the thing that makes me kind of curious, you know?
Yeah, like with milk, some people don't even process it. They just get it up to the jiggling and then turn it off. I do 10 minutes. Some people do longer. Yankee did longer, for example. But the internal temp, there's no way it's going to bust up that high. But I mean, I've been doing it.
What, to 240?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Well, but here's the thing. Okay, so the beginning temp of boiling is 212, right? But theoretically, I doubt it stays at 212 when you have it at like a super freaking rolling boil. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So potentially it can get to that temp. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's where, like, I could see where he, and I have this distinct memory because I was farm sitting for somebody and I heard Grumpy say something about the heritage canning. And I was like, oh, okay, that kind of makes sense. But I haven't looked into it deeply enough, only because I have the, capacity to pressure can. But I really do actually want to understand, who is it? Yankee one time said I'm like a perpetual, no, it was Billy. He said I'm like a perpetual 4-year-old saying why?
Right?
But for real though, I want to understand like everything beyond that so that I can make wise choices,
Mm-hmm.
Did he disappear out of chat as soon as I said that? Come back, Grumpy.
Oh, he's probably still there somewhere. Okay, so Yankee says it's at 240 when the jiggler is doing its thing because the boiling water is under pressure. But Yankee, what about water bathing? Because we've watched a few recipes on water bathing meat, and not sure if the internal gets to that when you're just doing that without the pressure.
Which this is all for entertainment purposes.
Correct.
And theoretical musings.
I always forget to put that disclaimer up. Don't make my disclaimer.
You're welcome, boo.
We are not professionals. This is definitely entertainment purposes only. Don't ever do anything without doing your research. In fact, I always put in the USDA. I'll put in the USDA guide again.
Hey, Monique.
Let's see.
I took a smoke break. Sorry, y'all. Yes, I'm bad, and I need to, like...
Hi, Monique.
You would have answered my question.
All right.
Toxin spores die at 250. Toxin that is the cause of disease dies at 185, below boiling or boiling for 10 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'd heard that before because people were saying, like, if you're concerned about your canned goods, like, for some reason you're a little bit edgy, take your stuff and boil it for 10 minutes and it's supposed to kill off the toxin. But I was not aware, actually, of the actual temperature. So that's good to know. For entertainment purposes,
Of always, yeah. Botulism spores die at 250.
Well, there's a difference between the spores and the toxin. The spores are what create the toxin.
Mm-hmm.
Yippers.
And rich bitches put the toxin in their face to be pretty.
Oh yeah. Well, no. to completely kill any smile lines, frown lines, any kind of like expression whatsoever. So you just have a plastic face.
Yeah, expressionless.
Hey, Teresa.
I bet you vain boys do it too, though.
Oh yeah.
You're so vain.
There are a few medical uses, though. I know people that get botulinum in their armpits to stop sweating issues. Like, there's a few.
There's a condition, the hyperhidrosis. Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
People with multiple sclerosis that's really advanced get Botox in the top of their head too to stop the headaches and brain lesion pressure.
Oh yeah, I've heard about.
Oh yeah, for migraines too, right?
Yeah.
Basically, it paralyzes all the muscles. Nice, Militant. Oh, he's coming! Yay!
Rock on, Militant.
Please tell me you're bringing your wife too. I hope. Because she has got to be a doll. Hey, JR.
Come on, JR. We need a gun show. Pay homage to the cherries. I think JR was a canner before, but we got him to come on and do it. I'll be right back.
I feel like
I'll be right back.
Yeah. I feel like that constitutes as cherries though. Because, you know, it's on live, you know? Basically. Like I had canned before we did canning shows, but it's different when you're doing it in front of a bunch of people, which of course I'm not doing right now. But it is going on behind the scenes, y'all. I've got my jars kind of sort of filled. I'm just going to be up late and then I have to get up early and that's going to be fun. I'll probably go on like 3 hours of sleep.
Man, y'all did such an awesome job rocking the chat. I got all my dishes done.
Attaboy.
Kitchen's clean. It's good to go.
Mine's
Militant. JR. So Militant, you're coming? Make sure you email me with the details.
He reserved a spot.
Cool.
I'm excited.
Email me with the details.
That dude right there, he's made one video, but that one video was very, very good. And if I had another device, I'd drop his link because, you know, I don't
worry.
right now.
Roots is probably already on it. It's 9 times out of 10, if you mention something about a link or say somebody's doing something quality, if now that Klingon's back around, she's like the super mod. Usually Klingon would post a link before you even knew that you wanted her to post a link.
Right.
And right up behind that is usually Roots when she's in the chat.
Yeah, she's dealing with like pet issues, I think, right now. Yeah.
But yeah, Klingons, man, that girl's nuts. Talk about
She's
slinging
a
links.
sweetheart.
Oh yeah, I just saw her in the chat. I think last night or night before last for the first time in months.
Oh, you know, I missed all of that last night because we kind of had like a movie night and then we went to bed. But I did listen this morning, so I heard through everything.
Yeah, we were just rambling.
Thank you, Monique.
What's up, brother?
Rock on. So we got Militant booked up. That's cool.
We're getting close to 40 people. Now that's not 40 YouTube people. I mean, that's 40 people with their +1s and +2s. That's total people.
Right. 40 sites, basically.
No, it's just 40 total people.
Gotcha.
Me and Backwoods are in one spot. You know, native. We've got some family coming. A lot of people are bringing husbands, significant others, kids, things like that.
Right.
I'm just counting everybody. So if you're coming by yourself, Militant, just put it, it's just you. If you're coming with somebody, do like a +1 or +2 to let me know so I can kind of plan out how many people are going to be there. Raptor Ranch.
It should be fun.
Oh, it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be a blast.
Okay, so interesting. Sophia's brining them. I think putting them in the brine right there. Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah.
And her son's helping.
Do what?
That's awesome. Her son is helping.
Sweet.
Badass right there, buddy.
Yep.
Sorry, I hope you can't hear that dinging. Let me mute shit.
I went out and fired up my Apocalypse truck yesterday.
How'd that work?
It's a Chevy. It worked like a charm.
I heard the Ford and Chevy argument last night.
No, when I fired it up, man, all the neighbors like opened their doors and looked out to find out what's going on because I'm it's straight headers to Cherry Bomb Extremes and 90-degree turn or 45-degree turn downs and in right behind the cab. So it sounds like a dragster sitting on the strip. So I got the doors off. I'm ready for summertime. I would bring it to the Rendezvous, but it'd cost me about $200 in gas to get there and back.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, like I'd bring my big Dodge, but like It's diesel, and the power steering pump I think is going, so it makes a whole bunch of noise. Like I get
That's so
looks
funny.
all
That's what I've got to
the time.
fix on my truck. My power steering pump went out.
Hopefully it's better than a Honda Pilot's because
Well, it
man,
didn't
I helped
actually.
my husband do that and that was a pain.
Yeah, I had to change one on my Cadillac. Now the truck ain't gonna be hard to change. It's my fault that it didn't go bad. I broke the housing when I when I the when I bought the truck. The guy that I bought it from, he put a new starter on it, and it wasn't the right starter for that motor. And so I'm out at one of the beaches in Florida, and I go to get in the truck and leave, and I turn the key, and the thing just detonated. Like the
Ooh.
flywheel, the starter, everything just gave loose because it was in there at the angle. He put it in wrong. So I had to call a tow truck. And the only way I could get it out of the parking space into the street where the tow truck could get it is I'm in there and I'm cranking the wheel, you know, because you ain't got a power steering if you're not running. And I forgot to take the power steering cap off. So you in there cranking, yeah, just it detonated the housing and all the power steering fluid leaked out. But
You know,
it works just fine. I'd put power steering fluid in it and it wouldn't all leak out. It'd take 3 months for it to all leak out.
I didn't actually realize that because I did notice that when you were talking about that.
Mhm.
And I was like, holy shit. So all this time, like when my power steering goes out, because what ends up happening is if the truck isn't warm, the power steering goes out.
Hmm.
So I'm wondering if I'm building up pressure like that and screwing it all up after listening to that. I mean, it's a really old truck, so I haven't really fixed it yet. Still needs to be inspected, maybe. But,
Maybe.
you know, maybe. When I get the time.
Oldies or goodies, though?
Yeah,
Oh,
what
I
year is
love
it?
that old one.
What year is it?
Oh, 90. It's not an 80s model. It's like a 95 or 97, something like that.
That's right after they changed the body style, that really popular body style.
I don't know. I can send you a pic.
I had a 98 extra
It's a
cab 4-wheel drive. It was awesome. I love that truck.
it's a Dodge Ram with a Cummins.
Yeah.
I get offers all the freaking time when I drive it into town. All the good old boys are like, "Ooh, you want to sell me your truck?"
Yeah, everybody tries to buy mine. I'm like, nah, I think I'll keep it.
I had an older Dodge for a
Well,
while there.
I love it because this is the K10 custom, so it's got the dual 20-gallon tank. So I can hold 40 gallons of fuel in that truck. I've got a tank on both sides.
Very
which is
nice.
Awesome.
Gas
Especially
or diesel?
Gas. Like when I went through the hurricane in Florida with it, before the hurricane hit, I filled up both my tanks in the truck. I filled up the tank in my car, and I filled up the tank in my parents' car. And then I had five or six 5-gallon gas tanks. And I didn't have a generator at that house at the time. What I had was those inverters that I plugged into my car. And I literally, for 5 days, I ran, like I powered my house from a car with drop cords out of the car window just into the house. You know, it was like them power inverters are awesome.
You told me that story, and I went out and bought some because I didn't even know that was a thing. And when I learned that, I was like, oh, hell yeah, I'm going to go do that. Even if it's just for something simple like a cell phone or a laptop or a fan.
You can plug them into your cigarette lighter. You can, like the big one I got, I hooked it straight to the battery. But I had it to the battery, and then I had my 2 small ones plugged into the cigarette lighters. I was kept all the laptops running, kept the TV running, the DVD player running, watching movies, had all the fans blowing.
Because you had your parents too, right?
Yeah.
Trying to keep them cool in Florida.
Yeah, because it was hot. But I had those great big fans going. I powered all the laptops, the televisions, the DVD player. I powered everything that I needed. I mean, I didn't need to worry about the refrigerator because I had froze a whole bunch of ice. Like my freezer was full of nothing but Ziploc bags full of ice before the hurricane hit. And then I had 2 coolers full of ice with all the refrigerator stuff in it. But yeah, it was fine.
I
Yeah,
love
Grump.
those inverters, and I think if anyone ever looks at one, go ahead and get a good one, because and
Yeah.
look at the volts and watts and all that. I'm not an electrician, I don't know, but look at how much it can
Yeah.
take and what it can do, and watch what you plug into it. But
if you get a decent one, it'll have pictures on the box and it'll show you what it'll power.
Yeah. And yeah, Grumpy, when I heard that, I thought it was genius because at the time I didn't have any generators, you know? So I was like, oh, that is like a gold mine.
Oh yeah, everybody in the neighborhood
For
is looking at me
short.
like I'm crazy. I'm like, what? I said, I've cranked my car. It's on idle. That I filled up the tank in my Cadillac. It holds 12 or 13 gallons, and it ran all the stuff in my house for days, like days and days. And I had plenty of gas backed up. You know, my truck was ready to go. My parents' car was ready to go. It's fine. But yeah, I mean, I just went to Advanced Auto like 2 days before the hurricane hit, and I'm like, I need some power inverters, and he had 3 there, and I got all 3 of them. I had 2 small ones and 1 big one, and the smaller ones were like $20. The big one I think was like maybe 30 or 40. Well worth it. I mean, I've used it many times.
I
I've
had
done
one
that.
in my RAV4, and I used to take my sons to the drive-in movie theater, and I would take a small rice pot and boil hot dogs in it. I would put water in it, boil the dogs, and then make them dinner right there with the inverter in the car. Like
I keep one in the car, in our SUV. I keep a power inverter in there, and then in the back of the truck, I keep an air compressor. It's already got the tire hose and all that good stuff on it. Pump the tire up, and I keep a battery charger in the back. So if something happens, I can just hook up to the car and pump the tire up. You know, whatever. I got a last case scenario, couple of things to fix the flat, even though they're horrible for the tires. But in a worst case scenario, you got to do what you got to do.
I still need to do that. Like, God, you know, I was thinking earlier when it comes to preparing or preparedness or prepping or whatever, like it is never ending. Like you cannot get bored on this subject. Like,
No. And you go broke getting everything. If you wanted to get everything,
oh yeah,
you needed to get, you would be like completely broke. Capital Currency, what's going on? Welcome.
Hey.
Honestly, Capital, I cannot remember. They're in the basement. I did a video on it at when I first started my channel. I did a video on my power inverters. I did a video on my generator, my solar generator, and I did a video because they said you can't have air conditioner with a solar generator, which is bullshit. I proved them wrong. Like my Kodiak, it's not a Kodiak. I have the not the K2. It's by Energy. I can't remember what it's called. It's the newer one. Well, it was new a couple years ago, but I got a 1500 watt, 1500 BTU window unit air conditioner, and on a full charge on that solar generator, it'll run that air conditioner for 4 hours. If I do it in the daytime, yeah, and that's with no incoming juice. If I do it like in the daytime, if I like have it in the house and I have it blowing, I had it mainly for my parents in Florida. I put out all 5 solar panels with it. It'll run that air conditioner nonstop all day and keep the charge, and then I'll have 4 hours at night.
Yeah, that's
if you run it nonstop. You know, that's if you run it nonstop. If you just run it for 10 or 15 minutes and turn it off, get the room cool and turn it off and conserve power, that's better. I can't remember what size it was. Honestly, I cannot remember.
I put up an inverter video that you did. It says, the title says a mini inverter, so I don't know if it's the right one, but
I think it is. It's about yay big. Can't remember.
No, they're not terribly big.
Like one I have is like small. It's probably 6 inches, and it puts out some juice. And then I have the bigger one that puts out probably 3 or 4 times that. But I was completely blown away by how well it did. And that's when I really got jacked up and kicked up into getting prepped up, was all the hurricanes. Because I had a 55-gallon drum. I brought it inside. I put a big tap on the bottom. I sealed it, filled it up with water before anything hit, you know. Had plenty of canned food. I cooked for a week. I cooked for almost 2 weeks with tea light candles. I did a video on that too. Like I literally.
Oh, I remember that. You did biscuits.
Yeah, I did sausage and biscuits at the same time in the oven with tea light candles. I mean, the biscuits didn't rise all the way up, but I don't care. They were still delicious. I was hungry.
Right.
And I probably got 1,000 tea light candles stacked away down here. Those things are just awesome, and they're cheap. Like I've got a pack right here.
I pick them up when I see them in the aisles. You just grab them, throw them in the cart.
Thrift store sometimes, big bags of them. Just
The what store?
thrift store.
Oh man, thrift stores.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a
prepping
pack
heaven.
of 100 that I got at Walmart, and I want to say it wasn't but like a couple bucks. And I mean, 100 of them, I could cook for a week on these and have candles left over.
Cheaper than like regular energy, huh?
Yeah, damn near, huh?
Oh man, I should go and do my chores. Feeling so unmotivated at this moment. Thrift stores, that's where I pick up my extra lighting. Like whenever you go through and you see all those stupid pillar candles that everybody got for like Christmas or whatever, and they don't want them, so they're like $1, and everybody else is selling them for 10 or 15 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just pick those up, and whenever the power goes out, which is kind of frequent, I put them all over the place.
Yeah, Teresa, that's what the inverter that I have. That's basically what it does. If you're older vehicles that don't have an electric socket, you can hook the inverter up to the car, and it basically gives you a couple. I think the big one I have has 2 or 3 plug-ins on it, but it also has USB ports, and it works awesome.
Which is another reason why I try to keep all of my gas tanks filled up all the time. Like if it gets to 3/4, it gets filled up.
Yeah.
Like I'm not chasing gas prices. Like a couple of cents, it's really not that big of a deal. But keeping that topped off, that'll mean a lot if you have an inverter.
Do you remember the pictures I showed you of how I made lights for my parents in the house when the power was out?
Did you send that to me?
With water bottles and flashlights.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't remember that.
From the ceiling fan. I mean, I'm talking about you get a pack of those little $1 cheapo aluminum flashlights. You get a pack of like 6 or 8 of them at Walmart or somewhere for like a couple of bucks. Just take the label off a bottle of water and put the flashlight bottle on the bottom and duct tape it and turn it on, and it hits that water, and light just goes everywhere.
It diffuses it.
Yeah.
Same with mirrors. Like
and aluminum foil.
Yeah, aluminum foil is one thing I stocked up on a couple years ago because I was like, this shit's getting expensive. So I stocked up, and I was like, this has multiple uses. I think Rip Curl did a whole thing on that actually once.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have the means to build a Faraday cage, you could take some of your smaller stuff, like cell phones or radios or emergency radio, stuff like that, even laptops, and if you wrap it really good in a couple of good layers of aluminum foil and then seal the edges really good, that's a Faraday cage. I mean, that's what you do to the galvanized trash can. You get a galvanized trash can, that's a Faraday cage. You just have to seal the lid, and you do that with aluminum seal tape.
Man, I was reading rather, to this chat, and people were talking about Faraday cages and like the different, and I don't even know the term that they were using, but it was like basically how much can go through the metal. Right. And aluminum foil outdid pretty much everything. Yeah.
If you can wrap it and seal the edges, it'll hook you up. It's good. It's good. There's a dude on YouTube. He's a friggin' scientist about this stuff, and he tests it with different meters that he puts down in these different homemade cages. And the galvanized trash can with the aluminum seal tape around the lid, it worked the best out of everything that he tested. Homemade stuff.
I got plenty of those.
That makes sense, though.
Yeah.
Well, especially if you do multiple layers too, with like an insulating layer in between.
Right. Like he even did the
Ooh.
whole chicken wire thing because people are saying chicken wire works, and it literally the chicken wire did cut down some of the radio waves, but not enough to protect anything that was inside of it.
Chicken
And
wire
there's
is so wide.
and there's literally a really good chance that if say you have like a big lean-to barn and you've got a metal roof and your stuff's parked directly in the middle and your roof's low enough, there's a really good chance that it won't hit the vehicle and the stuff that's underneath it. Especially
Yeah.
if you ground, especially if you run a copper wire or something from that roof and ground it. Yeah, Tammy C's seen that channel. I can't remember his name, but like he's got all this high tech gizmos and gear, and he put the sensors in there, and yeah, it was pretty
That's
neat.
not the EMP doctor, is it?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so.
I'll see if I can snag his channel. EMP doctor?
I
Yeah,
do
he's-
remember hearing about that dude.
I think he's been on with Canadian Prepper. I think he may have even been on with Alaska Prepper.
Really nerdy looking guy.
Oh yeah, big time nerdy.
We love our nerds.
I'm like, there's the right one.
Pushes
honestly,
the glasses up.
If you wrapped your stuff in aluminum foil and buried it in dirt, you're probably going to be perfectly fine.
Yeah.
But like people were just putting stuff in the galvanized. He did a test with a galvanized trash can. He just put the lid on it without sealing it, and the waves got through. But he took that aluminum steel tape and closed the lid and sealed the edge really, really good. Nothing got through.
And that aluminum tape, for people who are not aware, that's pretty much your duct tape.
Yeah.
Like if you
Yeah,
go,
for your ductwork in the attic and stuff.
like it's kind of pricey, but
Yeah.
it works.
I
Yeah.
wrapped one of my brother's Christmas gifts completely in that aluminum ducting tape one year. It was completely covered. He was pissed.
Hey,
Dude, you sound like my sister-in-law, because like she was notorious. Every year she would do like multiple wrapped presents with like duct tape completely covering everything. Like,
that reminds me of a
because she
video
knew
I
all her
saw.
brothers had pocket knives, so she just made it as difficult as she could.
That's me. That's me.
I saw a video. I think it was on TikTok. It was this brother and sister, and they've had this thing going on for years with their Christmas presents.
Mhm.
Where, oh my God, this last year he, what did he do? Like a couple years ago, he did it in, like the present was wrapped in wood, and the wood was like bolted together, like with 40 bolts. And then this past year, he had her present, and he sealed it inside of a 5-gallon bucket, and then filled it up with concrete. So it was just a huge block of concrete that she had to bang her way through to get to it. Oh yeah, it's crazy.
You're giving me some great ideas.
Like
Right?
she was literally in the yard for like hours with a sledgehammer and a chisel trying to get through that block of concrete.
If I get her for Christmas this year, I'm going to do that. That sounds like fun.
Yes, I know for a fact I'm gonna bring a case of chow chow to the rendezvous to barter with. I'm going to make time to build some bows. I'm going to build some survival PVC bows for people. And one thing I think I'm going to do is go to the grocery store and spend like $50 on cranberry beans, because a lot of people are like, what in the hell is cranberry beans? I think I'll bring a bunch of bags of cranberry beans for people that don't have them or can't get them, because not just so they can eat them, pull out a handful and plant them, grow your own.
Right. That's a good idea. Like, when you brought that up, it took me forever to find them, but I finally found them in Food Lion.
Yeah, if you just ask the grocery store wherever you're at to get some, they'll get them. I mean, all they have to do is order them. They come from the same freaking place.
I can't find a bulk though.
Like here lately, because people have figured out what they are, there's actually more cranberry beans on the shelf than there are pintos at my local Walmart, because people have figured out they're better than pintos.
They really are. I mean,
oh hell yeah, it's not even close.
I've got a crap ton of pintos, but I tell you what, like I made the cranberry beans because of what you said, and then it was just a pot of beans, with butter, maybe a little bit, and salt and everything. But like, My family, that that didn't go into any cans or jars or anything else like that. Like everybody ate them up.
Like the first time you eat cranberry beans, you go, holy shit, these are really, really good. And then when you make chili with them, oh my gosh, they're just they're nowhere near as tough as pinto beans. They're a lot softer. They're sweeter. They're just they're good.
I ate 3 bowls in a row. I was surprised. It was pretty good.
Oh, good job, Laura. She found some and canned some. Awesome.
Yeah, there you go.
That's a good one, Yankee. A pocket knife in a box wrapped with duct tape with a card saying, "I bet you wish you had this pocket knife 5 minutes ago." I like that. That's good. That is good.
See, this is the kind of thing that I like for like Christmas because my husband's family has a sense of humor. At least most of them do. The ones that don't, we just make fun of them. Which is even more fun.
Cherokee, we do need to get backwoods canning. He has, I believe he's had the canner for a minute, but we haven't got him to do
Had
it.
it for like ever. And all the stuff
Okay.
that goes with it. He just hadn't done it yet.
We need
Yes,
to
you
do
can
like
plant them.
a
Teresa,
hash.
any kind of dried beans, you can take them right out of the bag and plant them.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll
Dude,
bring some for you.
we need to do a hashtag backwoods canning thing
He's stirred,
and force him to bring his freaking canner.
right?
Yeah, I love it.
I still got to build the gizmo how I'm going to try to can at the rendezvous because I won't be able to use a rocket stove because all the fires have to be in the fire pit.
Oh.
Well, who says you can't build a rocket stove in a fire pit?
In the fire pit, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe I can construct one inside the fire pit.
I'm
Or
still
just
bringing my
figure out-
canner just for shits and giggles. Like, if
Yeah.
we can pull it off.
Yeah, I'm definitely bringing mine just to try it and see if we can pull it off.
Like,
I know I can make it work with a rocket stove. I just have to be able to raise and lower the canner. So I'd have to construct some kind of a rig to hold the canner by the handles, and I'll be able to raise and lower it from the heat source.
need some
And then find
welding
that
rods
happy
or
spot.
something.
Nikki's in the chat salty about chili and beans in the same sentence.
You know what? I need to make a batch of chili, my chili, and bring it for her. But then she can't bring her batch of chili for me. So I feel like this is unfair.
That's true.
A chili off would be freaking cool.
Right?
Yeah. I wish I could participate more in like the food stuff. There's only so much I can bring, but I cannot wait. I hope you guys can do something and set that stove up or whatever you got to do.
Yeah, I think if I bring I could do some cinder blocks and maybe construct a rocket stove inside the fire pit or inside the fire ring. I don't know. We'll see. Or I may just, I don't know. Like, cause it's going to be hard to do it over open fire and get the coals when it's all inside of a fire ring. So it's going to be hard to kind of have a place to put it. So the only way I can think that it would legitimately work is if the fire ring's big enough to put, 4 or 5 cinder blocks in there and build a rocket stove.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe bricks or.
I was going to say, I have some fire bricks too.
Well, like the
Potentially I could bring.
like the rocket stove that I want to build out of the cinder blocks, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 cinder blocks, and you just stack them on top of each other, 2 deep, and then like 2 high, and then 3 high in the back, and then you just feed the fire through it. But you have to break one of the cinder blocks or cut it. I've seen several videos. Figured out.
I've done it once, but it was like, God, it was probably 10, 11 years ago.
Right.
I can't even remember, It was like back when my dad was alive and my husband and him were like trying to figure out the whole rocket stove thing because they were going to do like a rocket mass heater, basically. But that was a long time ago.
what's the difference from a rocket stove and a GA stove? You mean gas stove? A rocket stove is basically what it sounds like. It's literally, Google it, look it up on YouTube. You'll see a bunch of different ways to build them. People make them out of metal. You can buy them custom made out of square pipe, and then you can build it out of cinder blocks or even out of fire brick. You can stack them and do it that way. But what it does, it burns just like twigs, like just random twigs laying around on the ground, and it produces crazy amount of heat really, really fast because of the oxygen flow.
Oh, but what's really cool is the rocket mass heaters, which are like finicky, but like it does the rocket stove, right? But then all the gases that come off of that go through a mass, and that heats the entire mass. And then what ends up coming out is like almost straight carbon dioxide. Like it burns off all of the particulate matter.
Right.
Excuse me. And the mass holds the heat for a very long period of time. It's pretty freaking cool. But there's like a lot of like math involved, which is not my strong suit.
Right.
So probably the biggest challenge is regulating the heat in case you go over pressure.
Yeah, because if you go under, you got to start again. Like you can go over pressure, that's fine. You can go over a little bit. You just got to be able to cool it down, but not too fast and not too quick. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like you could literally, I'm canning at 10 psi. I could switch it over and can at 15 psi. It's not going to hurt anything. You know, I mean.
Well, we've talked about this before. Like the lady who wrote that original kind of homesteading Bible kind of thing. It was like the country something handbook. It was like hand printed for the longest time.
I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, and then her daughter went off grid, and they lived in a cabin in, I want to say, Idaho or something like that.
Huh.
But they did a rocket mass heater, and they did a whole lot of off-grid stuff. They're kind of like hippy-dippy, but, you know, I get along with those folks too, you know?
Oh, dirty hippies, how dare you?
I want to make a solar hot water heater. I want to make a solar hot water heater.
Oh, yeah.
I think that would be so much fun.
My uncle in Tennessee, he had a wood cook stove. Like he did this whole homesteading, like off-grid kind of hardcore. Although he was still on grid, he did everything so that he could live off-grid without inputs and stuff. And he had a wood cook stove, and he had like a whole water heating system that like went off of that. Like
cool.
His shit was so cool, man.
Well, the coolest one I saw, a guy took a whole bunch of PVC pipe, like I think it was 2.5 inch PVC pipe, and he made a box frame. It was probably, I think it was one sheet of plywood, so it was 4x8, and it was 4x8, and then it was probably a foot deep, and then inside it he spray painted it all solid black, and then he took the PVC pipes and he had them like an inch apart, and they just snaked up and down the entire length of that thing. And he had the water coming in one end and coming out the other end with a tap on it. And he sprayed everything black, and he just had it on his roof, I think it was. And the sun the water coming out of there was just on fire.
Huh.
Oh, yeah.
That's
and the compost ones.
Yeah.
They have those too. Like,
yeah, I've seen people do it with black garden hose. I've seen people do it with
copper piping.
Yeah, I've seen people do it with all kinds of crazy stuff. But I know I want to do a solar hot water heater. I want to do a solar oven. I've never done one of those before. But I mean, I used to work construction and stuff, and I'd just take my sandwich wrapped in aluminum foil and throw it on the dash of the truck. By lunch, it was warm.
Right.
I mean, that's like, yeah.
Whatever. I've watched people cook on engines or like on the hood of the car, whatever. It is hilarious. It's like, it's pretty cute, but then it's also like, damn, I don't know.
Like, I have a distinct memory of us going hiking one time, and my dad put a can of green peas in the engine, and we drove up there,
Wow.
and we went hiking or did whatever. It was up in Appalachia, and he pulls it out, and he pulls out his little I forget what it's called, but you know, the little military can opener thing.
Mhm.
And he
38.
opens it up and hands a spoon to us, and we like pass the freaking can around, eating the peas that had been heated up in the car.
He couldn't hook you up with some Dinty Moore? Damn.
Right?
Little
But
beef.
why that memory sticks with me so much, I don't know. But for some reason, that to me was exciting. You know?
It's genius, though. It, I think it sticks with you because of the, well, postulating
Way outside of the
outside
norm,
of the
you know?
box thinking. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a P38 is the little one. I have the little ones and I have the big ones. They have some that are like 3 times the size, and I think they're called like a P58 or 68. I'm not sure, but those things work great.
Oh, I used to I would look down on the regular can openers, and I would try to get my dad to let me use the other one because I thought it was way cooler.
Yeah. And you also know that if you have a can, like say tuna fish or anything in a can, and you don't have a can opener, but you have a rock or the street or concrete, it's like really easy to get it open.
Oh yeah, I love those.
All you
There's a
do is
Russian guy that does that.
yeah,
I
all
can't
you do is
remember
just
his
turn it
name.
upside down and just scratch it back and forth, and it'll pop that seal loose on the top. It's open.
Granted, you're burning a lot of calories probably doing that, but
No, it goes pretty quick because it's not real thick.
what's almost like a lip that goes over the top.
Yeah, you're just burning through that lip.
Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, concrete rock. Man, I was born at the wrong time, I swear.
Right.
Or maybe not. Maybe I'm here just to help the next generation once we get to back to that again.
I don't know. I think about that sometimes, like being born in the wrong time, the quote unquote wrong time period, like
Right?
the way that we think and do. It's not normal nowadays. Well, it's normal to me and most of us, but
Yeah, I was really thinking about that because I was like, I always felt discontent with the time period that I was born in because I felt like all the things that interest me, if I look back on my life, all the things that interest me have nothing to do with modern day life. All of it was horses and survival and farming and gardening and plants and
right.
good food and all of that shit. And now when I look at it, I'm like, oh, wow, maybe actually I wasn't born at the wrong time. Maybe I was just born now so that I can make sure that the next generation kind of learns,
Right.
It's weird. It's a weird feeling.
No, I agree with that. Just like Sophia just had her son helping, and I've had my son up here doing a little canning, and I teach him in the kitchen all the time. And I do think there's something to be said for passing on, as Grumpy would say, some of the heritage things that we learned or saw that they're getting lost pretty quickly,
And that's a bad thing, in my opinion. You can learn from current science and stuff like that, although that's debatable at this point. But being able to do, ooh, Sophia's showing her stuff.
Uh-oh, hang on.
Okay, so those are going into the water bath?
These are going into a water bath canner for 15 minutes, so.
I'm trying to
Yeah, I
put you
haven't
on.
even put my stuff in the
You're
canner.
fine, Ghost.
Not
I'm holding it.
cooperating.
So, nearly 6 pounds of carrots. Nearly 6 pounds of carrots. We've got 6 pints.
With the jalapenos.
Yep.
Ooh.
Onion, garlic, salt, peppercorns, and Mexican oregano.
So did you chop up the onion and garlic or slice or anything like that? Anything special?
The ones last week I used fresh onion. I've got a bunch of dehydrated onion, so I put dehydrated onion in here. And the garlic is just smashed and thrown in.
Nice.
And the jalapenos obviously sliced, but yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, I'm behind too. I should mute myself and go actually do the work. Catching me slacking.
Of course, Southern Fried.
Biggest faux pas of life right now.
Well, Jack was saying earlier needs to get into the canning, whatever. And look, just try it. Even if you do water bath, you don't have to have special equipment. You can do that in a stock pot or something like that, and give it a whirl and kind of get the flavor of it.
Yeah, you can do it in any kind of pot, as long as you can get an inch of water over the top of the jar.
Mm-hmm.
Except when you're about to water bath can and you put them in and you forget to top them over with water. Don't do that.
Oh.
Right?
All right.
That's awesome, Teresa.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Cherokee, my mom used to sew all my clothes. Actually, when she was pregnant with me, she sewed a whole pile of cloth diapers because she was trying to be like sort of hippy dippy. And then I took the first shit and she was like, no. But she still sewed all my clothes. Yeah, Gma for sure.
Where'd everybody go? Where you going outside, Sophia? You need a smoke break?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What's the temperature like up there?
It's gonna be in the 20s tonight. It's been in like the 40s during the day. It was
Wow.
nice today. The sun was shining, so the other day though it was like, I don't know, high 60s.
That's like completely different from California where you were at.
Oh hell yeah, Ghost. Like right now in California, I would already have the garden going, everything. Yeah.
Because you guys were in Southern California, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, thank you.
No.
Oh yeah, I lived in San Diego for a year. I actually enjoyed it. I had a really good time. It was while San Diego was still a little bit ghetto. It's gentrified now.
We got somebody else trying to come up. I hope you ain't been waiting long, Nikki. I just now saw you.
Oh shit.
It's okay. It's been a minute.
Oh, dang.
It's been about 10. It's okay.
That's the only thing I don't like about StreamYard, because once you get like the first row, the 5, you can't see if somebody jumps in on the bottom row. You have to like constantly look and scroll down on your own. There's no alert. There's no flashing anything.
Right. No, I've been like listening to you guys, but like I said, I was like, I'll be listening, and I've been listening and commenting when I hear stuff because I was getting ready because we're going out dancing. And so we left the house and I was like, I'm just going to hop on and say hey to everybody. And Jeremy's like, he's not good at that. And I was like, I don't think he wants me up there. And he's like, nah, he just can't see you.
Yeah, I really can't.
I know. There's
like
been
you don't even have the option to scroll down until there's somebody already down there. Then you get the little button that you can scroll down.
There's been so many topics that I've commented on, like just by myself personally. I'm like, oh, that's funny. That's funny.
How long have you been in the backstage?
About 10 minutes? 7 minutes. He said 7 minutes.
That ain't too bad. That ain't too bad. Stop
No,
your
it's
line.
not bad. No. We were just at the front of the neighborhood and we stopped for a Red Bull, blueberry Red Bull for me, and like no sugar Red Bull for him. But no, I just wanted to hop on and say, oh my God, I'm so excited about next month. And there's been so many topics, but I was getting ready. I was like in the tub and in the, you know, it wasn't like I could get on and hang out with y'all because I was getting dressed.
So now you already got your flight and everything?
Oh yeah, it's booked. It was booked about a week ago.
What about your campsite?
I'm with I'm with Virginia and Milkmaid.
Okay.
Yep. Or I'll have a rental car.
Huh?
I'll sleep in the backseat of the rental car. I don't care. I have a package deal with my flight and rental car, so dude, I'll wing it. I don't care. I'm good.
Oh no, you got a spot. We talked.
Right.
So
well, no, I mean like good. Right, but I mean the first night we're gonna just figure it out.
Yeah, there could be power naps for an hour or two. We'll see.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I think Just Josh is coming too. At least he keeps saying that he is.
I think he is.
I know, and he's like in the Dallas area, so I feel like if he's flying into Charlotte, he needs to. I don't have his information, but I'm just saying I have a package deal with I flight into Charlotte, a rental car, and it's about 2 hours, give or take a few minutes drive time to Hanging Rock. So if Josh is flying into Charlotte, then he can ride with me.
We need to reach out to him, see if he's coming in about the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he's actually coming. I mean, he says he is, but he hasn't rented a spot or anything.
Yeah.
At least I don't think he has. So I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I don't mind. I don't have his contact. So you're going to have to, I'm going to have to email you, or you're going to have to email me or call me or text me or something. And if Josh is flying into Charlotte, I will wait on him, or he can wait on me to get, but I'm leaving at like 6 a.m. on Friday, and I'm getting into Charlotte at like 10 a.m. that time.
Well, Tammy C said that she thought he was flying into Atlanta because he has family there.
Oh, okay. Maybe he is. That's cool.
Yeah, Southern Pride said the same thing. So did Teresa. He's going to Atlanta first and then driving up. Okay.
I mean, we need to exchange some more numbers or something so we can all.
Right.
But I mean, I got a few, but not everybody's. But yeah, no, just so you know, it's been booked for about a week now. I'm leaving Houston at like 6 something a.m. and I will be in Charlotte at like 10 a.m. that time.
Cool.
Yeah. So.
Well, probably by the time you land, Roots and I'll probably already be there.
Yeah, y'all probably will. But when I was we talked. I'm gonna grab the car and drive and stop at a Walmart and grab some snacks and then come and meet you guys somewhere, and then oh my god, we're driving. Sorry, that fucking Texas drivers. Anyway, sorry, excuse me. I'll meet you guys and maybe we can have lunch, or I can buy lunch, or I don't know, something. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. We'll figure it out. We'll wing it.
Yeah.
And Sophia, oh my God, those pickled carrots and jalapenos. I made some of those last year, but I did kind of like half and half with the onions.
Right.
They were so good.
Nikki.
So good.
And like every time I cook Mexican food, like we've got to have those. And like batch I made last week was just really like briny and salty. I mean, they were still really good, but I want some kick. I want some heat.
Yes.
Well, then I'll make sure you get a jar of chow chow.
Oh, and I'm so bummed. I'm flying, so it's not like I can't bring my fishing pole. I can't bring a tent. I can't bring, like camping gear. I can't bring any of that. But whatever. I'm gonna wing it.
I know. Backwoods is coming, and he's bringing more than one fishing rod.
Well, right, but I'm just saying, like, I'll totally sleep in a car. I don't care. I don't care.
And a lot of people are bringing extra stuff. I think Cherokee's bringing more than one tent. A couple people said they're bringing more than one tent and extra gear, so it ain't gonna be that big of a deal.
All right, so if I'm flying all the way there and we're doing all this, at some point we're gonna have a Texas meetup, and y'all can fly to Texas and hang out with us.
Yep.
Like,
Southern Fried, he's on the west side of Florida, mid area, leaving Friday morning around midnight if anybody wants to hook up. Where are you at, Southern Fried? That's where I used to live. I used to live in Newport Richey, Clearwater.
that's what I was gonna say.
I don't know if is anybody else coming from Florida?
Oh no.
Oh no. All right, Ghost, when you call Hanging Rock to find out if anyone was in your spot, can you check for 20? Yep. Yeah. Not a problem. What we do is like the night before, everybody, like if you've rented a spot, like you should go online and check the night before to see if there's anybody in it, to see if you can check in early. Because if there's nobody in the spot, you can check in when the park opens, I believe, instead of waiting until 4 o'clock.
Trying to get close.
But yeah, I'll check. And even if your spot isn't and mine is, I mean, you can just chill over in my spot with me and Backwoods. Or I don't know if Backwoods will be there. Well, me and Roots will be there.
Right.
I'll be there on Friday. Like I said, I'll sleep in the back of the rental car if I have to. I don't know. We'll figure it out. You know,
Mhm.
isn't that kind of what we do? We just kind of
Yeah.
wing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna be so much fun. I heard you. I didn't. What was last night? Friday night.
Well, the shitty part is it's only 3 nights. I kind of wish it was like a whole week.
I know. I listened to I watched the replay of your live, this morning when I was drinking coffee because I didn't catch it last night. So yeah, I'm all about winging it. Like, we'll just. And it got me when Backwoods was like, bring a fishing pole. And I was like, I can't bring a fishing pole. I'm trying. Dang it. I guess I could, but there's only so much I can pack, y'all.
Please just chop down a sapling, tie a little piece of fishing line to the end of it, make the hook out of a cap off of a beer, and you're good to go.
I agree. I'm all in on that. Like, I'm totally in on that.
I'm pretty sure if Backwoods is coming, he's bringing more than one rig.
It's great.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same. There'll probably be anyone that brings one is probably going to bring more than one.
Yeah.
I love
most
it.
Most fishermen I know of, I'm not a big fisherman, but most fishermen I know of, when they go fishing, they usually take like 4 or 5 rods in case one of them detonates on them or something.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just saying, I love it.
Kind of like basketball players, they want to show off all their cool new shoes to everybody on the bank,
I'm just so looking forward to this. I'm just so looking forward to this. It's gonna be so much fun.
It's gonna be a hoot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm definitely looking forward to it. Oh, Trinity, dude, Southern Fried, that was right down the road from my house. I used to drive through Trinity every day, back and forth.
I don't even know if I can see it.
Cherokee said he's bringing 4 rods.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Jeremy just told me we have a travel case for fishing rods. It can hold however many, and you just have to check it. I'm not attempting to bring that many checked bags, sir.
Yeah, just borrow somebody's rod while we're here. I mean, they're bringing extra rods instead of all that extra. I mean, it probably cost you more to bring that thing than anything else.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. I'm looking at him like he's all talking about, oh, you can check this, you can check that. And I'm like, no, I don't have to carry all that. Oh, he's so funny. He's so supportive. It needs to be. Anyway. Like, okay, done. Yeah, I really don't want to pack up fishing rods. I'd rather be cooking with Virginia and Milkmaid and Gus than hacking rods. I mean, no, I do love fishing, but oh, he just said we got to cook the fresh fish we catch. Woo!
So what kind of fish are out there?
I have no
Right.
clue. I'm not a fisherman. It's the kind that swim in the water.
Right.
Well,
Only
it's freshwater, so there's going to be bass and crappie and perch and
brim, maybe.
yeah, bass,
I'm
crappie,
not a
perch.
fish dude. I'm not. The only thing I know about fish is tilapia. I know they taste delicious.
Depends on the seasoning. Just
I
saying.
put on them. I take them fresh out of the tank in the backyard. Garlic and butter, a little bit of lemon, and I'm done.
Well, that's a good seasoning. Yeah, garlic is always good, and butter. Oh yeah, he had a major. He's in North Carolina now, but he had this.
Keep his tilapia.
Hang on, whoa, time out. He just said he's talking about 105. He was in Florida first, and he had this badass aquaponics set up in Florida. Oh, so he was asking. Sorry,
Oh,
I was filling him in. He was like, "How did he keep his tilapia alive when it got so cold?" Because we attempted that, and that was right before Snowmageddon, and we got the little bitty tiny ones, and they were getting nice, and then Snowmageddon came, and we were like, "Oh."
when the cold weather hit in Florida, I had like
See,
a couple nights in a row where it got down into the low 40s,
right.
and I had painted all my tanks were black, so the water was super heated, and then I took and I had a huge volume of water, like I had close to 800 gallons of water in the system, so it got heated up good during the day, so it took hours and hours for that stuff to calm down, and then plus I took a couple of heaters, space heaters, and I took them out on the back porch, and I just pointed them at the tanks and just let them run all night. I didn't lose a single fish.
Well, in Florida, right? But
yeah, but it dropped down into the 40s, and that ain't good for tilapia. That's way too cold. But I kept them alive. I mean, they weren't moving much. They were at the bottom of the tank, like in suspended animation. But as soon as the water warmed up, they were fine.
Right. Yeah. Well, we just started that. When I started hanging out with you guys and Kenan.
The tilapia are real fish. They're cichlids. They're from Africa. They're a cichlid from Africa. Now, the crap that you get at Walmart that they label as tilapia is not very good. Like the tilapia, like you can look at my videos and my fillet videos. The ones that I raise from babies, they taste absolutely nothing like that shit you get from the store. It's completely different. Like it's like bacon versus bologna. I mean, there's no comparison.
Right.
But yeah, all they are is a cichlid. They're an African cichlid.
Cichlids, yeah. They're mean too. Anyway.
And they're omnivorous. They eat freaking anything.
Everything. Yeah.
Like I just hang a bug zapper light above the tank and let it zap bugs and drop them in and let the bugs drop straight into the tank all day long. I would take red wigglers. I would take red wigglers out of my grow bed because I put in red wigglers and I had a gazillion of them. I would reach in there and get out 5 or 10 red wigglers and throw in there. I would throw in a leaf off the collard plants a couple times a day. When I had aphids on my plants, I would take the entire plant and pull it out of the clay pellets, roots and all, and I would go over to the fish tank and dunk the plant in there upside down, and I'd let the fish eat all the aphids off, and then I'd put it back in the grow bed.
Yep.
I
did the same thing for like that first few months, and then Snowmageddon hit, and all my fish died. And we even had those in the water heaters. We had three heaters that were like plugged in and in the water, and it still got too cold, and it killed all our little tilapia.
Like I was on the verge of just filling up my bathtub. I was on the verge of filling up my bathtub because I had thermometers in the tank. I was just going to fill up my bathtub with the water from the system and net all the fish out and bring them inside overnight and put the bubbler in there and all that good stuff. But I had the thermometers going, and like even though it was like 40 degrees outside, the water in my tank, it got down to like mid to high 50s, and the fish were still moving, so I didn't bother with them, and I didn't lose any.
They lived at that temp?
Huh? Yeah, they just went dormant. Like they went to the bottom of the tank and they didn't move. They just, like you would see their fins moving, but like they just went dormant and they really didn't move. And then as the water started getting warmer, they would get more and more active, and they would just like go back at it.
Well, at 50, ours would have lived at 50s, but you know, I didn't even think about that, bringing them in. Probably
I was going to. I had my net ready. I was going to net them up and bring them in if it got down below 55 or something like that. I said scrub them, but it never got that low, so I was lucky.
Yeah, but you wasn't your whole system was on like a back porch or something that was sort of covered. Okay, see, ours was is just like out in the middle of the yard, so that's why.
Oh yeah, I didn't get hardly any wind on it. I had trees around it, and it was in a covered back porch area.
Yeah, I remember watching those videos with all your ginormous plants growing out of your system.
Now that tomato plant, all those ginormous tomato plants, that's one plant, by the way. That was one plant. It was a tree.
I'm just saying. Well, and the collards. I remember with the collards.
They were 9 feet tall.
I know. I couldn't. I was like,
9 feet. I had to cut them out of the system. I had to go get my Sawzall, my reciprocating saw. I had to cut them out of the system with that, and then I had to replace everything in the system because they were so heavy they broke everything. They were 9 feet tall. Those things were in there for a year, and I'm talking in the summertime in July. I had collards, like one collard leaf was enough for a meal. They were massive. They were massive.
I remember
Stalks were this freaking big around. They were literally wood. I had to cut them down. Like in the picture, you see them and they're this high off the ground, but that's not true because they were planted in the very back. They were planted 5 feet back from the edge. They grew up, and then they grew down, and then they grew up, and then they grew down, and then they grew up again from the weight. They were huge.
Right. I know. I remember watching those videos. Oh my God, it's been 2 years.
They were massive. And celery, fucking forget about it. Celery, oh my God. I messed up and I planted like 6 things of celery in there. You only need one. Like you for real only need one. Because I would just go out and I would cut a couple of stalks of celery and go inside, and it doesn't die. Celery just keeps going and going and going. I pulled out like the other 4.
Celery is an herb. It's not a vegetable. It's an herb. So,
I mean, it has like absolutely zero. It has zero nutritional value. Your body actually burns more calories eating celery than you gain from eating the celery. It's a negative return eating celery.
It is a 0 calorie. I'm sorry, y'all. We're in the front of. Woo-hoo. I'm about to walk in and it's gonna get really loud, so I'm gonna say bye, y'all. I just wanted to hop up and hang out with y'all on the drive. I cannot wait to see you guys next month. And y'all have fun.
You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Have fun.
Bye.
I definitely got to get working on my aquaponics system. I want to build another one. But
I still want to do that.
Being here where I'm at now, I could do tilapia because you can grow them out. You can grow them from a fingerling to a 2 pound, 2.5 pound fish in 10 months. So if you got them at the tail, like if I ordered them right now and I had them inside in a big fish tank, I could grow them inside for, a month and then put them in the tank outside when it warmed up, and I could grow them out for 10 months and get a whole bunch of meat before it got cold. Or I could just choose to use local fish like, catfish, things like that are cold tolerant and do that. But I just love the taste of tilapia. I like catfish, but tilapia, forget about it.
Tilapia is one of the few ones that I can kind of, do.
It doesn't have that fishy taste. It's like catfish. When I do catfish, I got to fry it. Catfish nugget, something like that. Bass.
Parmesan encrusted tilapia.
Yeah. But like the tilapia, I can just sit there and I'll take a piece of bread and then some tartar sauce and throw a fillet on there and just go to town. But the cool part is so easy to do tilapia because it's not messy. Like I would go outside, I would net one, bring it inside on the cutting board. You ain't got to scale it. You ain't got to gut it. You just fillet it. Everything still stays inside the body cavity. You need to throw the rest away. Like I would literally fillet it. I would be eating it 30 minutes after it was swimming in the tank.
So wait, you didn't have to gut it? You just filleted it?
Yeah, you fillet it. You don't cut it. You don't have to scale it or nothing. You just lay the fish down on the cutting board. You cut behind its front little flipper fin, whatever you call it, and you just go right down the backbone and you fillet it. You just run your fillet knife right over the rib cage, all the way back to the tail, and then you lay the knife flat and you slice it, the fillet right off the skin and throw it in the pan.
Then you
And then you flip it over and do it to the other side. It's quick and it's easy. There's no mess.
then you have all the rest to add to your compost pile.
Yeah.
Nice.
Tilapia
Very
is not
nice.
garbage fish, militant. The tilapia you buy at Walmart is garbage fish. If you grow your own tilapia, it's literally probably the best tasting fish you can eat. The reason why it's garbage fish is because they grow so fast, they get so fat, and they'll eat anything. So they grow them in these massive fish farm tanks, and they feed them like crazy shit. My tilapia, they ate all natural. They ate the actual protein food. They ate stuff out of the garden, and the bugs that got zapped. They ate red wigglers I would throw in there. They were fat and happy. Look at my video, man. That fish on that cutting board was 16 inches long, and it was 10 months old.
Okay, I have a question because Grumpy said people in Kansas City grow tilapia year round. So, like, do they have a heating system to keep them from going too low?
Warm, like if you put your tank like underground, you can keep it warm, or you can build a tank heater. You can take a 5-gallon bucket, and you can get like heating elements from hot water heaters. You can literally get a heating element from a hot water heater and take a 5-gallon bucket and put it inside the 5-gallon bucket, and you can heat the tank that way during the wintertime. There's plenty of videos of people doing that.
Okay.
I mean, you can't just go buy a regular fish tank heater that you get like at your pet store, because that'll only heat like 10, 15, 25 gallons for an indoor tank. You got to have like a serious heater, or you have to have that, because water is a great thermal buffer, thermal barrier. So the more water volume that you have, if you bring it up and get it good and warm, good and hot, it'll stay hot all night long. Like, because I had between 800 and 1,000 gallons in my system. So all day in the Florida sun, even in the winter, when the sun went down, that water in that tank was 80, 85 degrees because I painted all the tanks black. So all night long, that heat's just radiating from all that water. If I only had a 200-gallon system, it would get cold 5 times as fast as the system that I have.
Would it not get too hot during the summer, or did you only do that during the cooler season?
No, really, it was very, like, the temperature of the water was really stable. Like, even though they were painted black, it's like they only get like so hot. Plus,
okay,
the water was always moving, it was always circulating, it was always getting fresh air, so it was always oxygenated. So like the water, like even during the summer, it may have got up to like the low 80s, and at night it would get down, into the 70s. And then during the winter, the lowest it got was in the 50s. But I was heating it a little bit with just space heaters.
Gotcha. And yeah, I'm sorry.
What?
Go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, I'm sorry I disappeared for a little bit because I was putting like the cans in the thing, and my kitchen's a wreck right now.
Yeah,
so far behind.
Like, that's how a lot of people heat their greenhouses in the winter. They'll get a whole bunch of 55-gallon drums, paint them black, fill them full of water, and that just retains the heat all night long, and it radiates it back through the house or through the greenhouse and stuff. And it does the same. Like here, if I did a tilapia here, I would do the tank, and it would be black, and then I would probably surround the tank with 55-gallon drums or something else, and either have an earthworks up to it, or just containers full of water that retain the heat and radiate all night long.
What about like in a greenhouse?
I thought about doing that, building me a greenhouse here, and then having the fish tank inside the greenhouse, which is probably what I do, because then you can use a compost pile and it'll be perfectly fine. I love watching people heat their greenhouse with compost piles. That is just like the coolest thing ever. They put one in one corner and one in the other thing, and just, it's like awesome.
I mean, you have to get it kind of right, because I don't know, what is it? Dirt Patch Heaven, I think her name is. You know who she is? Little blonde chick. Been doing the off-grid homestead, whatever life for quite some time, but she did hotbeds for her, starts and stuff.
Yeah.
But it was based on like the compost heating and stuff like that. Like she did a whole bunch of like different experiments and stuff over the years. But
Right. Well, the coolest one I saw, this family lived in, it was either Alaska or Canada, and they built their aquaponic system, and they had perch, and they also had tilapia in there too. But they put their fish tanks at ground level, below ground level. The only problem is there you got to have your pump in the fish tank, and it's a bad idea to have your pump in the fish tank because if you get a leak, it pumps out all the water in your fish tank. So it's always best
not
to
good.
have your pump in your sump tank. So if it dies, the fish are still wet, the water's just not flowing. And if you've got good oxygenated water and your pump goes out or your air bubbles go out, they're still good for a day or so until you can get the oxygen back in the water. But they had their fish below ground and all their stuff growing above them, and the heat from underground plus the heat they generated in the greenhouse with their compost piles, the fish were fine.
Now, so I have a question when it comes to like your aquaponics and the filters and the pumps and everything else like that. Did you ever do like a power outage with that? Like,
with my
was
system?
there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It happened a couple times. We lost power. You know, tornado warnings and thunderstorms in Florida happens all the time. But like my water was so oxygenated. Like I had the oxygen bubblers in there too. But like the water, what I did, like when the water that was pumped from my sump tank that went to my fish tank, I didn't just let it dump into the fish tank. I made it run through a PVC pipe at the top, and I drilled itty bitty holes in the PVC pipe. So the water was literally coming out at pressure. So it was just bubbling up the surface of the tank, and it was oxygenating the water. Like, so as long as the water was pumping, it was getting mad oxygen. But as far as like when the power went out, that's the thing. I had between 800 and 1,000 gallons of water, and all that water was oxygenated. So the fish were, I mean, my system went down for over a day, like over 24 hours, and it was still plenty enough oxygen. You can tell when the fish need oxygen because they'll come to the surface and they'll start gulping at the surface of the water, and they let you know. Yeah, they'll let you know if they need oxygen. If they're happy and at the bottom of the tank, like if you never see them there at the bottom, they're good. They got oxygen.
Okay, so this is a dumb idea maybe, but if they were desperate, like if you had like a long power outage, could you just like do like, you know, the kid thing where they're pretending that they're making a bunch of bubbles where they smack the water and shit? Yeah,
you definitely could. You could just take buckets of water and just throw it in there. It'll because all you're doing to oxygenate it is you want to break the surface of the water, and it pulls the oxygen down in there with it.
Okay, so yeah, because that was my biggest concern was like in the winter, keeping them warm enough. And then if there was a power outage and I didn't have a backup generator or something to run the pumps and stuff like that, and also the filters, like, but you've talked about cleaning the filters before.
Yeah, I made massive homemade filters for mine because I was running so many fish. I was running 10 times as many fish through my system as you should, and they were fine because I over filtered the water. That's why I had so many tomato plants. That's why I had that massive tomato plant, because a tomato plant will eat
your collards.
Yeah, tomato plants.
Collards were ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, the collards were massive. Like they were just crazy.
I don't think I've ever seen collards that big.
Oh, and that picture that was on they were only like 6 or 7 months old then. I still had them for another 4 months, 5 months. They got way bigger than that. Like way bigger than that. Like that aquaponic system I had on the back porch, I sold it with the house, and I got $30,000 above asking price because of the aquaponic system. There was a bidding war between 4 families because of the fucking fish on the back porch.
Really?
Oh yeah. Like my house sold for almost 30 to 35 grand more than the value of the house because of the aquaponic system. Like it was on the Zillow ad and everything. They did a video of the whole city. They did a real cool video of the fish and all the stuff growing. Yeah. The people came in there, they went nuts over that stuff. There was a bidding war. Like every single day, all the families were jacking up their price by $5 grand. And I was like, enough. You can have the house. It was a Marine veteran. He was a vet and he wanted it. And his kids were cool and his old lady was cool. And I'm like, dude, you know, you got the house. And they were still, I mean, after I told him he could have it, I still had other people offering more. You know, I'm like, no, I've already agreed on the price of this guy. So because I already got way more than I thought I would get. Pepper plants, got sure should have to keep them. The overwintering them is stupid easy. I mean, you butcher them, you cut them back to twigs, and you just bring them inside. I overwintered mine for the first time last winter, and they were all fine. And I think I watered them like once a month. Like I dumped like a cup of water in each bucket like once a month, and I brought them back outside in March, and they boom, peppers like galore. Especially the bell pepper plant, it went nuts, and the banana peppers did really really well, and the cayenne pepper, they all did great. Yeah, overwintering is pretty easy. Just chop everything back, bring them inside, and give them a little
Now,
bit of water. They're fine.
she's Tennessee, right? So I'm wondering if she did in-ground or buckets and brought them inside, that kind of
I did
thing.
buckets. Like I wouldn't do it for enough. I don't think I'd overwinter them in buckets again because I could tell they're root bound. It would have to be a bigger bucket.
Oh, militant. See, dude, I'm gonna get on his case. Like, when he shows up, I'm gonna hound him for more videos. Because
Definitely.
he knows stuff.
Dude, the aquaponics is awesome. Yeah, power dependence. But here's the thing: the pump,
Yeah.
like my whole system, 800 something gallon system, it was ran off of one $25 pump that I got off of Amazon. The thing ran for 2.5 years. It doesn't draw hardly any power. You can get one of those itty bitty 100-watt solar panels and a freaking car battery if you wanted, and because that car battery will run that pump for that aquaponic system probably for a month before it dies. Like legit, it uses hardly any power at all.
See, I've wondered that because my daughter, she does she's really into fish and turtles and reptiles and shit like that. So we have a turtle. The other one died for some odd reason, but she has a whole bunch of fish. And when we had that big freeze right around Christmas, she lost, like, I think her angelfish died and that kind of thing. But I told her, I was like, you do understand that like power is a thing here, when it comes to fish and their bubblers and all of the other stuff.
Thing too about the bubblers. Yeah, I can help you. I can design a system where you won't need any bubblers. If you do what I did, where you make the water spray into the tank, or you make sure that the outlet has a 2 or 3 foot fall to where it's splashing when it hits the tank, or you can do something called can't remember what it's called, but the PVC pipe that's going into the tank, you drill a hole in the top, and what it does when the water's rushing through the pipe, it pulls air in from that breather hole at the top, and I can't remember what it's called, but it oxygenates the water before it ever gets to the tank, and you'll have bubbles coming up from the bottom. I built that and it worked great.
Hey, Ghost.
So my first aquaponic system. Oh wow! I did it for. I think I had it for about 1.5 years before I ever bought any bubble stones, and the only reason I bought the bubble stones, period, was because I planned on running more fish than I was supposed to, and I wanted to really over oxygenate the water.
Right.
But you can build one.
Those look great, Sophia.
Without those oxygen bubblers. But yeah, those the bubbler, the compressor, and especially the pump. The pump uses like hardly any juice at all. And if you configure your system where the water has to fall before it hits the fish tank and where it's really busting up the surface and you're not running a whole lot of fish, because if you're running a whole lot of fish, you got to have like some seriously oxygenated water. But if you're running, 20 or 30 fish in a big system, 500 gallon system, you could achieve all the oxygenation you need by gravity, just letting the water fall. I'll be right back.
Okay, that sounds good. Sophia, those look great. I don't know if you heard me or not, but they look really good.
Thank you. And Grumpy, it is the Presto.
She has like the super fancy canner. It's really cool.
There it is. So yeah, Dunzo.
They look really good. I'm just getting venting. I'll be up forever, but y'all can talk or whatever. It'll happen when it happens.
Tammy C, those were water bath can. The Presto Precise electric canner, it does pressure can or water bath can. So those carrots were water bathed.
I think it's pretty cool that you can just kind of like push some buttons. Like, I really honestly, like with the Instapot, I was dubious and I didn't really use it for the first 6 months that I used it
Right.
or had it. And then I started using it and I was like, oh my God, this thing is amazing. You know?
And see,
It's tempting.
I want a stovetop canner. I've got one. I got one from an Amish family for like $5 at one of their sales. And all I've got to do is buy a new the seal.
Gasket? Yeah.
That's it.
Girl, do it with
it's
us.
got everything else. I will.
You should do it. Yeah. It's a little crazy because then you get like a little scared for a second there, but then it's not that bad. It really isn't.
Tammy C, are you serious? I have an All-American canner that's never been out of the box. I need to get over my girl.
Tammy, bring it.
Next week, you should come up here and can with us. It is so simple. I have an All-American 921. It is, yeah.
Tammy, you should.
Easy.
The first time I ever used a canner, I was a nervous wreck. I sat there and counted the seconds between the jiggles. I was on a camp stove outside. It was cold. I did everything wrong-ish, kind of. But I was so freaking nervous that I was going to blow up everything. And it's ridiculous because, honestly, it was actually not that hard. And then Virginia, like, go back to Ghost's first canning stream.
I know, right?
And you'll see.
God. Oh, my God. That was hilarious. That was gold.
She was a rock star, man.
I know, right? Tammy C, what kind of All-American do you have? All right, actually, it doesn't matter. But like next week, if you want to can with us, I'll start a little early, and I'll do the prep, the setup with you, everything, the whole process. We'll can the same thing. Just tell me what you want to can, and we'll do it step by step at the same time, like the whole 9 yards.
Like the old school canning, yeah.
Hey, Ghost, I think we have a gun show in the back.
What?
Oh no, JR's coming up.
Uh-oh.
What up?
Hey.
I am not muted.
What's up?
How are we doing?
My beeper just went off.
Damn, that was quick. Feels like anyway. I was in this room, and I feel like you guys were talking about me blowing myself up because I see the chat.
What?
Oh yeah. Your first canning experience.
I'm making dinner for my son, and I come back and I see jokes about blowing holes in the ceiling. Like, y'all, I only almost blew myself up. It's fine.
Didn't you use like what is that, the turkey thingy?
Yes. It's actually a crab boiler because I've got a crabber in my household. And
she's like, if I'm blowing something up, I'm going to blow up the outside, not my
Yeah, I did. You can use it to deep fry a turkey, or you can use it to boil crab like we do, or something like that. But I did want to do it outside on propane. I wanted to try, even for my first time. I was like, screw it, I'm going to go all out. I did end up having to move to the stove, but I tried, damn it. I tried.
You did good. You did good. I mean,
dude,
you almost detonated. You literally stopped the stream. Like, I still remember, like, to the best of my knowledge, you're like, I'm going to fix this. I'll be right back. And you turned the camera off. And I was like, I think Milkmaid said, should we call 911?
Yeah, I was a little concerned. I was like, where did she go?
Like, she stopped, brought it back down to zero pressure, took it apart, fixed it, put it back together, and started again. And I think she still beat me.
I did.
Yeah.
I was like, holy
shit. And like, repaired the roof.
Yeah. Then you got Dusty Data canning in the backyard with his canner, and he forgot to lube the lid, so it got stuck. I'm like, dude, grab a couple of hammers. That's all I can tell you. But I mean, he did it.
He did.
I did have to use a hammer on my first one. I did. It did involve a hammer. I'll just leave it at that.
Actually, my last batch, I couldn't get the things undone, like the knobs.
Right.
I actually had to get my husband the next morning. I was like, "Can you kind of unscrew these? Because I fucking can't."
Like, it's pretty funny. Like, the more you use it, the less you have to lube the lid. Because, like, when I first got it, I would have to lube it like every single time. But now I haven't lubed this thing in probably 3 months. It's like there's a residue built up where the aluminum touches, and it's just like it's almost like a rubberized seal from all the lube that I put on there to begin with.
So
Now,
it's
whenever I take
properly
it,
warmed up.
oh yeah, when I take it and I really scrub it down good in the sink, I'll redo it again. It's almost like seasoning a cast iron skillet or something.
Mm-hmm.
So, Ghost, I have a question for you.
Yeah, man.
Going back to the aquaponics, you know,
Yeah.
I live up here in Ohio, and so if I did an aquaponics setup, can I do it like kind of set it up where like with the ideal of pretty much like when fall comes and it's the temperature starting to drop into winter, can I do like kind of a seasonal thing where I kill off all the fish and then get new fish the following season?
Yeah, absolutely.
How
can
long
do
do they
that.
take to grow out typically?
Like tilapia, if you're pumping the juice to them, you can grow them from fingerling to a 2.5 pound fish in 10 months.
Okay,
So you can do it during the season because you could grow them inside in a regular tank while it's still chilly, in the early like now, and then put them outside when the temperature normalizes, and then rock and roll for 10 months, harvest, and then start again the next year. What I would suggest you do, because like mine, one of the ways I kept my feed bill down, and a lot of people go, "Oh my God, I can't believe you did that." I let them free feed. They bred. I didn't separate nothing out of nothing. They were making babies 24/7. I'd open the tank some mornings and the lid would just be covered with baby fish, thousands and thousands of them. I would take my net and I would scoop out a few and I would put them inside in my inside tank. The rest of them, they got to eat. The ones that were smart and went to the bottom and hid in the little PVC pipes and bricks that I had down there from the hide in, they lived and they survived and they got big enough and then they grew themselves out. But like, everybody's like, "Oh my God, I can't believe you let them eat the babies." That's what they do in nature. That's normal. I didn't invent this.
Right.
I mean, that's what they do. There's nobody walking up and down the streams, saying, "Hey, don't eat the baby fish. That's illegal." That's what they do normally. It's great protein, and my fish were massive.
That's what my kids' guppies do. Like they breed and then they eat a bunch of them, and then like they're supposed to be all one sex, but okay.
Dude, letting them free breed and feed themselves like nature, I cut my food cost in half, like literally in half.
Kind of gross, but yeah.
And then what you do at the very end of the season, like at the very end of the season before it starts to get cold, if you can catch it perfectly and scoop you out, 10 or 15 fish and bring them inside and put them in a tank, you can slow grow them through the winter, and then you can restock your tank with your own fish. You ain't got to buy them from anybody else. You can slow grow them and bring them back, and you get a month jump start on the following season.
See that?
I want to look into that. You got some old videos on about your old setup, right?
Yeah, it's not a video. It's a what do you call it? Slideshow. A whole bunch of pictures that I took. But like, it's that's what I would do. Like when I was fixing to harvest fish, like every time I would harvest some, I would save a few. Like probably every 3 months, I would save 20 or 30 babies. I'd just get a scoopful and I'd put them on my tank inside the house, and I would slow feed them and let them grow nice and slow. And then once they got big enough, I would put them into a bucket outside, and then I'd put them into the 55-gallon tank beside the big system, which the water ran through all of this. I just had 55-gallon drums everywhere full of water, and they were piped into the system, so I had all this extra water, and I would just move fish from one bucket to the next barrel until they were big enough to go in the big tank where they didn't get eaten.
Very cool.
But like they harvest themselves. By what I mean is you'll have like 2 or 3 or 4 fish that are just brutal, and they eat all the food and they just get massive really big. Those are the ones you harvest. And then you'll have a couple of more that'll just take their spot. So they will stage their own growth. Like anytime you open the tank, you'll have 2 or 3 that are bigger than the rest, even though they were born at the same time. And those are the ones that you harvest. And then you'll have 2 or 3 more that'll take their place. And they just kind of They naturally rotate themselves through the system. It's pretty cool.
That is.
Oh, Roots
I-
put the thing up there. The link if anybody wants to go watch it.
For the aquaponics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's fun. It's a learning curve. I mean, fish are going to die on you. It is what it is.
Oh, for sure.
Once you learn about the nitrogen cycle and how the ammonia, because it's not the fish poop. The fish poop isn't what feeds the plants. It's the ammonia. And then it turns into, you've got two different bacteria, Nitrobacter and Nitrosamona. And then it changes the ammonia into the type of nitrogen that the plants can take up. And that's what, once you get your system cycled, and you have to do the testing of the water and all this, chemistry shit. But once you get it running good and it's running solid by itself, you're gold.
Look at you, science teacher.
Hey, Betty Daly. No, they didn't come up here. They didn't come up tonight. But yeah, it's fun, man. I enjoyed the crap out of it. Like it was, and dude, the best tasting vegetables, the best tasting greens. Oh my God. Like honestly, the star of the show is the collard greens and that one fucking massive, huge 12. No, so I think that tomato plant was like 14 or 16 months old when I finally got it out of the system. It was huge. It was a tree.
Kept going.
Oh, it was massive. It was so big. Like now what was it that I planted? Oh, I did cucumbers. Oh my God, what a disaster that was. Not a disaster because it didn't work.
Really?
It was a disaster because it was insanely massive. The cucumbers, and I think they're on the pictures. The cucumbers, what's up, backwoods? The cucumbers grew up the side. The cucumbers grew up the back of my porch, or the lanai, the screened-in lanai, and they were so heavy they ripped the screen out of the lanai. They grew up onto the roof. They grew completely across the patio floor up onto the side of the house. I had to go out there with the hedge clippers and just start chopping vines. They literally took over the back porch in just a couple months. I had one cucumber that was hanging off the back of the tank, and I didn't see it until it was there for like way too long. This cucumber, I shit you not, it was this big around, and it weighed like 2 pounds. I pickled it, right? One cucumber completely filled up 2-quart jars. One cucumber. It was huge. It looked like a watermelon. It was massive. Insane.
There is a joke somewhere there.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt.
Backwoods.
Hey, Billy.
What up, backwoods? Yeah, overwintering peppers, like especially bell peppers. Like the first year that you grow a bell pepper plant from seed, it produces some pretty good peppers. But like the second, and from what I'm told, the third year, it's in orbit nuclear, the amount of peppers that it produces. Like it produces like 100-fold what you got the first year.
Huh.
There's a guy on YouTube. He lives in South Carolina. God, I can't remember his name. Crap. Something Gardner. MHP Gardner. He's got a video of
MHP?
MHP Gardner. He's got a video in his greenhouse of a bell pepper plant, and you can't really call it a plant. You can't really call it a bush. It's like the thing is probably
A tree?
The circumference of this thing is probably like 20 feet. I mean, if all 6 of us locked arms and went around it, we would probably still be touching this bush that was in his greenhouse. And there were more bell peppers on this thing than you could count. Now, I want to say it was like 3 years old. It was at least 2 years old. Yeah. But he's big into the hydroponics and stuff like that. I don't think he ever done aquaponics, but he does a lot of hydroponic stuff.
See, I like the hydroponics and the aquaponics, and where the hell did Virginia go?
I do not know.
Damn it.
She put a message in private. She's going to do dinner.
She went to fix her.
She went to the box.
Hi, PA.
But my biggest concern with all of that is like the dependence on any kind of energy or inputs. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but at the same time, you know, if you can make it cyclic, or you can have a setup where you don't have to worry about like inputs for that, then
I did hydroponics I did hydroponics at the same time I did aquaponics. And I did what's the method called? Crap. The something method where there's no oxygenation. I just took a 5-gallon bucket. I mixed up the nutrients and I put the tomato plant in it, and it drank up all the nutrients. When it does, you just put another bucket full of nutrients in there, and you don't add any oxygen. Can't remember what the method is called, but it worked fine. It doesn't do as good as you having the nutrients dripping in nonstop, getting the oxygen and all that stuff, and oxygen, because you still have to oxygenate that water in the tank from your sump tank. But I did it the crack key method. That's what it's called, crack key. I did it that way, and it produced. I mean, it didn't produce like super great, but it produced.
Well,
I
How
mean,
do you
like,
pronounce that? I mean, spell that. Crack key.
Crack key, KRATKEY, crack key hydroponics. But there's a video on YouTube of a guy that did it. He took a 55-gallon. No, it wasn't a 55-gallon. Yeah, it was a 55-gallon. It was a 55-gallon drum, or it was a big ass trash can, and it held like 50 gallons. He mixed up the solution, 50 gallons of this solution, and he took a cucumber plant, and he put one cucumber plant in the top of this thing. And I mean, it was just, you don't have to water it, nothing. You plug in and forget about it. You set it and leave it alone. And this cucumber plant was massive. Another guy did it with a watermelon plant, like 50-gallon drum full of the nutrients, and just put a plant in there, and it just went ape shit.
Something that I've noticed, root crops don't do very well with hydroponics or aquaponics and that kind of thing, right? But
they don't.
It seems that anything that is water loving, like
any kind of lettuce, any kind of greens, are just in love with hydroponics and aquaponics. Any kind of lettuce, any kind of greens go nuts. The tomato plants and aquaponics, to me, they were like, when I put in a whole bunch of fish, I took that one tomato plant that I had and I pulled off like 30 suckers, and I stuck them in the system so they would take root and start filtering the water, because I needed more filtration.
Right.
I mean, I used the tomato plants. I sacrificed a whole lot of them just for filtration, because I was getting so many tomatoes. All I needed was the one plant. I mean, I was getting 10, 15 a day.
I remember you saying that you were just using them because they were heavy feeders.
Yeah.
So you would put them in just to do that.
Yep,
yeah.
That's all I use them for.
I got jiggled. Finally.
And it wasn't like they cost me any money, because they were clones from the major plant. I was just popping off suckers and sticking them down in the clay balls, and they would take root instantly and just go nuts.
Yeah.
Like if you're scared to grow stuff and you never had a really good garden, I'm telling you, do aquaponics or hydroponics, and it'll change your life. Like, especially aquaponics. If you get the water right and the balance of fish, and you learn how to filter the water using certain kind of plants, like I did with tomato plants, it'll grow more shit than you can eat. Like, literally. Like those collard greens, I would take Walmart bags and I would fill it up with collard greens, 8 to 10 bags a week, and I would just go hang them on my neighbor's doorknob. It would be full of collard greens, tomatoes, celery. I would harvest, and I would just go hang them on my neighbor's doorknobs. I'm talking about people that I haven't even met. I'm just like trying to give shit away.
Dude, you're like the zucchini bandit.
It's nuts. I mean, I've still got, I think, 10 or 15 quarts of collards canned in my basement that I canned back in 2019. Actually, we just ate a jar of them the other night. Delicious. It's the best tasting greens ever. Yeah, the aquaponics, man, is the way. I had way much more success with aquaponics than I did hydroponics, because hydroponics is just it's just water, and there's not a lot of fun. But with the aquaponics, you got the fish, and you got to learn the chemistry, and you got to find this happy balance. So every day it's something different until you figure out the quirks of your system and how it actually works in the happy space. That's so much fun.
Yeah, I want to figure out for hydroponics what it takes to run like a standard like LED like grow light. Well, also depending on what you're growing, also vary like what kind of light you have. So I imagine for like lettuce or spinach or.
I didn't do any inside. I did all mine outside. I do have.
Oh, you did all your outside. Okay.
Yeah, I did my hydro and my aquaponics outside, side by side, same time. Yeah, I did the crack key. I didn't do any pumps to the hydroponics. I just did the Kratky method. And then I did the Kratky method without aeration, and then I did the Kratky method with aeration. And I didn't see a big difference in either way.
Mm.
The only thing you got to worry about doing it outside is you got to make sure that when it rains, you either cover your stuff or no water can get into the tank because it'll dilute the system. It'll dilute your
Nutrients.
fertilizer. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've got bags and bags and bags of hydroponic nutrients in the basement.
Nice. So are you printing shirts yet, Ghost?
I have, the system is, I finished the light box. I finished the storage cabinet. Hopefully tomorrow or the next day, I'm going to go ahead and start getting the screens ready to burn. I'm going to go ahead and take the emulsion and go ahead and get them coated and get them dried out. It takes 24 to 48 hours from the dry. So that's why I've got that banner at the bottom for everybody that wants a shirt. So let me know now so I can order them, because I'm going to place a shirt order at the end of this week so I can start printing next week. But I'm going to do some practice runs. Hopefully by next weekend, I'll be doing something and getting it dialed in.
Very nice, man. I'm excited for that.
Me too. It's been a lot of work. I didn't think it would be this involved. But I've seen videos on YouTube, and they're like, "This is how you start a T-shirt printing press business for $500." I'm gonna call bullshit on that right now. I mean, yeah, you can get a screen and you can do it on your kitchen table, like one-offs, without it being lined up. You're not gonna go into production for $500. I mean, I'm like thousands of dollars into this, and I built most of my shit by hand. Like the light box that I built, if I buy that commercially, I'm talking like $1,500, $1,800, $2,200. The storage cabinet, if I would have bought it like already done, another $500 to $800. But I built them both for about $120, $140. But
Very nice.
and then the investment in the ink and all the tools and the emulsion and the cleaning stuff you got to do, and the special tool you got to coat the screens with. And like each one of the screens is like $25 a piece, and I've got 18 screens right now.
Dang.
Well, I mean,
You should do a video on how that whole process goes. Like, I know that would be a pain in the butt, but
no, I am.
that'd be kind of cool.
I'm gonna video me doing the screens for the first time, coating them with the emulsion, putting them in the drying cabinet, because you got to be in the dark room. You can't have any light, so it's got to be a dark room, like photo, with the yellow lens. You got to do it all in the dark.
Roxanne.
The sunshine can't touch it, and then I'll put it on the light exposure, and I'll burn the screen, and then you can start printing. It's gonna be a hoot, but I'm gonna video all of it.
I wonder if it smells like a dark room. God, I miss that smell.
Well, what I did is I converted my entire basement into a dark room. I blacked out. There's no light source coming into my basement whatsoever except for the shop lights. And then I've got 2 other shop lights that I've got the yellow bulbs in. So what I'll do is I just turn them on, and I'll turn off the lights to the entire basement. Instead of having to build a specific dark room, I said, screw it. I'll just make the entire basement a dark room, and I can just flip a switch and it goes from dark room to regular room. So that way it'll save some money and some time.
I have a dark room.
I was going to say, I was going to say, does anybody remember the smell of like a photography dark room? Like, God,
I've never been in one.
I'm too young for that. Sorry.
I've never been in one.
Oh, man.
Yankee Watchdog, I canned today. I went to Walmart and bought 4 cans of chicken noodle soup.
You joining rescue?
I'm gonna do T-shirts, definitely T-shirts and hoodies. I'm gonna as soon as I make a little bit of cash, I'm gonna buy the attachment to allow me to screen print baseball caps and trucker caps. I'm definitely gonna do long sleeve shirts. I'm probably gonna do like sweatpants as well. Anything, if I can screen print on it and I can build whatever or get whatever I need to do to screen print it, I'm gonna do it.
You're going to do tank tops and cutoffs and shit?
I need a hoodie, right?
Yeah.
Like, big time.
Yeah. Actually, I think you're the first one to email me. You're like, I need a hoodie. I need a hoodie. Like, I'm gonna do the T-shirts first, and then the hoodies I'll probably do second, because the hoodies are kind of tricky. So I'll probably
Even
have
if
to.
it, like, use me as a test subject, I don't care. Like, but hoodies, man, those are life, and they have to be like super big.
Grumpy Acres. I've already got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 custom orders. Are you talking about like from? I'm. Let me try this again. I've already got like 5 custom orders now from different schools and people on YouTube. But right now, I'm also building the website. It should be up and running by the time we do the rendezvous. So the website should be launched then. And the way that's going to work, all right. So Grumpy Acres, what you would do is you would let me know, hey, Ghost, I want you to sell my shirts for me, and you guys, you'll get a commission check. You know, I'll probably do like once a month or maybe even quarterly. I don't know how it works. Just depends on how much stuff you sell. But all your stuff, basically, I'm doing the same thing Teespring's doing, but I'm doing it for a whole lot cheaper, so everybody in the community can actually afford to get your stuff. And you
Dude,
guys make more in commission from me than you will from Teespring. But
if you hook,
so the website, the way it'll work is like if somebody's on your channel and they go down to your tab that says store or whatever, however you set it up, when they click on it, it'll take them directly to my website, but it'll take them directly to your specific page. Like it'll open up to your stuff and only your stuff. Now they can choose to go search around whatever. That's completely up to them. But you'll have a specific link for your channel stuff and your channel only, just like Teespring does. So as soon as the website's up and running, you let me know if you want to do it. You get me your artwork. I'll make sure it works. I'll make sure it's in the vector format. That's another thing too. Like the artwork is very specific. It's got to be in a certain format, in a vector format, for me to be able to burn the transparencies, to burn the screens. So yeah, when you send me your artwork, and I can go ahead and burn your stuff, because that's one of the reasons why I have so many screens. So like Grumpy Acres, if you want to run your stuff through my website, like your logo and stuff, like your screen, that'll be your screen. Like when I burn your logo, it's going to stay on that screen and it'll go into storage. So anybody from your community can say, hey, I want to buy a t-shirt. I can just go grab your screen and print them a shirt right then and there. You know, 2 or 3 shirts, however many get ordered. I can clean it up and put it right back in the rack. I don't have to waste 3 days burning a new screen, you know, for you every single time. And that's the way I want to set it up, is like backwoods, hutch, tribe, any native, whoever wants me to do their stuff. Like once I burn your stuff, I'll have it in storage, so I can instantly just go downstairs and burn 1 shirt, 2 shirts, 10 shirts at a time. So as soon as the website opens up and we set you up and you get a link, like right then, like you can, if you want to place an order, like say you want to just buy 50 shirts, you could place an order and I'll mail you 50 shirts, and then you can mail them again to your people, which that's spending twice as much on shipping versus you having a link to the website and they can just go straight from your page to the website and order it, and I'll mail it out from here. But it's completely up to you how you want to do it.
dude, if you go with Grumpy, like he's part of Freesteading too.
Oh yeah.
So there's
Oh, yeah.
Freesteading, there's Liberty Tree, all of those guys. Like
JR and I have already talked about the hookup with Liberty Tree and all that good stuff. So I mean, it's coming.
yeah.
The only problem is I'm working full time. I'm trying to organize this rendezvous. I'm building the shop, learning how to screen print, building a website, which I've never done before, and trying to tie all that stuff together. I'm like,
Amen.
holy shit, man.
It's fucking rough, isn't it? It's fucking
Man.
rough. I know the
Like,
feeling.
holy shit. And then I watch all the videos where it's like, oh, you can start a screen printing business for $500. Bullshit. Bullshit. I got $500 in just ink and screens. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I spent way more than $500 just getting the ink and the supplies. So yeah, And if it wasn't for the community and everybody else that donated a couple months ago, I would still be trying to figure out how to get a flash dryer to dry the shirts. You know, because doing it with a heat gun, oh my God, fuck that shit. That'll take forever. You know, so the flash dryer is going to speed the process up big time. So it'll be fun. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Do what?
I said, you hook up with like-minded people, like Grumpy. He's friends with like a bunch of people.
Oh, dude, you got it.
Because that's like my whole idea, my whole reason why I was doing this is because there's so many channels that I follow, and I would love to be able to get a t-shirt and a hat from everybody. But I click on the store button, it goes to Teespring, and they want fucking $40 for a hoodie.
Right.
I'm like, there's no way I can afford to do that and support. Because if I buy one t-shirt and I wear it, and I'm on somebody else's stream, and now I feel obligated. Now I got to buy their t-shirt, and I got to buy their t-shirt. And I'm like, the Teespring prices are nuts. So me as not only a content creator, but also a member of the community, I just thought, man, why don't I just print fucking shirts, okay, and do them like way cheaper and as cheap as possible, so the community can actually afford to get merchandise and support the other channels. Plus, I also found out how much commission the content creators were making off of that $40 hoodie. You know, I'm like, really? $2? You made $2 freaking off of a $40 hoodie? No, that's just nuts.
Really?
You know? I'm like, that's just crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't make much at all from Teespring.
I never did it because I'm a penny pitcher, you know. Trying to put everything into preps and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, that'll be awesome, Grumpy. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I figured like if I could just do YouTube and just wake up every morning and go down to my basement, or just work at night and just print T-shirts and make that a business where I don't got to deal with the public, I'll be a happy camper. You know what I mean? Because I enjoy teaching, I really do, but I don't want to do it full time. I'd rather just sub, a couple days a week. If I don't have a lot of shirts to print, I'll pick up a sub job here or there just to get out and do stuff. But as far as like functioning in society 24/7 with my attitude, man, Buddy couldn't handle that stuff. He's working overtime as it is. So if I can supplement,
you don't say.
If I can supplement that with, YouTube AdSense and printing shirts and enabling people to actually get shirts at a decent price and support the community, then I'd rather do that.
Yoda.
Yeah, Ghost, dude, if you put out like good, consistent product, man, it's gonna blow up for you. I'm excited for you, man.
I hope so, because there's like different tiers of shirts. It's like the lower end shirts, the economy shirts, which is probably what I'm going to do first because they're pretty easy to print on. They're the typical, Gildan shirts if you go to Walmart and buy a T-shirt kind of stuff. But there are like super high quality shirts that are, cost 3 times as much. If somebody wants one of those, great, no problem. I'll print it. It's a big deal. I know, right? Have to hire me a bunch of Mexicans.
Yoda cracks me up.
What? Oh,
I like her.
Yes, it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. So by the time the Rendezvous is done, the website should be up and running, so I can take custom orders. Because the reason I'm setting it up where it goes directly to your page is because I'm also printing for the local school system around here, different schools, middle schools and stuff. So they need to be able to log into the website and choose their stuff, but not see the Attitude T-shirts. Because I'm gonna have a whole tab for me, Attitude T-shirts, 18 and over, and it's gonna be the fuck the world kind of stuff, and all the attitude. I'm definitely gonna have those shirts. I can come up with.
I'll be one of your first customer.
I've got some really good ones already planned up and written down. So, but yes, it's like, why not?
Hey, Ghost, are you going to be able to do like tank tops and like sleeveless?
Yeah.
Awesome, fantastic. I gotta have them. That's most of my wardrobe.
Yeah, if you can screen print on, if this is a cloth that you can screen print on, I'm gonna print on it. So I don't care.
Hell yeah.
Like I kind of like the hat idea.
Yeah, I'm definitely
not gonna lie.
Definitely gonna do the hats.
You know me in hats.
I appreciate that.
I got too nice a hair to hide in the hat.
Yeah, Southern Fried, I appreciate that. That's about the price I'm getting right now for the ones that are here. So honestly, I'm ordering them online, so they may be coming from the place that you're talking about, to be honest with you. But the key is once I get my tax ID number and I register as a business, then I'll be able to get better pricing from the T-shirt distributors. Then I'll be able to get true business wholesale versus just buying in bulk. So hopefully once that all happens and I get the tax ID number, I'll be able to bring the shirts down another $1 a piece. So.
Your comments.
Oh, ENT, I'm definitely printing some banana hammocks. I know Backwoods has already messaged me a couple times in private chat, wanting multicolored tassels and all that shit.
Male crop tops. I swear to God, if people show up at the meetup with like mullets and crop tops, I'm gonna die.
See ya.
just Backwoods, you're the first one in line.
I'm just telling you right now, I don't wear underwear or anything that is restrictive to the natural movement of what God gave me.
Don't need to know that.
Well, we'll just make sure.
Hey, hold up! Whoa! All I'm saying is if you're going to tease, then expect get it back.
Well, I'll tell you what I can do for you, Backwoods. I'll
Just
make sure that the banana hammock we do for you is a medium, so you got room to move.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is.
Oh. Mhm.
Oh, male crop tops. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? We can bring back the belly shirts.
Mhm.
Oh my God, I can't believe I was alive during that phase. I can't believe I actually wore them.
Did you really?
Oh yeah,
Did
Are
you wear
you
the short shorts
come on,
too?
right here.
The moment Sophia turns her mic back on.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? I rocked the mullet, dude. I rocked the mullet. I owned that shit. 'Cause I got curly
Mhm.
hair. Oh yeah, I
I'm
rocked
sure you
that
did.
mullet. Rocked it.
Whoa!
You-
Wait, time out.
Well, y'all wore girly shirts?
Dude, I was rocking a mullet, wearing parachute pants and a crop top. Absolutely, I was owning that shit. I even had one that was like fishnet. It was like a net. Oh yeah, that was the style.
Are you serious
Parachute pants.
right now?
Did you go to
Parachute
Woodstock
pants.
too?
That's it.
Man, you would have got fed to the pigs if you wore that shit around where we live.
Liar. You know you probably
Sure.
got a whole box full of that shit in the attic.
Did you
Why?
have
Mhm.
a curly mullet?
I've never understood why. Well, actually, I do, because I think y'all are actually more leftist leaning than y'all think, because leftists usually portray onto people what they do, and I
Backwoods.
would
No,
never
hold on,
wear.
that's what you do backwards.
I
Whoa!
don't know.
Backwoods is
Y'all-
just
hey,
jealous.
what did I call your name or
Hey,
ask
be
you to
quiet down
speak
there.
or
Be
anything?
quiet down there.
Other
Wrong
one.
way. Other one. Yeah, that
Oh
one.
yeah. I'm gonna rock that.
Good one.
I'm gonna rock that banana hammock. Oh yeah.
He's just mad he never got to wear the Ranger panties.
Oh, you poor thing.
No, Backwoods is just mad that he had to go out in the woods to do that sort of stuff.
I dang. The woods I grew up in, you wouldn't wear that shit anyway. You get cut
Left
up.
turn.
You don't
fried.
need to because you got a pretty mouth.
Mm.
There you go. Let's turn it down.
Pucker up.
Hey, you know, I saw something on. I think it was. I don't know what stream it was on, but that actual quote wasn't in the script. That actual quote was not in the script. The actor that said it just said it off the cuff.
You
Like,
got a
the
pretty
most-
mouth?
Yeah, the most famous quote from that entire movie was not in the script. It
That's
was
hilarious.
just
Wait,
off
what
the cuff.
fucking movie?
Deliverance.
Deliverance.
Oh, I didn't watch that.
Oh, come on.
You got a pretty mouth. Didn't he also say squeal like a pig? Something like that. Squeal like a pig. Oh yeah, that was a rough movie.
Yeah, judge me. I didn't see it.
Freaking
It's
monkey.
it blows my mind. Like the little kid in there looks. I swear to God, it looks like Joe Biden when he was 12. The kid with the weird looking face looks like he's inbred. Yeah, it looks like Joe Biden when he was 12.
Well, you know, Biden is like in perfect health. Like, have you seen his stats recently?
Which Biden number 1, 2, or 3? We're on number 3 or 4 right now. Which one are we on? I mean, how many clones can they make of this dude?
I mean, I don't know, but whoever it was, like,
The
passed the
ears keep
physical.
changing, the nose keeps changing, the dimples go away, they come back, the hairline's left, it's right. It's like, man,
The stutter comes and goes.
yeah. I love the way he walks.
Yeah.
Shuffle, shuffle. It's that diaper thing. You recognize it when you have kids.
Yep. Yeah, Sherry Leach, the banjo player in the tree, looks just like a young Joe Biden. Yeah, poor Ned Beatty. Didn't he get he got a little roughed over in the rear entry area. Squeal like a pig.
Yeah, Yankee.
Oh, I'm just about down to 0.
Oh, I'm not going to be done for a while, so whenever you want to do whatever, that's fine.
Where are you at, Milkmaid?
Jiggle and let's see. Hold on. Look at my timer. I've got another hour and
Oh,
10 minutes before I can even turn it off. So yeah,
it's gonna be a
I'm
late
gonna
Monday
be up for a
morning.
while.
And then you got 12 hours for that thing to cool down.
Yeah, pretty much. I've given up on same night cooling and revealing for the most part.
It's so funny. There was like a couple of streams where she got done before we did. She turned the heat off, and we were still going for another half an hour. We turned our heat off. Our stuff cooled down to 0. We were pouring jars out, and she was still at like 8.5 pounds of pressure.
I
It's like-
hold heat for a while. What can I say?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just a thing. Like, I remember the first time I went on Ron's stream, Dangerous Freedom, was revealing my cans. Because everybody else was like, yeah, peace out.
yeah,
I'm gone.
that's right. I remember that.
That one got deleted for some reason. But yeah,
think
that was
that's
the
the
first time
stream.
I ever went up there.
I think that's the stream that guy pulled his nutsack out on camera.
Oh, I missed that part.
Yeah,
Thank
I
God.
think that's what I think that's the stream that was. Yeah, because we were up late. Yeah, he let some troll from the chat come up, and the whole time I'm like, dude, that's him. That's the troll from the chat. And this guy goes over to his camera, drops his pants, and just right there.
Dude, I
Cornhole.
went to bed too early.
It was the
I missed
chocolate
it all.
starfish. It was a chocolate starfish and a nutsack on camera, froze.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Oh, not the
Not
starfish.
far away. I'm talking like right up on like this.
Yeah, I don't think
Oh,
she missed much
shit.
milkmaid. That's pretty bad.
I
Yeah,
usually caught like early morning. Because I'd be getting up just as everybody was getting really, really fried.
Yeah.
Always amusing.
Oh my goodness. What a day. What a day.
I missed
See,
that.
now we got softball season right around the corner, and Buddy's the school mascot. He has his own jersey and all that. We go to all the games, all the practices. He
Aw.
runs the girls around the gym. He runs them around the softball field. Oh yeah. So
Oh, let me guess. He's a girl dog, isn't he?
No, he's not a girl dog.
Mm-hmm.
How can he
He's
be
a girl dog.
He likes girls.
No,
but he's
no.
not a girl dog.
No.
But he's the softball
He likes
mascot.
his girls.
He's the softball mascot and the volleyball mascot.
So he's a girl dog.
No, he's a boy dog that likes girls, and he loves blondes for some reason. Blondes.
Well, you know
I
what
guess-
I'm saying there.
Because
Like,
his hair
same
is,
difference.
he's blonde. The girl's blonde. He likes the blondes.
Well, all I'm saying is I'm bringing some like really awesome carrots for him.
Awesome carrots.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe I said that out loud.
We're gonna have a moment.
Yeah, so I want to hear about Sophia's spicy carrots. What went into those? I'm curious.
Okay, so it was equal parts water and 5% acidity vinegar, Mexican oregano, peppercorns, bay leaves, but you take the bay leaves out before you can them, obviously. Salt. In these ones, I put red pepper flake and cayenne, and then carrots and jalapenos. And then
Dang.
they get water bathed.
That
And
sounds really good.
Oh, they're so good. Oh, and salt.
And salt.
Salt.
Sophia, have you tried fermenting carrots before?
No, I want to though. Like I really want to ferment things.
It is ridiculously easy, and I promise you, if you add enough garlic and crushed red pepper, you are going to flip at the flavor. Like it is so much better than the vinegar, honestly.
I'm trying to get Mo to hold still for a picture so I can show you guys his beard or his mane, how it's changing colors. It is freaking me out. Like this cat was solid black, and now he's got this ring, this mane that is
He's so a Maine Coon, isn't he?
Yeah,
underneath it, it's red. He's what?
Pretty. He's Maine Coon, yeah.
He's part Maine Coon and something else. I'm not sure what. But yeah, he's.
I remember when you got him.
Yeah, he's petrified. He was abused, and he's a rescue. Like if anybody comes to the door or any kind of relatives or family comes to visit, he shoots straight to my room and hides under the bed until they leave.
Oh.
Like he has
What's his
nothing
name
to
again?
do. Mo.
Okay.
Yeah, he has nothing to do with anybody except me, Buddy, and my mom. That's it. He won't. You can't pet him. Nothing. He has nothing to do with you whatsoever.
See, my husband brought home like 3 kittens that were. So there's this guy. He's a dispatcher, right? But
Right.
his wife is a vet tech. So when he finds out that there's abandoned cats at different places, they take them in, and then the vet tech wife makes sure that they're like all taken care of and everything, and then they find homes for them, totally outside of like all the
Cool.
SPCA, all that shit. So with them, we were like, okay, well, we need some barn cats. We need cats who will hunt. They're like, well, we've got this set of kittens that have been killing, like big time. And I said, okay, give them to me. So we got 3 of those kittens. But then there was another kitten, and she was another tortie. And she was the most fearful thing I'd ever seen. Like, she was terrified of people. And, I kept her in the house to begin with. She was terrified. She, like, slept underneath the dishwasher for, like, 2 days straight. I couldn't get her out. Finally, I got her out with some tuna and stuff. But now I named her Petra, which is, like, rock or strong or whatever, to kind of, like, give her a boost in some way. That cat is the weirdest thing, but she is so friendly now. Like, she really overcame her issues. It's kind of funny how that works.
Yeah.
Sorry, I went off on a tangent about cats.
Booted
Maybe
off
I'm
the
a crazy
StreamYard
cat lady.
again.
You're good. I'm
What?
just glad that you're we can hear you clearly. It's very nice.
I just said I got booted off of StreamYard again.
Oof.
You did?
Yeah.
You're still here.
It's like that's because I'm on my phone.
Oh.
It's like it's been happening for weeks here. So I set up StreamYard on my laptop, but then I log in as a guest on my phone. That way, if StreamYard goes down, I can still. Because if I was doing it from my laptop, I would be getting dropped out like every 15 minutes. All right, now it's back up.
Ooh, look
Been
at
doing it
chat.
for weeks. Been doing it for weeks, and
Look
I don't know why. But like with
chat,
StreamYard,
Chris.
if you set it up on your laptop and you get dropped, whoever you already have up on panel, they can keep running without you. Like the stream stays up because it's through the StreamYard, but like through the internet on my computer, like my internet here at home, it'll drop me off of the StreamYard link. And if I was streaming from my laptop and I got dropped, it's like right now backstage, I see me on 2 cameras, my laptop and my phone. So I'm logged in as a guest just like you are. That way, if I drop
Right
StreamYard
now?
on the laptop, I can, like the camera, this is my phone, but my laptop is also below it. So as long as I'm up on the stream, I mean, remember when Ron used to fall asleep? You can't
Mhm.
like shut the stream down. If everybody left, the stream's still running because it's on StreamYard. It's not on your internet. It's on the
So-
StreamYard server.
How's this gonna work when you're done?
Well, I'm back up now. It just keeps dropping me, and I just reboot it, and it comes right back up. So StreamYard's back up now on my laptop.
Oh,
So
okay.
that way I'm able to see the chat and chat.
Milkmaid, what did
Hey,
you can?
But like here, I'll show you. I'll pull up my laptop
chicken.
camera too.
You say chicken stew, Milkmaid?
See that spinning
chicken.
wheel of death? That spinning wheel of death, that's my laptop camera, and it's not even working.
Oof.
I'll put it in my name. I'm doing chicken.
Nice. And then Ghost, for you, did you do like the pork, like beans and potatoes all together?
Yeah,
Nice.
it's delicious.
It
It's
sounds
my new
delicious.
favorite meal. Well, it's the pulled pork, potatoes, cranberry beans, and then when I made it last week, I dumped it in the pot. I added a can of cream corn to it, and it was just gold. So yeah, I did. I've been working on that all day long. I got 1 load out. The other load is just about ready to come
Oh,
out.
bring a jar. Bring a jar at the meetup, and then all of us can have a spoon.
A spin? All right, I can do that.
I like the idea the Pa had too.
The what?
That EMT
Oh,
dude.
yeah.
I call him Pa.
How's
But like, it would be kind of cool to have that.
Good
Oh.
night, Sherry.
Hey, Mo's over here on the couch asleep. Let me make this big screen. I want to show you guys.
Oh, I
His,
want to see. I love Kid Widdens.
like, it just blows my mind how his hair just, and it happened like literally overnight. It started changing colors. All right, you know.
Watch, Mo's gonna get all pissy because he gets woken up.
Right? He's going to give Ghost the stiletto nail.
Mine is currently like curled up next to me.
Mine are all stuffing their faces right now.
Like all the cats are outdoor cats except for one. He's got gray. Oh, what a cutie.
I want to love that cat down so
Yeah,
bad.
it's red. This is red under here. This is red. See it? The red?
He's
That's a pretty
beautiful.
cat.
The beast.
Kind of, yeah.
Oh my, look at you, handsome baby. Hi,
Look at that
His
white.
eyes are
Is
beautiful.
that crazy? It's like
You
on
should
the
get him a
chest, it's
lion.
red.
You should get him a lion's cut. He would look so badass. I'm just saying, not that I know, anything about that, but my mom has a Maine Coon.
They're beautiful cats, honestly.
Yeah, they are.
He's a beast.
And while he's at it,
While I'm at it.
Oh, and we need to see your shirt, Ghost, because like I keep getting glimpses of it. Here we go. When all else fails, empty the magazine. Excellent.
I've been seriously tempted just to wear my husband's t-shirts just for streams,
You should, Milk. You should.
No, he collected them for a while there. Very nice.
Yum, yum.
So you layered that, yeah? Pretty
Yeah.
much?
Yep.
Yeah, that looks good.
So I did the white beans the other day with the carrots and the onions, but I think I should have gone lighter on the onions because I think that overdid it, looking back. And maybe a tad more salt. Wait, make yourself big. Why not? Looks very good though.
Oh yeah, it does.
So you
Yeah.
just added creamed corn to that, yeah?
When I put it in the pot, I'll add the cream corn to it. I was going to put it in the jar, but I wanted to get as much meat, beans, and potatoes in there as I possibly could.
Makes
And the
sense.
cream corn's canned, so I can just dump it out of the can right into the pot with it when I heat it up.
I mean, after all, it is the meat and potatoes of the thing, so
Right? Calories and protein,
Oh,
man.
And
Yeah.
I wanted to put onions in there too, but I wanted to save the space. So what I did is when I made the bone broth, I put like 2 big ass onions in there with it to get the taste and the flavor of the onions in there with it.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of wasting space putting onions in there.
That makes sense.
Oh, you guys want to hear something crazy? So yesterday I was at Costco
Mm-hmm.
and I bought this big thing of like beef, and it was just like big like thing of cut up beef for stew, right? Literally, I take it out today to cook it up, and it already went bad.
What?
Wait, what?
And it was like packaged yesterday.
Okay,
Back.
define bad.
Like it smelled, and over half the meat was fully brown. And yesterday it was like fully vibrant, like red, like looked perfect. It was literally packaged yesterday, and it was fine.
Huh. I was gonna say the graying, that's just oxidation,
Yeah.
But if it smelled funky,
Yeah,
that's
it kind
a
of had a
sign.
funky smell.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Well, did you contact Costco? Because you could take it back to them and say, "Hey, look."
I would if they weren't like 35 minutes away. We make like a special
Oh,
trip out
yeah.
there just like to go.
You got me all paranoid. I just went to Costco today and I got a bunch of meat.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
no,
worry
so
too badly as long as it doesn't smell dead, you know.
Yeah.
right. That's good to know about the oxidation thing. That's always made me paranoid about that too.
Yeah, the
I
grain
didn't
is
know
no
that.
big a deal. Like it's really honestly only oxidation. I mean, that happens when you can anyhow, you know?
Yeah.
Like if you can food and you don't have a whole lot of fluid and the meat on the top, like it actually oxidizes first. And it's not bad, but it turns a different color, you know?
Flow State, what's going on, my brother? Look at that big pussy.
Hey, you talking
Yeah.
about me or that?
That.
Oh, not shit. I was just about to get in the shower and I was like flipping through my phone, like, what am I going to listen to while I shower? And then I was like, oh shit, I'm going to jump in.
So you skip the shower, huh?
Showering's overrated, anyways.
No, the taters are not much, redneck. Taters hold up really good during the canning process because they were raw when I put them in the
Yeah,
jar.
they do.
They were raw when I put them in the jar. So yeah, like
I've opened up, man, couple of cans of my chicken stew. Had potatoes and celery and shit in it. Oh man,
Mhm.
amazing.
The
I mean,
beef
just
stew I
perfect.
made. The beef stew. Oh, and I use those little creamer potatoes. Oh my gosh.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's right
so
where you want it.
I made a crock pot full of Rotel dip. You know, with the Velveeta cheese, a can of the Rotel with the peppers and onions and
Rodel.
tomatoes, and
Mhm.
And
I
beef
put in
and
a
some
little bit of milk, some butter, a little bit of sour cream. Well, this time I put in a half a log of cream cheese with it. Oh
Oh
wow!
fuck.
yeah,
Oh.
Oh,
yeah.
now you're talking
It
ghost.
took it to a whole nother level.
Now,
Yes.
do I have a question? And actually, my girlfriend and I have been arguing about this. Do potatoes belong in chicken noodle soup?
You can put them in
Ish.
there.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
not the question, though.
do they belong in chicken? That's like asking, do beans go in chili? I mean, it just depends on where you learned how to eat it.
So, I mean, beans definitely go in chili. I just
I
never
Not in
agree.
had
Texas.
I'd never had chicken noodle soup with potatoes until she
I have.
gave it to me, and I was
I
like,
have.
"What in the fuck is going on?"
You
Now
can
hold
buy
on.
it at the store with potatoes in it.
You
Now
can?
hold on.
Yeah.
Now hold on. When I make homemade chicken noodle soup and like everybody's sick here, like mashed potatoes go in the bottom of the bowl and then the chicken noodle soup goes over it.
Oh, that sounds
And
good.
that's
Oh,
that's
yes.
also a different thing.
I need some of that.
I'm talking about
Yeah.
like potatoes like you get in beef stew.
Like, and it's called Hardy Home Style Chicken Noodle Soup I think is what it's called, the one
Yeah.
that I get, and it's
Or
got
you just
potatoes.
skip the noodles
Yeah,
and
it's
just
got
put the potatoes.
yeah.
No, you don't do that. Why would you do that? Then it's just not chicken noodle
There's
soup.
there's just chicken
I'll be right
stew.
back, you guys.
It's chicken soup.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean, yeah,
chicken
I've had
stew
it
is
both
chicken
ways.
stew.
I mean, honestly, like when I'm sick, I just like the chicken broth. I don't give a shit if they're noodle. I'll just take a jar of my bone broth and heat it up and just drink it. That stuff is
Oh,
so good.
Ghost. Yeah, dude. I did
Yes.
my first. I did like after Thanksgiving. I did. What was it 14 quarts of turkey broth, turkey bone broth? So thank you
Mm.
for inspiring that.
Well, for this, what I just did
Oh,
tonight, I
yes.
It's
don't know if
almost all gone already.
you guys weren't here earlier. What I did this morning when I got up is I took the 20 pounds of pulled pork and I put it in the cooker, cooked it. Then I took all the meat off the bones. Well, not all the meat, most of the meat off the bones, and I chopped it up, put it in separate gallon bowls. Then I took the bones from the pulled pork, threw it in a stock pot, celery, onions, carrots, and I made bone broth from the bones that I got the meat off of. And I canned this mixture in the bone broth that I made today.
Nice.
So it's no water. It's the bone broth with the beans, the potatoes. Man, this shit looks good. Like for
Yeah.
real, looks good. I'm hungry. This is
Yeah,
one of the best
no.
meals I ever had.
Yeah, I used the same like kind of recipe that you gave me, Ghost, and
Mhm.
I did it, and my dad was the first one to try a cup of it, and his eyes just lit up, man. He's like, "That is one of the best damn things I ever
Oh,
tasted."
you can't go wrong with bone
Aw.
broth.
Yeah.
You cannot go
Bone
wrong with
broth,
bone broth. And you
I
literally,
literally crave it.
oh yeah, you can literally that's all I season my beans with when I cook beans. I just put a jar of bone broth in there with them. I'm good. It depends on what kind of broth, whether it's ham, beef, chicken, but chicken works for everything. But like if I do pintos, and like even these cranberries, you know, it's pork bone broth. So, ugh,
Mm-hmm.
good stuff. The
People
turkey
don't
bone broth.
realize.
Do what?
I was gonna say people don't realize like bone broth, like just literally simmering bones for 24, 48 hours, whatever. You get so much collagen, minerals, all of that stuff.
It's
Like
literally a
so
meal.
much nutrition.
It's a meal.
So much. Yeah. Like it's what they fed people who were sick, you know? It is so good.
Oh yeah.
I'll take that over coffee any morning.
I'll take one of my jars of bone broth, actually two of my jars of bone broth, and I'll put them in the crock pot, and I'll get a box of the fettuccine noodles and bust it up and throw it in there with it and let it roll for a few hours. And that's the best homemade chicken noodle soup on the planet, son. And if you want to add some chicken to it instead of just the bone broth and the noodles, that's fine. But to me, like
Or
even chicken noodle
rice.
soup, I don't care if there's chicken or vegetables in there at all. I just want the noodles and the broth.
That's what I've been doing. I've been cooking my rice and my homemade broth. It's been amazing.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
and you got to throw some rosemary in there and some oregano,
Dude,
maybe.
Do you eat grits? I know you're in
Ginger,
Ohio.
if you want to feel a little spicy.
Yeah, I eat
You
grits.
know,
They're
like
not too
so
common around
much
here,
stuff.
Dude, the next time you make grits, make it with broth. Put in like, say if you're doing a cup of grits and you do what is it, like a cup, do it 50-50 broth and water. That's a game changer right there. Broth,
I
chicken
think
broth
you
and
have to
grits.
double the water, don't you? Like double or triple it
I think
almost.
it's double water for the grits. I'm not positive. I'm not really
Or
sure.
broth
All I
or
know is
whatever. Yeah.
a couple big honking tablespoons of chicken broth in there when you do it, man, it changes the whole meaning of grits.
Same with rice, same with couscous, all that. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm.
And redneck
Now I'm
preppers,
hungry.
taters with sauerkraut, yes, in some instances, but sauerkraut, pork, and apples is so good.
Let me tell you, one of my favorite meals that we usually eat here at least once a week is we'll get I'll get a big ass head of cabbage and we'll fry the cabbage on the stove with like fat back, either fat back or bacon grease or a hunk of side meat. But then we take a smoked sausage, kielbasa, or the Carolina Red Hots and dice up and slice up that sausage and put in there with it. That's a meal, son.
Oh yes.
You guys give me the munchies.
I just ate a shit ton of food. You're good.
Dude, my dad invented this recipe. We couldn't figure out what one to eat one night, and he grabbed a couple of cans of tomatoes out of the cabinet. They were the basil, garlic, and oregano diced tomatoes that I use for like
The
spaghetti and
Italian.
stuff.
Right.
He took two cans of that, put it in a pot, and then he diced up a kielbasa sausage, put in there with it, and then put a bunch of water and brought it to a boil, made a pot of rice. Let me tell you something. I've got that canned in the basement right now.
I love it.
Oh,
You just
but tell me you
put that
added
over
some
rice.
crushed
It
red
is
pepper, man.
freaking delicious.
Mm.
I like to get creative and just make shit up in the kitchen.
Well, we have to get that way,
Oh yeah,
honestly.
absolutely.
Like, well, I was terrified of cooking when I was growing up because we were like a Chef Boyardee ravioli, you know, spaghetti with the ragu and just the spaghetti noodles kind of people, right?
Right.
Like super, super. And I'm not knocking anybody who does this, right? By the way, not knocking anybody who does this, but I had no imagination beyond a recipe, and I thought a recipe had to be followed exactly. And then I met my mother-in-law, and she completely wrecked all of my rules and said, well, you just add whatever you want, like just make it
Yes.
taste good, you know?
Yeah.
I don't
And
measure anything.
then I realized that it was like an artist, an artistry. Like you just
It really
play
is.
with it.
Yes.
And you can change the palette anytime you want. And when I learned that, man, ooh. And now, well, they don't say this around my mother-in-law, but they kind of whisper to me. They're like, I'm really glad when you make the food because it really tastes even better than mom's. But we can't tell her because she'll get really
No,
pissed.
But that's a huge compliment to you, Milkmaid.
Yeah.
It only took 20 years, but it was one of those things. It was freeing. Like I thought I was constricted,
Right.
Never.
One of the stupidest,
I
easiest
make shitty
recipes
stuff.
that my dad come up with. My dad comes up with this crazy shit. He did it. It's been a couple, 3-4 months ago. He took one of my jars of canned chicken, and he just dumped it out onto a chopping block, and he chopped it up, and he made chicken salad. Some sweet pickle relish, chopped up some celery, some onion, mixed it all together with some mayonnaise and some celery seed, and then we had a box of the butter crackers, the Walmart brand. It's these things right here, the buttery smooth.
Mm-hmm.
That's a meal. Take the cracker, just like a spoon, grab you some chicken salad, and that's it. That's all you eat.
Little dipsy doodle.
We do that twice a week.
And if you're like doing the no carb thing, you can use like cucumbers or celery or whatever else.
Yes.
I can't really do wheat. It's unfortunate, but
Yeah, I'm not a big bread guy, period. I mean, obviously, if I'm eating a sandwich or something, I'll do bread. But I've just never really been like.
oh my god, I love bread.
I don't
I
know.
love
Eat it.
I love it. I love it.
I'm
There
more
is
like the
a
biscuits
really
and
good-
gravy. Biscuits and gravy, obviously, biscuits and sausage gravy. Obviously, if it's a sandwich, if I'm doing things like, there's certain meals that you just need butter bread with. You know what I mean? You grab put your butter on the bread, fold it over and eat it. But like to just eat bread, I've just never really. I'm not a huge bread guy.
I feel you. The point of bread is to hold the meat.
Oh no, but if you make some homemade fucking bread, man.
Oh yeah,
Before I
homemade bread's a
realized we
game
had
changer.
wheat issues.
Like
I
if we're
love
talking Quincy's, the steakhouse with the yeast rolls, I'll eat those fucking things till I explode.
Dude,
Oh my God.
I used to make some killer bread, like sourdough and like just, oh my god, I loved it so much. But then I found out like my whole fucking family is like allergic to wheat or something like that, and it's like shit.
How about I took a recipe off YouTube and I made the cinnamon buns at home.
Come on now.
Oh my
Come
God.
on.
And that takes like 6 hours to make a batch because you got to do the thing, let it rise, mix everything up from scratch.
I love making
those
kind of rolls.
Those fucking things are delicious, like beyond good. It's like, oh my God.
Cinnamon
The
rolls
double
are a different story
rises.
than like most bread products.
I love doing them with like caramel and pecans on the bottom. Oh my gosh.
Oh, just give me butter and salt, man.
I mean, I went out and bought me a rolling pin and everything. I was like this professional baker for about 3 weeks. And I'm like, this way too much fucking work.
I would have paid to see you in the kitchen doing that with a little apron on, the whole 9 yards.
Little apron, high heels, and
never did the apron. I just did the whole roly-poly thing, and I did the whole yeast. You got to mix your yeast up, make sure it rises the right way. And I had a couple that didn't. I had to start over. But yeah, It takes like hours. It's like a multi-hour, multi-stage process making those fucking rolls.
I went to the Amish stores and I bought like the rye flour and like, oh my gosh, yeah.
Where did our master baker go? I know she has to be lurking.
Oh,
she's probably masturbating.
She said she was getting dinner ready, so.
Oh, and I made donuts one time. I remember I learned that in high school. I took home economics. I took home economics in high school just so I could hang out with the girls, and I ended up loving cooking. But we had the donut machine. You put the dough in there, and you mash the button, and it pops the donut out into the oil. I didn't have one of those at home, but after I did the Cinnabons, I wanted to make donuts. So I made the donuts, the glazed donuts, and I made the glaze myself. You know, the powdered sugar and all that good stuff.
I love
Those are
making
pretty
apple
fun.
fritters.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
did
Lady
apple.
Smith,
I did.
I'm there with you.
What'd you say?
I have a theory about the wheat troubles.
Oh yeah, right. I tell you what, man.
Yeah.
This whole thing with that fucking bomb up in Ohio where JR is with the fucking chemicals and shit. Dude, if I lived in that town, I would literally have to be in jail right now because motherfuckers are gonna get hurt. I mean, they
Oh,
don't give a
absolutely.
fuck. They don't give a fuck
JR,
about anybody.
I'm
And I mean,
nowhere close to it, but yeah.
that watershed drains
okay, good.
directly into the Mississippi River and runs
Yeah.
through the heartland of the entire United States of America.
Yeah, that really bugged me when I started looking into that a little bit more because I was like, okay, so I am like very us, you know,
Right.
but there's another side of me that is extremely protective of the ecology, right?
Yeah.
You know, I am cognizant of how important that is, you know.
And the only
And
thing
when
I
I look
saw,
at that, I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh,
Nobody's
it's
paying
so
attention to
important.
this.
yeah,
FEMA is blowing it off. The EPA is blowing it off. Biden saying it's no big deal. And I'm like, what in
Greta.
the hell, you guys? Like, this is our livelihood.
like
Literally.
the weird part about it is like those are apparently heavy chemicals and they're literally sinking to the bottom of the riverbed, stream bed because you got to scrape a stick across it to get it to rise up.
I
So
seen
that
that.
may actually be the only plus out of this thing, you know, that it's all sinking to the bottom. The problem is it's got to go somewhere. But
Yeah,
if
it'll
it's
be
sinking to the
sucked up.
bottom, you know, it's like you can dump a spoonful of mud or dirt into a glass of water and stir it up, and it sinks to the bottom, and you got clean water on the top. That's the only maybe positive I'm seeing out of this, but it's like none of it makes sense. It's like
I don't know if it
nobody
acts like lead, but like you don't harvest medicinal plants along a highway that was built pretty much, or a driveway or anything else like that before we moved to unleaded gas
right,
because lead does not fucking move. Like
right,
it gets taken up in the plant, it's processed through the plant, and then as the plant dies, it redeposits on the soil. Like that happens over and over and over again. So what does this do? Like, and
So
how it's moving through everything.
how I've come to learn how it understands how it understands it works. So so a lot of it, like, it's in the ground, it's in the soil around that area, and they
Hmm.
find that a lot of times when they test the air, it'll show up, very little signs of the specific, whatever they're looking for, the levels they're looking for. But then, like, when a train or something goes by with any weight that sends those vibrations through the ground, it comes up and it's like massive amounts into the air. So I'd have to imagine
Hmm.
the same thing with the rivers and whatnot when the boats go across it, or the barges or whatever.
And
The
the
yeah,
engines
sticks
from
or the
that
yeah.
would
rocks.
I mean,
bring stuff back up.
it's literally acting like radioactive nuclear fallout.
Yeah.
Huh.
You know, it's
Yeah.
like
Oh yeah, dude. If people try to stay there, dude, there's no doubt they're going to fucking have cancer. Like, no doubt. Like, they'd have to get out like
it's too
yesterday,
late.
like
Yeah,
2 weeks
it's too
ago.
late. Yeah, it's too
Yes,
late. If they were there for 72 hours, I mean, the damage is done.
I've been
Dude,
reading a bunch of stories where families like just like stayed in place for like 2-3 days at least.
It's done. I mean, the
well,
damage is done.
I've heard of people that live within that area, like that have kind of like second or third degree connections to me, you know? And they're like, I really feel like we should get out of this place. And other people kind of like moving them
Yeah,
away from that.
it's fucking
Because,
ridiculous, man. It's ridiculous.
like, if I lived there, I would be really freaking concerned.
And
And
they turned down. The federal government said no to aid, but yet we'll send a few more $1 trillion to Ukraine.
Right.
of course, you know,
So
because
a
why not
chemical
launder a
nuclear
little bit more?
bomb just basically went off in the Mississippi River, Ohio River Valley watershed.
Hmm.
And yeah, we're not going to help. No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal. To answer Lady Smith's question, I didn't notice any haze over here, and I mean, I was out relatively
Oh,
often too. I didn't notice any
stop
haze over
cooking.
here or anything like that.
Crazy stuff,
It does
man.
concern
It is.
me.
It is. Oh no, dude. That was like a lot of times I just take things in stride. Like whatever, man. Like I'm chilling. Like I don't care if the world's falling apart around me. I'm always chilling. But like I heard this, I went, oh, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm getting me an extra 10 gallons of fresh water.
Yeah.
Well, the wild thing is like, you know how like people shit on like people who go against like say pipelines, right? We need our fossil fuels, etc., all of
Yeah.
that stuff. Well, where I live, several years ago, there was a push for a pipeline to come through. It was new technology for the pipelines, etc. It was going to like help everybody and blah 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 and all this stuff. But the more that you dug, and these, it was really weird because it was the left aligning with the right on this one, which was really strange. But everybody was saying, this doesn't make sense. Like, this is only to start exporting natural gas. Like, this doesn't actually affect everybody. But the narrative was that, well, we're going to be like energy independent and all of that stuff. And when I started looking into it more, I was like, holy shit, this is really bad. And this is one area that both sides could actually align on, and they did, and they actually stopped it. It was the Atlantic Coast Pipeline, right? Which some people will get pissed off me saying this, but when I looked into it, like really looked into it, I was like, oh my God, they're really actually trying to pull this off. And it is pretty, it's like, I don't know how to explain it, but it was so bad that it was going to hurt everybody along there, and it was only the poor people, like the people in East Palestine, that
Yeah.
kind of thing. And they
Yeah.
purposefully chose that route because it would save them money, and the people there, they thought couldn't fight it, and they actually fought it and won. All the farmers, all the regenerative ag people, like all the traditionally right-wing people, they were all like, fuck no, you're not going to do this. You're not going to take our land and do all this stuff.
Mhm.
It was just really interesting to see people actually like combining together, which you wouldn't normally see. And even my uncle, I argued with him because he worked for another department. He was working for a State Department. And he was like, oh, well, yeah, it seems like they're on the up and up. And I was like, but do you really think they are? And he was like, well, on the down low. He's like, no, not really.
No, not
And,
really.
and I said, well, there's your clue, buddy.
Here's your sign.
And
That's
and that's
funny.
not something that most people on our side of the fence would actually defend. But in my opinion, like it was going through our land, like it would have killed our well, you know?
No, if you find something like that you can actually like, oh, this might be a good thing, dive deep into that bitch because they could be doing, all the things that, it's like, we put it, nice up front, but what's happening like actually on the back end.
Well, you dig down and you're like, the corporation that's supporting this is all like, oh, yay, we're going to be doing this. This is so great for everybody. And then you find out that all the studies that they're finding, the need for that is actually all of their subsidiaries, and it's just based on projective numbers. Like, then you start to see all the corruption there. I mean, corruption is across the board. It's a
Oh,
uniparty.
absolutely. 110%. Sophia, I got a question. Is that a big mug or your hand's just really small?
I have little hands, JR. Like, I'm 5'3". What do you want? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that mug's like the size of your face.
I have little or I have
Big
little
mug.
hands. Damn it.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled content.
Sorry.
So no, Milkmaid. What's no, I'm the one that went off track. So what else is wrong with our government?
Fucking everything.
Oh, fucking everything.
I was gonna say.
Right? Absolutely. No, I hope I forget what the company that owned the train or whatever. Norfolk something. But anyhow, I hope big ass fucking class action lawsuit comes against them, they get their asses bankrupt.
Well, you know what was interesting was this morning, you know, I haven't been on YouTube that much, right? I've been fucking busy, right? But this morning something came across my feed and I happened to click on it by accident. And it was talking about, it was basically predictive programming. But the one thing that was very interesting to me was there was predictive programming regarding the train crash and like a chemical spill and that kind of thing. And I can't remember. If I find the link, I'll send it to you. I could probably find it in my, like, you know, how you have like the history.
Yeah.
But the video itself was interesting. You know, I always take everything with a grain of salt when I watch it. Always. Like, I don't care how much I agree with it. I'm going to probably disagree with it slightly when I watch it. I just don't fucking take things at face value anymore. But I thought it was really interesting because it was showing, it was some show or something like that that showed in Ohio a chemical spill based on a train crash, and it was in the last year, I want to say.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. What the fuck?
White noise.
Yeah,
Yep.
white noise.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. They were fucking talking about that on Joe Rogan podcast the other day.
Yeah.
Fuck,
Well,
good guess on there.
Isn't
Yeah.
that wild though? Like,
Yeah,
if you look
yeah.
at it, it was like, what is the canary bird or whatever that was about the pandemic?
Yeah.
Canary in the coal mine.
Not that. It was like a show.
Oh.
Quiet
Talking
Place?
about-
No,
oh.
yeah, the
Something
Quiet
with a
Place.
bird.
I know what he's talking about, but I can't remember the name.
I don't know. Oh,
But it's those kind of things. Like
the
even
Canary Box? No.
Bird Box.
Bird Box. Yeah, the Bird Box. Wasn't
Bird
it?
Box.
Nobody
It's
thinks that
something
sounds
different.
right.
Yeah, it's
I have no
something
idea.
similar though.
You know what I think it is? It's just a theory. I have no actual
Bird
evidence.
Song. Bird Song, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe something song.
I don't
But I think
we
that
don't
they're
know.
I think they're obscuring legal liability from people who got the, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, the whole idea with predictive programming was that people who are pushing, and sorry, I'm shivering because it's so fucking cold out here. But the idea is that you actually say what you're going to do, right? And if the public just views it as entertainment or not real because it's in the entertainment area, that's acceptance.
It still puts it in their brain.
Right.
Yeah.
Predictive
Well, then
programming.
if they don't, if they then view it as I guess predictive programming and think that all these things are intentional, that's called revelation of the method, and it also helps them because it makes them look more sort of all powerful.
And what's the word? It's not absolute. Absolved from guilt because you have acquiesced.
Well, and the crazy thing is that when Pete Buddha Butt Pig said fucking that there's like 1,000 train derailments a year, he wasn't lying. Like, that's an actual statistic
I'm
in
sure.
America. Like, that's crazy.
But
And
I
the same
mean,
thing with
train,
semis.
y'all hear it occasionally.
There's not. Yeah. There's probably 1,000 a year, but there's not 1,000 a year where multi.
Hazardous.
Yeah, and it depends on how they classify them. Like when you see mass shooting statistics, but a mass shooting is anything where 2 people or more got shot.
Exactly.
I mean, technically, a train derailing means like one fucking wheel hopped off the track. I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't mean that
Like,
it's
hello, Chicago. Hello, any railroad. Yeah.
Did y'all see those tracks? Did you guys see pictures of those tracks in Ohio?
Yeah.
No.
Like it was like it had gotten all rumpled up like a damn, I don't know, accordion.
That's
That's
strange.
crazy. That
Who's
almost sounds like
screaming in the
sabotage.
background?
I live near a train track, right? And I've watched the train crews all the time, you know, and they are meticulous with those tracks, you know. But I'm in Virginia. We're kind of close to not close, but like DC is not that far away. A lot of military bases, that kind of thing, you know. So I'm sure that they take a little more care there.
I
But
bet you if somebody Googled the National Guard Armory near where this thing happened, they're probably that line of railway that they just detonated. It's probably not one of the railheads that the National Guard uses to move troops and equipment. Because anywhere that you've got a National Guard armory and a railhead, those tracks are fucking immaculate. Like those things are up to par. I mean, it's like even where I live out here in the middle of freaking nowhere, less than 5,000 people live in this town. Our train tracks are squared away. They're actually replacing the ties right now on several sections. They're level, they're straight, they're gorgeous. But we got a huge National Guard armory here, engineer battalion, and so that's some heavy equipment. And these tracks are in great shape. But I bet if it's not a section of track that the National Guard or the military would use to get from a point A to a point B, they're probably in disrepair. I mean, if it's mainly just
mentioned
cargo, they don't care.
mention that particular area is 70% red.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, I saw it was a meme, but I saw, so you had the one in Ohio, you had the one in South Carolina, and then you had one in Texas, and like what the map was overall was like kind of like the rate of kind of jabbed and not jabbed in America, and you had it in this kind of like the little triangle that it formed, like a bunch of people that just didn't, like, it was like pretty low, like jab rate, as it were, a little bit down the
The
rabbit hole, but
disturbing the disturbing part is that there will be, in my opinion, in Minecraft, there will be these accidents that happen in places that tend to not be so subservient.
oh yeah, for sure.
And unfortunately, like, that will affect any of us who think that way, like
Yep.
want to be free in any sort of way.
Yeah.
Can you guys see yeah, that's not coming through at all. Never mind. I'll try to email it to myself and screen share, but it's a map of all the explosions, chemical leaks, and fires in the last month.
Man, dude, it's
Oh,
crazy.
really?
Yeah, I'll email it to myself and then pull it up.
I know there's been at least 5 that I know of.
Yoda.
I agree.
100%.
Grumpy. I mean, Yoda, yeah.
Well, and like during all this stuff happening, there's all these things happening behind the scenes. Like you got the CDC putting the jab on the list of regular immunizations for children now for school. For school.
Which is BS because they just dropped the DoD mandate.
Yeah, but here goes.
They totally fucked my entire family over with that one, by the way.
Oh, I
like
bet.
we fought and fought and fought and fought, and guess what? We just got screwed again.
Yep.
Well, maybe you should trust the experts, Kay.
No.
No.
I love that laugh.
I mean, it's so funny, like literally the way that everything's working. I mean, honestly, it's like Dr. Fauci got a new job driving trains. You know what I mean? Like his new job.
He's a new transportation guru.
Yeah, he's the new head of transportation and chemicals. He knows all about chemicals. That's why the air is safe to breathe. You're good to go. Don't worry about it. Really, come down here and tell me that in person.
Dude, I saw a TikTok thing that somebody posted with this entirely stupid blue-haired tween thingy person talking about it, and she had more truth spitting out of her mouth than any mainstream media.
That's a
because
scary
she was
thought.
directly tied to that town, and she was like, "This is wrong. Why are they covering it up? Blah 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 blah." And I thought, yeah, wake
And
the fuck up.
No,
And
they
there's-
covered it up 2 weeks before they reported it.
Yeah. And there's nobody
This is-
coming to help these people. There's nobody coming to do anything. They're wanting the railways to take care of it. How many years is that going to take? How many years is that going to take?
Never.
Well, I mean,
It won't matter how many years, those people are fucked.
well, I mean, every single section of metal that was fatigued from that fire has got to be replaced. You know, all the ties have to be replaced. You know, it's
Well, yeah, that's the logistics, but what
Yeah.
about the damage that was already done?
they're not
You
going to
know?
fucking. I mean, come on, did they fix the water? And where is that? The water in Detroit somewhere? in
All that
Michigan?
water.
And
That-
FEMA's not sending any aid, so they're not. That's going to be a ghost town.
The environmentalist threw shit fits forever about the Chesapeake Bay, right?
Holy shit! You just said something, Jr. That just set off a fucking thing in my.
And he's gone.
Oh, what did he
YouTube's like, he's
say?
too dangerous.
What did you say to him?
I just said FEMA is not
Start-
giving any aid, so it's going to become a ghost
One
town.
starts with U and the other one starts with N. So, oh my God.
Yeah.
Now you're talking about a backdoor way to put blue helmets on the street.
Wait, so you went out there for a minute, Ghost. Say that again.
Well, if the government's not sending help and people are hurting, it's a humanitarian situation. Isn't
Oh man, that's bad.
aren't they obligated?
I don't know.
I mean, if there's crimes of racism, yeah, because
Well,
Biden signed that.
I'm talking about the U and
We
the
know.
letter that comes after M.
Yeah.
Aren't they obligated in a humanitarian situation? Aren't they obligated to act?
Since when
Yeah.
have they ever acted out of obligation?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't help.
Now it would
Mississippi
be
or Kentucky or-
obligation, but it would be obligation that serves a purpose from the higher ups.
But I mean, they've already
Well,
had
true.
excuses.
Yeah, all they just got to say is the train was racist and the UN come in no problem.
Right.
Because
I know,
like,
right?
because Biden literally signed that, like, where
Maybe
they can
it
come
was
in to investigate crimes of racial discrimination and stuff.
Dude,
Which is
they're-
bullshit.
they're-
I mean,
Yeah. This,
here's my thing. I am not anyway that way,
the
right?
term racist, I mean, if somebody is using the word racist 9 out of 10 times, they're the racist.
Yeah,
Stop fucking talking about it
Projection.
and going about your business.
absolutely.
You know,
Why am
Spike-
I about the
Spike
individual?
Lee, shut the fuck up, Spike Lee.
It's
Shut
like, why
the-
are all the white people getting offended? You know, like, what's
I
going
mean,
on with
everybody talks about white privilege. What about black privilege?
What's everybody's least favorite race? You go first.
that?
I'm multiracial,
The
so I
human
don't,
race?
you know, I don't. I'm
Exactly.
multiracial, so it's
Thank
like
you, Milkmaid.
it's like what the fuck, you know?
Hey,
why?
Ghost, I threw that screen share up down there if you want to throw it on.
Where's it at? Oh, I got it. Hang on. Well,
Sophia,
actually,
did you see anything out by you? Like when this train shit happened?
I posted a short yesterday, JR. We had like dark blue clouds. And like if you
Oh,
tilted your
shit.
head
I saw
to the
that,
side and
Sophia.
looked, if you tilted your head to the side and looked up at the sky, you could see like rainbow iridescence, like oily on the bottom of the clouds. And all the clouds were like flat bottomed.
Can you see it at all, or do I need to, like, I don't know, try it again?
I can see it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, we can see it. Dang, that's
Sophia,
crazy.
I did see that short that you did, actually.
It was weird, Milkmaid.
Stay inside.
I mean,
you know?
I've seen that
Shit.
color before, but like that was definitely different.
I've seen other videos like that though too.
It's messed up, man. This
So
whole
I don't know what the common denominator between these locations is. I mean,
chaos.
I can't find one.
Chaos.
Chaos.
No, those are all the train derailments.
These
Yeah,
are all
I'm
the
saying-
chemical leaks, explosions, and fires in
Right,
the
it's
last
just-
month.
It's just a controlled demolition of infrastructure. I mean, you can't look in one direction. It's all around. It's chaos.
Mhm.
Well,
I mean,
it's controlled chaos.
if it wasn't for the fact that I had family here, I wouldn't have, I would have packed up and left a long time ago. I'd go somewhere in the southern hemisphere and find me a spot, build me a hut, call that my land where you ain't got to pay taxes and all that good stuff, and just
Are there places like that
yeah, oh yeah,
Dude, why do
absolutely.
you think that I want
where
to
you
go
don't
to
have to
certain
pay
places?
taxes?
Dude,
Where?
America is like you literally buy your home and you buy your land and you still have to pay taxes. If
Oh, I
I
know,
own
it's
the
insane, and
thing,
you have to pay tax on. And you know what? There's a section in the tax code that says that you're supposed to pay taxes on any money you get through illegal activities. What the
Right.
fuck am I going to do that for?
dude, there's a death tax. How can you tax somebody's inheritance? It's money that somebody already paid taxes on.
I'm
Your
surprised we
relative
don't have
The
a
already
VAT
three
paid
yet.
taxes on
E's.
that money in their savings account. They died and they give it to you, and you got to pay taxes on it. No, taxes have already been paid.
It's the 3 E's: economy, ecology, and equity.
Dude, I would so straight go
Those
to the
are the
nearest,
things that they're pushing.
straight go to the nearest rainforest, like Panama. I love
There-
Panama, by the
There's
way.
a lot of like scary
look
bugs
nice.
and shit down there.
I knew he was going to say Panama.
They are scary, but they're the cool thing about the bugs in Panama, they're so fucking big. They don't sneak up on you like the ones here. You can hear them coming a long way off.
Like
They're like
spiders?
guinea
Sure, I
pigs.
can hear mosquitoes.
Spiders?
The mosquitoes down there carry small children away. They're fucking massive.
Well,
Like,
our youngest one is 11, so we're good.
but like, I would so totally fucking Panama, maybe Brazil somewhere. It's out in the middle of fucking. Remember NCIS, the TV show NCIS with Mark
Mhm.
Harmon?
Mhm.
Remember his boss
No.
that retired?
one?
Mark Harmon's boss, the guy that trained him. I can't remember his name, but like when he went to fucking Mexico, man. He built his own hut on the beach somewhere off the grid in fucking Mexico. He's like, fuck the world. Yeah, that's where I want to be, but not on the beach.
Ghost.
Mhm.
Grumpy's comment.
Common denominator is a jet stream can land all the chemicals on the farm. Yeah. Well, actually,
That's the thing. It's all
the
about
jet-
fucking
actually, the-
food, y'all.
the jet streams left to right, so or west to east. So yeah, it'll contaminate the East Coast. It ain't really gonna fuck with the West Coast too much, but
Well, I mean, even in most of the farmland, I mean, the furthest thing into the Midwest was Arkansas. So it's like
Yeah, but-
south and east. It misses a lot of farmland.
yeah, but the thing is, a lot of the farmland draws their water from the Mississippi River and the tributaries.
Exactly.
Watersheds going straight to the Mississippi. All that shit dumps in the Mississippi River. It's already in the Mississippi.
Yeah, Ohio goes into the Mississippi. Like when my husband was back in the Coast Guard, he was like, I can't remember what it was, blah blah blah, Ohio something or other. But like we were in Kentucky and it drained right into the Mississippi, which feeds a lot of things, or a lot of tributaries feed to that.
Like
But
everything.
actually,
west-
if you look at a map of cancer rates, it is all along the Mississippi tributaries, and a lot of that has to do with the farming methods, by the way.
yeah,
We totally fucked up on that one.
big time.
We shouldn't have done
Oh
that.
yeah.
And we should get away from that.
Chemical fertilizers are garbage. When you have animals that can produce all the fertilizer you need, that's why I'm so in love with the rabbits. When you have animals that can produce all the fertilizer you need naturally and not harm you with chemicals made in a lab. what the
Integrative
fuck?
agriculture.
Milkmaid,
Like,
I want
all
you
you have
head
to-
of agriculture at LTF. You know.
TT1 brings up a
Fuck no.
TT1 mentioned 10,000 earlier, and I don't know the context of it, but just if anybody doesn't know, $10,000 is the mandatory reporting cash transaction threshold that a bank has to make a report when they deal with cash transactions over 10,000. Under
You-
10,000, they can
That's like
still
$600.
they still have the option of doing a SAR, suspicious activity report, if you're clearly structuring things. But yeah, 10,000, they have to no matter what.
But now, since Biden did that whole $600 thing, don't
He
you
didn't
think
do
that
that.
It didn't go through.
It got pulled out. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yoda dropping all the good stuff.
Right?
Mhm.
I'm just over it, man. It's just like it's all fucking bullshit. I'm like native, man. We talked about this the other night. 15 or 20 of us go in, buy a couple hundred acres out in the middle of fucking nowhere, South Carolina. Everybody gets 10 acres. You do you, I'll do me. Let's be happy. We watch each other's back and fuck the rest of the bullshit.
Can I ask you something though?
Huh?
With South Carolina, I kind of feel that's so close to the border and heavy pops, like heavy population. Like for me, when I've been looking around, my biggest thing is like Missouri, Arkansas.
Oh, I would love Missouri or Arkansas.
Missouri's the shit.
Yeah. Missouri, like my number one place to go, and the only reason I'd say, well, I wouldn't say number one. I mean, because I'm still worried about Yellowstone. If that motherfucker pops off, it's game over anyway.
No
But-
reason
Well,
to worry
yeah,
about something
totally.
like that that's out of your control.
Yeah, if that pops off,
That's
it doesn't matter
totally
what.
beyond everything.
If that motherfucker pops off and you're in the northern hemisphere, game over. You have a chance if you're in the southern hemisphere, but it ain't great.
Maybe,
But,
yeah.
It's I don't know, like Missouri. I love the idea of Missouri. But if it was me,
Like southern Missouri, anywhere in the Ozarks, that's where I want to be.
yeah, definitely Ozarks. I want to be in the
Where'd
mountains.
Diego
But like anywhere in the country, if Yellowstone wasn't an issue, Montana, Colorado, something with some altitude.
Mm-hmm.
Too cold.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I mean, there's good and bad with that. It's easy to get warm. It's hard as fuck to cool off. That's why I left Florida.
That is true.
That's
And
why
I handle cold better than heat.
Yeah,
I
it's
handle
easy
cold
to
better
get
than
warm.
heat.
It's hard as fuck to get cool. You can't get cool without mechanical.
Once you start sweating, forget it. You're fucked.
Yeah,
Well,
Like,
my
especially I used
family. Sorry.
Go ahead.
You go.
I was gonna say my family's looked at Montana and Wyoming and stuff like that, and my husband actually for a while pushed for like Uber country, like
Yeah.
Upper Peninsula, Michigan, and his theory was it's so fucking hard to survive out there that only survivors are gonna survive.
True.
And I was like, well, I mean, I kind of see your point.
It's like
But
Idaho.
I really don't like the idea that I have like a 0 frost season, you
Right.
know, to grow food.
It's like I
Because
love the idea of Idaho. Idaho is awesome. I mean, when you're north, you got cold, but that's where the greenhouse comes in. But like me, my perfect situation would be an earthship, something partially or totally underground, to
yeah,
where you've got the sustained warmth and the constant temperature of the earth, even in Canada, Idaho, it doesn't matter. Do like a 50-50 earthship on top and then underground area where you've got sustained temperatures, you've got access to water, you can have an inside wellhead, do your aquaponics, your hydroponics, all that good stuff. If you've not watched any videos on earthships, that shit, it completely
oh
informed
my
me for like
god.
6 months. That was all I was about for like 6 months. That is the coolest. That is literally the coolest, most awesome thing I have ever seen in my entire
Earthship?
fucking
I've never
life.
even heard that
Oh
phrase.
man.
Dude,
I looked at
it
this
will
property.
blow you the fuck away. There's like an entire community. It's in Arizona, I believe, right, Milkmaid? Arizona, somewhere out in Arizona, the desert.
Yeah, out in the desert somewhere. I mean,
They
it's
live in
impressive.
They live in earthships and they're completely off grid and they're happy as fuck. The houses are nice and cool. They got water. They have their own rainwater catchment system. They do the gray water thing. They got the plants going. It's like a completely sustainable living unit. Like the front of the house is all glass and that's a greenhouse and it's in the house. It literally, you're living in the fucking garden.
Dude, I looked at this one property out in eastern Tennessee, right? I was totally in love. It was plenty of property, plenty of growing area, all of that stuff. And the house, oh, it was like those earth ships, like just
They're just
built
badass.
the same way. Like they're just so beautiful. Like I don't care if people think
build
that's
the
weird,
house
but like
out of-
I
out of-
totally thought it was gorgeous. It
They
was
build
like
the house out of
$500,000.
used tire, $500,000. Wow. They build the house out of used tires, earth mounds, cans, bottles, mud. It's just fucking dude. But when you look
But
at
it doesn't look like trash.
No, these things are literally on Airbnb. People are paying thousands of dollars a night to go stay there.
What? I could build one of those in the backyard.
Yeah.
Like,
It's fucking
welcome to the Tire
nuts.
Palace.
It's nuts. And like right now, they're really big in New Zealand. Like they're building the fuck out of them in New Zealand and Australia. And like you're completely off fucking grid. I mean, you've got your solar panels. In Arizona, they're doing it with no air conditioning, bro, and they're keeping the houses at like 72 degrees constant year round with no AC, no heat, no nothing. It just comes from the sun hitting the front of the house, warming up the terracotta floors and the mud walls, and then the heat it soaks into the tires and the walls, and then it radiates the heat back at night. But all the bedrooms have this this ventilation pipe that goes through a huge earthworks out back, and obviously hot air rises, so there's a vent at the top of the house, so the hot air is going out and it's pulling the cool air in from the desert, but the air's not cool when it leaves the desert, but the air goes through the pipes in this cold ass mound of earth, so it literally cools the air off before it gets to the bedroom. Dude, earth ships, I'm telling you, it will blow your fucking mind. It's crazy as shit.
Well, I mean, there's no way that they got terracotta floors out of the trash.
No, it's not terracotta. It's like this Adobe. Is it Adobe? Is that right? Adobe?
Potentially, yeah.
Something, but
I mean, look at your comments, by the way. There's some good freaking comments in there.
Yankees talking about the one in New Mexico.
Yeah, that's the one, the giant Earthship community. Yep. There's like
Militant, Yoda.
There's
all
like
of them.
2-3 hour specials all up on YouTube where they've done all kinds of crazy reports on this. Like there's a college course at some places out there where the kids will go and they will intern, and their internship is building an Earthship for somebody else.
That sounds like so much fun.
Yeah.
I would go back to college if that was it.
It's like the Peace Corps from Planet Awesome.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the
I mean, honestly, what we need to do as a people is to start to think in these outside of the box ways.
Right.
Because as our society moves forward in its crazy way, we need to be like drawing farther and farther away from that, in my opinion.
Dollar.
Right.
I think we need to get far away from the dollar.
All of it. Like the dependency
but
is our biggest golden handcuff.
I agree.
Yeah.
But the dollar is the anchor.
Grandma Merkel's seen it. There's a guy in Canada. He's growing citrus. He's got orange trees and lemon trees and lime in the Earthship. Snow outside.
Sepp Holzer in Austria, right? He wrote, I can't remember the name of his book, but like he in Austria has been fighting against all of that kind of shit, right? And he can grow citrus in the Alps, the Austrian Alps, using techniques with like microclimates and structures, not high tech stuff either. Like he can do all this stuff, and he's gotten around so many of their things. Like they have tried to shut him down so many times, and he has beat them by using like tourism or whatever. Yeah. Like people can tour his place and harvest his stuff, and that kind of thing. But like people have been working at this across the globe, honestly. I'm never going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. Call me a hippie, call me any of that stuff, but like I will work with anybody to get to that point where you don't have to be dependent on somebody else for your survival. You know what I mean?
There's another man and woman couple, and they're in the desert too, in America, Arizona, I think, New Mexico, something. They're out in the middle of, when I say in the middle of nowhere, bro, there's like fucking nothing. It's just dirt and sand. They're in the fucking desert. There's tumbleweeds, dirt and sand, and they've got their house that they built. And I think this area gets like an inch of water a year, like of rain the entire year. They have their own, they get their own water from these couple times that it rains a year. But like their entire roof is water catchment. And then he set up water catchment areas on his property where he just has a low, I mean, it's like the high end is like 6 feet off the ground. The low end's like 2 feet off the ground. And he's got all these faux roofs laying around his property that are collecting water, and it's all going to his underground system.
Oh,
And then he's got
I
like this,
know this
saw
guy.
that? Him and his
Yeah,
wife are
okay.
awesome.
I can't remember his name. He's like this really square-jawed guy, right?
Right. Well, he's planted citrus in the fucking desert and trees. What he did is when the rain comes, he's got the way he planted these trees, he's got all these ditches and stuff formed in the dirt where the water runs to the tree area. And it's like it blows my mind that this stuff can survive on this little bit of water. But the way he mapped this thing out, like it only rains an inch of what a rain a year, but he's got so much square footage collecting the water off of his property that him and his
So
wife,
he can retain it.
they go all year without having to order any water or anything in. They just have these massive, like 5, 10, 15, 20,000 gallon cisterns that are just
I mean,
crazy.
I went to Arizona for my daughter's AIT, and I remember like we were flying, right? So you fly across the country, you see all this green stuff that you're flying across, and then all of a sudden it becomes brown, and all you see is like these little like canyons of green that come off the mountains, which I guess are where the water collects. And then, I looked at the ground when I was there, and I was like, how? Because we went to Tombstone, the famous Tombstone, and I was like, how the fuck did these people live? Like, how do they even graze their horses?
Right.
Like, horses take like a serious amount of input as far as like hay or grass or whatever. And I'm looking at all of that, and I'm thinking, how did they even manage? And yeah, maybe they did something like that, but it just blew my mind.
I think way back then, like before the Dust Bowl era, I think it was a little bit more arid and there was more stuff growing. I think after what was in the 30s,
Potentially,
40s,
yeah.
and 30s, when the
It was
Dust
during the
Bowl came,
Depression, yeah.
I think
Oh
that
man, Amazon
really
has a great
changed
series on.
everything. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
But now,
Yeah.
Redneck Prepper says, but Earthships don't work everywhere? Question mark. As far as I know of, I don't know anywhere on the planet where Earthship wouldn't work because it functions.
Yeah.
As long as you're getting sunlight, I mean, you're going to get heat from the sun. And if I'm now granted an Earthship in the, the far extreme northern part of Alaska in, where you're getting, 3 months out of the year with no sunlight at all. Yeah, it's probably not going to work great, but it's going to work better than just a mud hut out there or a tent. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think there's really anywhere on the planet that it won't work if you can literally survive there.
Well, building materials do matter. I remember watching like cob buildings and stuff like that. Like there are certain areas that kind like different, like for example, if you build a log home in the South, good fucking luck keeping that thing straight because the insects there will eat through your wood and all of that stuff. Log homes were made for like northern climates where the bugs died,
Right.
So there are different types of climates that handle different types of building structures, basically.
I mean, the last thing you'd want in some place that's humid as shit like Florida is a log cabin. I mean,
right. Or even like during a rainy season, a mud hut.
Right.
That's not really going to manage there.
Yeah, microwave oven. That's why most of the houses down there, I mean, the walls were great big, huge open windows where the air can blow through freely and, all that stuff. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. The whole concept of an Earthship is just, to me, the most incredible thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like
I fucking love it.
I watch the show, my mouth is wide open. I'm going, what the fuck? Really?
The curved walls and the beer can or beer bottle walls, like
it blows my
mind.
Dude,
I was having a conversation with this the other night with somebody else, and we're talking about like if you ever had a compound or something like that, and you just needed to build like a thermal wall of some kind around either like a Connex or something like that. Everybody has beer. Everybody grabs some mud. We slap it around the beer bottles and we build a wall. Like that would be cool.
I mean,
Friday night.
You're talking about an earth firm wall made of tires packed with earth. I mean, it's solid. It's a thermal barrier. It retains heat. It's going to radiate heat all night long when it's cold. It's fucking bulletproof. You know what I mean? That's like legit hardcore. Like a perfect world, my compound would be an Earthship above ground, and then I would have levels going down and under. You know what I mean?
Can we have a cave or two? I'd like a
Absolutely. We
cave
got
or
to have a
two.
couple of exits. You know what I mean?
I would love to live underground.
Absolutely. But like the
I don't
Earth
think I'd love to live underground, but I'd love to have that option. You
Yeah.
know, like if you ever needed to get out of radar,
Yeah.
that is a good option. As long, again, like what you were saying, Sophia, with several.
Look at Roots dropping the link to the document about Earthships.
And I'm down for caves, Milk. So down for caves.
Oh, speaking of
Yeah.
which, not to change the subject, but have you guys seen the documentary on the cave structure they found in Vietnam?
No.
Mm-mm.
Unfreaking believable. There's this massive, huge underground cave structure with a gaping hole at the top. It goes down like hundreds and hundreds of feet. There are
I've seen that. I know what you're talking about.
There are species of trees and animals down there that have never been documented or seen before. It's this,
Hey, what?
it's got its own tropical rainforest like under fucking ground, like several hundred feet underground. It's massive. It's in Vietnam. It's crazy. It's like,
Okay, I gotta see this. You
Right.
gotta text me it
Yeah.
or something.
like I saw it two or three nights ago. It's just like this massive, I can't remember the name of the cave, but I know it's in Vietnam. And it's just like right now, the doctors and scientists are going through there trying
Oh
to.
my gosh, here it is.
Yeah, it's fucking beautiful. I would
Can
move
you
there.
post a link?
Yes, hold on.
It is
Well,
crazy.
Don't kill the live chat or whatever, so I can come back and see it tomorrow because I can't do it while I'm.
I don't know
on
how
this
to
thing.
kill the live chat. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh well, then don't worry about it.
I just hit go. I don't like do any settings or I don't know how to do that.
There it
yeah,
is
a lot
in
of
chat.
times- a
When
lot
it
of times
pops up,
does
I'll
take-
see it.
It does take time for the live chat to render. So if you go back tomorrow too quickly and the chat's not available on replay, come back later.
It is
Yeah,
the
I've noticed
largest-
that. It's funny though because some actually you can, like if you're a creator and it's your
Son-
live stream, you can
son-
actually kill the chat.
Yeah, you can.
Sun Dong Cave. Yeah, it's
It is
crazy.
gorgeous. Oh my gosh.
Am I lying or what? This thing
It is the
I would-
largest cave passage in the world.
It is fucking massive. It has its
Besides
own.
your mom.
It has its own ecosystem. It has its own biome. It's completely self-sustaining. It is fucking badass.
Oh my gosh.
They're finding like different species of animals that we've never seen before, trees and shrubs and stuff that we don't know anything about, or variations of what we have up here.
Like the center of the earth type.
Yes, that's what it reminded me of when I saw the video. It's like, what the hell? But it's crazy.
You know, it's really funny that the last couple of years have made me truly doubt a lot of the things that I thought were impossible.
Right?
Hang Son Dong. Everybody's posting the link. Yep. Hang Son Dong. But it's fucking gorgeous.
Have to
Like
check that
in
out.
a true shift situation, I am there. Like it's like, dude, if I lived in Vietnam right now and I lived close to that cave, I got a grin on my face and my cock as hard as a rock. I don't give a shit. If somebody says the missiles are in the air, if they're saying the missiles are in the air, I know where I'm going. You know, I'm like, I'm in the cave.
Look at Pa being all like with all the you know what I mean, accents and shit.
A flourishing jungle which grows 200 meters below ground level.
200 meters. That's 600 feet.
Well, we have buried civilizations. How strange would it be that we would have an ecology below the surface? You know?
It's just crazy. I mean, you're talking below ground. So you've got thermal stability. You've got a temperature that never changes. I mean, you're not gonna have a winter, spring, summer, or fall. It's just gonna be pleasant the entire time.
That would be kind of nice. Although, honestly,
I'm not gonna lie here for a
I like
second.
seasons.
I do like seasons because it makes me appreciate things more.
Yes. Yes.
Like if you're frozen, you really do appreciate those hot days sometimes.
Oh yeah, I like the seasons.
And then when you're hot,
Yeah.
you really appreciate the cold days, you know?
You like a little pain with your pleasure.
Yeah,
Right.
pretty much.
But like, I mean, that's like one of the cool things about having a basement. It's like it doesn't matter what time of the year I go in my basement; it's the exact same temperature. Winter, spring, summer, fall. It's the
Well,
same.
that's caves. It's all 50 degrees.
Mhm. Well, it's like that one cave structure in
Hey, Lucky.
I think it's northwestern Florida. I think it's what I think we talked about it before. The Devil's Pit, the Devil's Swim Hole, or something. It's this cave that you go down into. They have stairs built into it, but there's this underground swimming hole in Florida. It's called the Devil's something. I can't remember what it's called. But you go down into it. It's got this huge dock that you stand on. It's this crystal clear water in the underground aquifer that people go swimming in. The temperature is like 67 degrees year round. It's like awesome.
That would sound pretty nice. You know, for a while there, we were actually going to expat to Belize. Like, it was a serious consideration.
If I didn't have family, I'd already be gone. And Belize is one of the spots.
Dude, it was so cheap back in like 2010, 2011. Damn, so cheap.
Same thing with Panama. Now Panama is getting more expensive because everybody's fucking moving there. There was somewhere else too. Venezuela was good until it blew up.
Well, then, you know, David the Good, right?
I've heard that
You're
name.
familiar? Okay. So, like, oh, if you guys haven't checked out David the Good, you must, because it's the survival gardener, I think, .com.
Is it a YouTube channel or something?
He does have a YouTube channel. If you look up David the Good, it should throw you there somehow. I've been kind of sort of friends with him for a while, right? Way before I knew you guys. But like he has a blog too, and he talks about gardening kind of like Alabama, Florida, and then he actually expatted with his entire family to Grenada. And he kept that a secret for a very long time. In 2020, though, when all of the COVID stuff hit, he actually, they ended up leaving because their lives were in danger, pretty much.
Lucky Dame
Like,
nailed it. Costa Rica. That's the one I was thinking of.
But the reason that they left there was that if you were not a certain color, you were of higher risk of getting killed, especially if you came from the U.S. So
that's
having
the only
like,
problem.
he had like 8 kids. Like he was like not risking that. So he came back to the States.
It's like in this day and age, everybody
That dude is
hates
so
Americans.
knowledgeable.
It's like everybody hates Americans. So where can you go? I mean, it's like,
Well, and it wasn't just because he was American. It was just, you know, even
Yeah.
though he got along with all of his neighbors and they really, I mean, they roughed it, man. Like they were literally growing their food to survive, you know? And he would play at bars and stuff like that because he's a musician and, you know, stuff like that. But they lived real life.
what's up, Backwoods? Welcome back.
What's up? I had a buddy hit me up, man. He wanted to talk for a little
Hey,
bit.
Rob,
Welcome
we're just
back,
shooting
brother.
shit.
Man, I never pass up. You know, I've always told everybody that has my phone number, man. You can call me anytime. I don't care how late it is. And so I always just make sure, you know what I'm saying? Somebody hits me up this late, just want to make sure they're all right. So went and hung out with them in the backstage for just a little bit.
being a good friend.
Yeah, I mean I mean that to everybody that has my number, you know. I mean, like real talk. The reason I feel so much about that, I mean, like honestly, my cousin back when I was young, my cousin kept trying to hit me up, man. He's like, man, let's go fishing. I want to go fishing with you. And he was about to graduate high school, and he had just got a scholarship, a full football scholarship to Kentucky, University of Kentucky, and college football, you know. And so anyway, he kept hitting me up, man. He's like, man, I want to hang out, man. I need, you know, I want to go fishing with you. And I just kept blowing him off, man. And so he was having troubles with his girlfriend, and he hung himself. And so he died. So, you know, so I always kind of feel some kind of way when someone calls late. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense. That's
I
fucked
mean,
up.
like real
I
talk.
hate to hear that.
Yeah, you never
God,
know.
dude.
You know what I'm saying? You never know when somebody might really need to talk. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
Mhm.
That's all. They just really need to talk. So anybody that has my number, you know, y'all know who y'all are and stuff. You're welcome to call me anytime.
Especially Chevy owners.
Yeah, y'all really need a lot of attention, man.
He
Like I
prefers.
really worry about y'all's mental health, man. You know.
Do Dodge owners count?
No,
As-
we get cut
No,
off.
no,
Yeah,
like
no.
y'all no, the Dodge owners are just in the institution, man. I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, I've got 2 Fords and a Dodge.
definitely
So-
not helping yourself.
I've
Oh,
got 2 Dodges
damn.
and an Audi.
Do you have lithium?
Backwoods, it's good that you were there.
Say that again.
Do you have lithium?
it's all good.
No.
Oh.
No.
No, but anyway.
Got a Chevy and a Cadillac.
See, that's my man. I got a Chevy too, and I just have a Cadillac emblem here, but
I love the Cadillac.
I'm gonna turn my Hyundai into a Cadillac tomorrow. You wait and see.
So jelly of that Cadillac. Like
I love my
Backwoods.
jelly.
Which one?
It
The SDS?
What-
Yeah.
That was a bad bitch. That was a badass bitch. That man, that fucking car was dangerous.
I gotta
Fucking
say we
dangerous.
got a damn Kia Sorento and a Acura
One of those.
and a Ford truck.
What year is the Kia?
It's like 15 model.
You know,
16,
do you know how
18.
easy it is to
Shit, I don't
steal
know.
Kias and Hyundais?
It's my wife's
I'm
car.
just learning about this. You can start a Kia or a Hyundai. You take off like the cover of the ignition, and you can stick in like a USB port.
Hondas are way easier to steal, just saying.
Well,
Huh?
Hondas are way easier to steal than a Kia.
Hondas are. I haven't stolen. I've never stolen a car. My 8th grade girlfriend stole one, a Mustang, and picked me up from her mom's house. That was fun. But
So real
Hondas
quick,
are-
I just want to tell you that because my Acura has a Honda motor, and most
I
people
know.
know that.
I can race
and-
that sumbitch out for you.
And you know, you're over there talking about how to steal my wife's ride. All I'm gonna tell you is, y'all hear that? I have something right here that says that it would be a bad mistake for you to try to steal my shit.
well, I'm not telling you
It's
that
not
because I'm
that
coming
easy
to
to
steal
steal.
it.
Sounded like you were
that's
tapping
just
your cane on the floor, old man.
but you shouldn't be so, you know, a broad stroke of easy to steal, because it's not really that easy to
An
steal.
Acura doesn't have a Honda motor. An Acura is a Honda.
Mhm.
Just like a
And you
Lexus.
can hear a
Whatever.
Honda start
I
anytime.
don't. Do you look? Let me tell y'all something. When it comes to a truck, I'm buying a Ford. All right, because that son of
That's
a
your
bitch
first
classic.
mistake.
And when it comes to just a get around vehicle, I walked up to the car, I looked at it, and he's trying to tell me all this. It's a and it has this and this Honda, and I'm like, man, I don't care. Does it run good? Does it knock? Does it make a sound? I kicked the tires, all that good shit. Drove it. It ran good, and I've been driving it ever since. I don't give a
I
damn.
will say
If
this,
that thing could have been a Toyota, and I wouldn't have cared.
I'm a big fan of American stuff, American-made stuff.
Oi!
These day and age, pretty much
Yup.
nothing's totally made in America. But a Honda, dude, if you take care of that motor, that motherfucker will run forever.
Same
And
with
Whether it's a
Toyotas.
lawnmower,
Same
a
with-
motorcycle, a car, dude, Honda makes fucking everything. If it has an engine of some kind, Honda makes one of them.
Yes.
I've got a mechanic friend, and he works with a lot of different vehicles. And he said, you know what vehicles I don't ever fucking see? Subarus and Toyotas.
I don't like Subarus. I don't know why. There's just some sort of a culture to Subaru ownership that I'm just not into.
If I bought a Subaru,
I get it.
I'd die.
I think it was when they made that Brat, the Subaru Brat, that just turned me off completely. That was like literally the ugliest thing ever. But like
But they run forever.
But the one that dude drove in Fast and the Furious, that fucking, what was that? The Subaru, whatchamacallit, had the hood scoop on it. I would rock that bitch like all day.
Man, the one that used to have the seats in the back. You remember that?
Yeah, the Brat.
Subaru? I drive the shit out of that thing, man.
I can see backwards in one.
Yeah, you're a Ford
I'll
guy.
be like,
dude, I'll drive a little Forester all day long.
I've got that 5-year-old
kid, WRX. That's what it is. WRX. Subaru WRX. That thing is badass and fast as shit. WRX. It's got that long, skinny hood scoop on the front. WRX. I think Paul Walker drove one in Fast and Furious. I think somebody drove one. WRX.
That was an Evo.
No, it was in some movie. Somebody drove it. I can't remember what movie it was. I want to say Fast and Furious, but I don't think it was Fast and Furious.
Gone in 60 Seconds?
No. That was a Shelby.
There's a lot of cars in both of those movies. I was just throwing out another car movie.
They had to steal 100 cars in Gone in 60 Seconds. So
that was a better movie.
No, what was the movie with the little mini Coopers?
The deal was they had to steal 100 cars, and he only had 99 and a half because he wrecked the fuck out of the Shelby. And dude was going to kill his brother.
That's Gone in 60 seconds.
Go on it, and you put it in the container.
But literally the best car chase ever, was Bullet.
Yep, Steve McQueen.
Like the original, Bullet, that was just badass. Through the streets of San Francisco, that Dodge Charger was, and that Mustang, oh my God.
Could you
I didn't see that one.
What?
Oh, don't judge me. Everybody judges me for my lack of.
I'm not judging you because I'm right there with you.
Like, Milkmaid, you can literally on YouTube, you can type in Bullet chase scene, and it'll just show you the car chase scene from Bullet.
Magnificent.
It makes Dukes of Hazzard, Smokey and the Bandit, all that shit is garbage.
Mm-hmm.
And they
publicly shamed once again.
They did this in the streets of San Francisco with a Bullet Mustang and a Dodge Charger, and it is a badass fucking car chase scene. It is badass.
What's the movie?
Bullet.
Steve McQueen.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it tomorrow.
And like, there's literally so many bloopers in that car chase scene where they fucked up and wrecked the car or damaged part of it, and then the next clip the car's fine again. But the scene itself, dude. You can't have a car chase in San Francisco with those hills and not fuck your shit up. I'm just going to tell you right now. No. Those hills are fucking brutal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
Like, I lived there for a year. Man. Woo. Yeah, you can't have a car chase scene in San Francisco and not fuck your shit up.
Well, Sophia is your Cali girl. She knows all about that.
I love cars.
Well, she said Cali girl because you're from California.
Yeah, born and raised.
Well, I mean, we could really break down into what really qualifies as a vehicle, because Dodge does not. And Chevrolet is hanging on by a fucking thread of even qualifying as a.
Man, don't make me go outside and turn the key in my beast and make you pee-pee in your diaper.
Man, I wish you would.
I would.
I want to hear that purr.
I would, but it'd wake the neighbors up.
That's some bitch. I have a dead battery, man.
Hear that 5.7 liter pumping through the header.
Some bitch have a dead battery, and by the time you get it jump started, it'll take you another 30 minutes to warm up the transmission fluid, so the son bitch will go in gear.
What kind of what you need to quit smoking that shit Hutch gives you. He's giving you the wrong end of the plant. He's giving you the leftovers.
We know why that dude called you tonight.
Huh?
We know why your buddy called you tonight. He's like, hey, let me get some of that shit that makes you think Chevys are better or not as good as Fords.
Backwoods looks a little depressed. His friend probably called him and told him he bought a Chevy and he'll never drive a Ford again.
Help me out here. So, like, Backwoods is a Chevy guy.
No.
You're a
Ford.
Ford guy.
Well,
I'm
Wait,
Chevy.
did I get that backwards?
Yeah.
I'm Chevy, Ghost is
Oh, my
Chevy,
bad.
Backwoods is Ford.
and
My
this
bad.
one up here is Doge.
God,
This one up here is
low
a
car
Doge.
or no car.
It's a Doge.
Oh
It
man.
ain't even a Dodge. It's a Doge. It's like some stupid
Wait.
name.
I've
Like the
had
Doge Ford?
Dodges, Hondas, Fords, Chevys.
I'm proud to say I've never owned a Ford.
I've actually had a Porsche.
It only says Dodge on it because you got to be prepared to dodge it when you're
No,
coming up
you
on
got to
it,
be
man, because
prepared
some
because if you
of
can't
it's
dodge
broke
it,
down
I'm
on the
gonna
side of the
ram
road.
it.
It's a detriment to society, is
No.
what they are.
No.
Dodges
Y'all
are less
fucking
likely to have
ridiculous.
insurance.
Do you know how many Fords I see being hauled by Dodges on the daily? On the daily.
You know
At
what's
least
so you know what's so really funny about this whole situation?
it
Is
really
I could
breaks
give
my heart.
the whole funny thing about this, the reason why I fuck with y'all so hard about this is because
Blazers for life.
because I don't give two shits if there's a Ford sitting out there, if it's a Chevrolet sitting out there, or a Dodge or a Toyota. I could care less as long as that sumbitch starts up and gets me from A to B. That Ford has
Agreed.
been doing it for many years.
The
I
best.
The Ford has been doing it for many years, and as soon as the Ford finally goes down, 'cause, I mean, it's got 250,000 miles. You know, I'm either going to have to put some money into it or replace it. And when I
With a
replace
Chevy.
it could be a Dodge, it could be a Chevy, it could be a Toyota. I kind of
You
man, I
cannot
kind
be
of like
part of
them.
truck
Toyotas.
gang. You
I
cannot
kind
be
of like
part of
them
truck
4-door
gang.
Toyotas, man.
No, you cannot be part of truck gang with the Honda Ridgeline. I'm just putting that out there right now.
Yeah,
I ain't
you
buying no
probably
Honda
can't.
Ridgeline. I ain't.
But
Fuck
those,
that.
I
those
don't.
little
Hey.
the
Truck.
Toyota pickup trucks that like they drive around Africa with the machine guns in the back, like the little ones.
Oh, yeah.
Those things are gangster, and I keep thinking I'm gonna find one used on sale, and I never do. Like those things never.
Nobody sells them. The people that
You know
own those
what?
things keep them till they die.
You know what never comes up in these conversations? Land Rovers.
Oh.
I don't like Land Rovers.
They're
I have
not.
no
They're
interest in
not.
Land
Rah,
Rovers.
rah, rah.
They're not all. They're
I have
not
no
all
opinion.
what they cracked up to be.
I
But
wanted a
every-
Land Rover Milk, and I looked at one before I bought my Audi, but mm-mm.
I
Hey,
mean,
let me.
I used to like Land Rovers until I went to Iraq, and all them motherfuckers drive Land Rovers, and they're usually blowing up. So yeah, I'm cool without. And they were always
Blowing
orange.
up.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, I say, yeah. I got that one too.
What?
Hmm?
I missed
You
it.
you said they're always blowing up. You was over there fighting a war. The ones you were fighting were driving Land Rovers, and their shit was always blowing up.
Yeah, because they. Yeah, that's yeah. I
It's
did,
it's
yeah.
guilt by
Yeah, you
association.
say,
Ah.
Anyway,
My bad. I'm
No,
sorry.
no, he's right though. I mean, but I will say there's a market, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, right?
well,
Just saying.
yeah. Oh yeah. My brother. I'll just tell y'all may not know all this, but I've got a brother, and he's a lawyer, and he's rich. He's got this Trans Am, like the one, that's got the big double injection on the front. You know what I'm saying? The big hood was like the 80, 85. Whenever they just like quit making them, the last year, that, you know what I'm saying? Damn, what was that year? Anyway,
Trans Am?
yeah, the Trans Am. But anyway, he's got one of them. He's like put all kinds of money into. He's real big into guns, but he had bought a Land Rover, and he had so many problems out of it that because he's a lawyer, and he was able to convince them pretty quickly to just give like a lemon type thing and give him another one. He had a bunch of fucking problems out of it too, and he even bought a different model, and a little nicer model actually, and it just problem.
Land Rover fucked up when they went from being badass to trying to be chic, because they were building like some badass off-road shit, and then somebody in Hollywood bought a Land Rover, and then Land Rover tried to go all Hollywood and go plastic and chic and make it cool, and it just went to shit after that.
Yeah, it's only the old school ones that are the
Yeah,
good
the old
ones.
school. Now the old school Land Rovers, those things are fucking land tanks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like the new ones, I mean, anything that you buy from the factory with a snorkel is bullshit. All right,
Snorkel.
let's go right now. If
Last
you go,
conversation I had about a snorkel.
I mean, if you, why the fuck would you go buy a car that wants to be a boat? And yeah, if it comes factory with a snorkel, stay the fuck away from it. No,
It's kind of like
Maybe.
old Jeeps versus new Jeeps.
right?
Did
Yeah.
anybody see? Did anybody see my community post? By the way, nobody ever looks at my community post.
Mine either.
It doesn't show up at the fucking mobile app. So I
Man.
have to actually go to your page and see it, or it pops up randomly.
Well, so
Yankee Watchdog is straight up hard, dude. Yankee is harder against Chevy than you are, Backwoods. I think you got a new friend. Because that big bitch I got in my driveway can go. I promise.
I heard Ford was having issues though.
That big bitch I got in my driveway can go.
Did you say?
It'll pull the house down.
Did you see my post from 4 hours ago? Is that?
Hold on, I'm looking.
Why is
Dang it,
everybody-
Backwoods.
Everybody's laughing, and I'm not getting any of the jokes. Somebody's leaving
Look.
me completely out of the punchline, and you're laughing at me. Which one is it?
Here, I'll
Damn it! If you fucking start snorting,
I fucking can't do it myself.
Did you watch?
Oh Lord, he's cracking himself up again.
I'm sorry. I have not been on YouTube like all day until I came here with Ghost. So I apologize for not seeing that, but dang it.
I
Dang
still
it.
don't know what you're talking about.
Oh.
Here, I'll
The
pull it
naked
up.
chicken?
Yeah. It's
I have to stop streaming in order to watch it.
Man, I want to put such a salty comment on there.
put it in there. I don't care. We already talked about that, girl. I don't give a shit.
But there's one truck. Well, actually, there's a couple. Like my first truck was a Ford F100, 74. My second truck was a 64 Chevy stepside. I sold that truck.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something.
My next truck was a 74 K5 Blazer, convertible from the windshield back. 5-speed with the granny gear Muncie transmission. Man, I pulled a loaded U-Haul truck out of the ditch in December in North Carolina in the snow. I just put it in low granny, and I literally got out and walked beside it while it just did this.
Hey,
Pulled that truck out of the ditch. It was just awesome.
Yoda, don't say no. Those scouts are fucking fun. I'm just saying.
Yeah, if you can get your hands on a Scout, get it. 2,400. It doesn't matter about the mileage. It doesn't matter about the mileage. If it's a Scout, you're gonna need to put no motor in anyway, probably.
Probably. But holy shit, they're fun.
But 2,400. Hell, the frame's worth 2,400 if it's straight.
If it's not from like a coastal area, yeah, get it.
Yeah. If there's no rust and it's straight, 2,400 all day. If you don't want it, give me the number.
Dude, I have
No,
a
give me the
freaking-
number because I live in the area.
International Scout is badass. Dude,
That was one of the first cars that we had was a Scout, and we went up and down like a cliff to the river.
The three most beautiful trucks I think ever made was the K5 convertible Blazer from the windshield back, the International Scout, which was convertible from the windshield back, and the Ford Bronco, which was convertible from the windshield back. Those trucks are just fucking badass.
Yoda is not liking my advice. I'm sorry, girl.
All right, who do you keep calling Yoda? Because you're completely fucking me up.
Grumpy.
Okay, Grumpy.
Okay.
Grumpy is Grumpy,
Yeah.
but his wife is Yoda.
But so how do
Grumpy
you
went
know
to
what-
bed.
Well, how
So
the fuck do you know
Yoda
that? All right, so she
isn't-
said, okay.
Yoda's in control of Grumpy.
All right. So they share that. Okay. All right. Cool. Because I was doing he earlier, and now you're going she with, and I'm confused as shit. Is there like a signal? Does she do like a signal when they switch off?
She did earlier, but you missed it.
Okay. Because I'm just gonna have to go to the they them. Yeah, we got to get the fucking pronouns right.
Well, just say grumpy and it's fine.
Well, you keep saying Yoda, and I'm looking for a fucking Yoda in the thing, and I'm like,
I've been doing the same thing.
For real?
It was fucking me up too. Yeah.
All right, cool.
And I'm the one with blonde hair. I cannot.
Well, she says Yoda. I'm looking for Yoda in the screen name. I don't see Yoda, so now I'm looking at the pictures on the side, looking for a little green motherfucker, and I'm like, who the hell is Yoda?
Sophia, don't worry. We're just women. We don't understand everything.
Hurry up and mansplain something to them real quick.
Yeah, please.
Mansplain all you want. Just don't give us man measurements. That's all I ask.
Don't you?
You just don't know what 10 inches looks like.
Don't you two men dare stoop to mansplaining. Then we
Look, the only time that mansplaining makes sense when you're talking to a woman is if you want to actually explain how the fucking thing works.
No, here's
let me can't count on that because you guys don't read directions or anything.
Let me simplify it a little better. You need to get in there and fix me a fucking sandwich right now.
Hands it
roast
too
beef.
late. You go make your own sandwich. You ain't getting orgasm, you don't get no sandwich.
When there's guy facting where you make up some shit because you don't know about it, but you know that she doesn't know about it either.
Well, he says he likes mustard, but I think he actually likes roast beef and mayonnaise. Maybe horseradish.
I can't stand horseradish. That's nasty.
Sorry.
There's nothing wrong with a good roast beef, though.
Horsey sauce, like KFC.
Horsey sauce is so good. All right, guys. My daughter needs to ride to get ibuprofen. I'm out.
I got homemade sauce. I make my own.
Hang on, y'all. We're doing another T-shirt reveal.
I'm sorry. Okay, behaving. Cool story. Can't see the bottom, babe.
Nah.
No.
Wait, what does it say? The other way.
It says cool story, babe. Now make me
That's right.
a sandwich.
That's cute.
I will support that.
Oh. I would light it on fire.
After you make my sandwich.
No,
you would go make a damn
you'd be sitting
sandwich.
there telling me go make a sandwich, and
Girl,
I'd
have you seen the product?
the lighter.
Let me mansplain that to you, okay? I'm gonna mansplain that whole sandwich thing to you. All right, that's a prelude to getting your spine stapled to the backboard of the bed when we're done eating my sandwich. All right, so it's you scratch my back first, I break yours in a minute. All right,
Right.
make me
You
my
gotta get the nutrition first, right,
No.
Ghost?
You give me the orgasm first, then you get a sandwich. Otherwise, the sandwich's off the table.
If you make a sandwich that gives me that mouth orgasm, I'm gonna break your back, girl. You'll be in traction for a week. Ankles behind the
Well,
ears.
lucky for you, my very first job was at Subway. I am a sandwich specialist.
Be an artist. Be an artist. Work that shit.
Yeah, no, I go. Damn it.
And she snorted. We're off. And I don't want no fucking vinegar or oil on that motherfucker either. I don't want no soggy bread. A little bit of mayonnaise, a little bit of mustard, salt and pepper, a lot of meat, some bacon, cheese. Don't put no fucking vinegar and oil on that.
Milkmaid, come on, help me.
No. Sink or swim, babe.
Milkmaid's like, I'm out of this.
And it better be a foot long. I'm gonna need my energy. And don't worry about a napkin. Don't worry about a napkin. I like it messy. Just bring the sandwich.
Shit. How does it always go to sandwiches?
Backwoods brought it up.
Because I like sandwiches. I ate a sandwich today.
You're fired, Backwoods. I want you to know that.
I ate a sandwich today, and I told my wife to go fix me a damn sandwich, and she said, "Fix it yourself." And so I had to fix my own sandwich.
Yoda skipping her sandwich videos. Well done, y'all.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Well, hey, I'm gonna tell you, making the video, making a sandwich for Mr. Grumpy would be satisfying to us guys.
For real.
Seriously, I bet
Yeah.
she could outcook most of us.
Well,
Probably.
I'm at
Make your
3%.
sandwich.
Damn.
And then you can buy the vanity you want. LOL. Oh man.
Oh, be right back.
Oh.
Oh yes, Yoda.
I had some good groceries tonight. I made myself chicken steak fajitas wrapped up in a good fresh tortilla shell with guacamole, onions, the taco seasoning, sour cream, cheese, salsa. Boy, I throwed down.
Well, where's mine?
Well, there's
You know,
some
I
left in
put
the
up with
refrigerator.
all your shenanigans, and I don't even get a fajita.
My belly's all full and stuff.
Must be nice.
No mustard?
Not for that.
I'm disappointed.
Spicy mustard?
Horseradish.
No. No, I told you I make my own sauce. I give it. I thought maybe it would make me money one day, but instead it's costing me a whole lot.
Sophia,
Just saying.
Sophia, do you have a salt and pepper shaker, or are they all in one? Is that like a carryover from Subway? Or
No.
pepper in the same deal?
It's separate.
So that's a dead giveaway.
Wait, hold on.
Subway.
No.
Hold the phone. Subway does a mixed one?
They used to, like
Yeah,
in the very beginning, like the salt and pepper were in the same shaker, and they just did that.
Yep.
Dude,
It's
you can
separate
tell
now.
how often I eat out.
Well, it used to piss me off because I want a little bit more salt than I do pepper. Those things don't go 50-50. Anybody that says they do is fucking wrong.
Oh, I don't know if you
Certain
fresh
people like
ground
more
it though.
salt than pepper. Certain people like more pepper than salt. You know, so
I
it just
like
depends.
more pepper.
There is that.
I like it spicy.
I like both.
Man, if
I don't
it's
see
not
you writing any of
spicy,
this shit down, Sophia. Why are you not writing this shit down? We're
Steel
literally
trap.
making sandwich orders right now.
Steel trap.
I'm just telling you.
I know. See,
There's gonna be a quiz. There's gonna be a quiz at the end of this stream.
yeah. See, they don't.
What happens if I fail?
You know, it's really funny,
you've
Ghost.
got the
because-
replay. You can't
You
fail.
don't get to be on top.
Ghost, it's really funny because they
Okay.
always say that men don't listen to women, but see, women don't listen to men. We just
No.
proved it right there
What'd
because
you say?
that's exactly what. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying?
I can't
Okay,
believe I'm
that
gonna
was
hang out in the
funny.
woods. I can't believe I'm gonna hang out in the woods for 72 hours with you fucking retards.
If I
Who
wander
says
off,
I'm
just
hanging
let me
out with
go.
you?
It's fine. It'll be fine. If I wander off, just let me do my thing.
I'm gonna be
Okay.
like off on my own, canning
Man,
over a campfire. All you guys gonna be like joking off.
Joking off. That's a new
No.
joking off. I'm gonna write that shit down. That's going on a shirt. That shit is going on a shirt.
It needs to. I see
We-
you guys joking off.
Stop
We-
joking
we-
off.
Hey, we I can't even say it.
Get it together, Backwoods. We're trying to figure out what you're saying since we never listen.
Stop joking off and spit it out, Backwoods.
We was joking off. We was joking off long and continuously at the meetup.
We
Make
was.
it a t-shirt.
We really
I'll buy
was.
it.
Oh, that's so assured. I just wrote it down. I've got a list of them right here.
We were joking off long and continuously at the meetup.
Mm-hmm.
Into the wee hours of
At the
morning.
rendezvous. At the rendezvous.
At the rendezvous.
At the rendezvous.
I can see it 3 days after we leave Hanging Mountain or Hanging Rock. I'm gonna get a fucking certified letter that I have to sign for from the North Carolina Parks and Recreation, politely
on you,
requesting that we never come back.
That's on you, Ghost. Y'all
I was just thinking.
Man, I was almost say if the park ranger comes up there and he starts any shit and tries to bust anybody, we're kicking his ass.
Dude,
Wow,
y'all
fair
have
enough.
I'll throw
to
the first
have
lick.
PA, it's a circle joke.
Oh
what
my
you need to
God,
do
that's
is
another
you
one.
need to find like whatever is the hottest chick and the hottest dude and determine who is the state park person for that night and they're on duty.
Y'all want to do a
Okay.
circle jerk?
No, not a circle jerk.
I'm getting.
What I'm saying is like
I said circle joke.
I'm saying they're your oh shit, what's the word? The contact, but the fancy word for it.
No, we'll just have Sophia make him a sandwich. He'll go back to the guard shack.
But what if it's a chick? Who's gonna
then-
step up then?
I don't know, Milk. You're talking about the
Backwoods.
hottest dude.
Definitely
But-
backwoods. Put on your banana hammock and calm the park ranger down backwoods.
If Backwoods busted out with one of those,
Slingshot.
That's just nasty. Y'all just need to stop, man.
I feel a little dirty right now.
That's
I feel a
That's
lot
bad.
dirty.
I'm
I
not-
might need 2 sandwiches, Sophia.
a Lamborghini yellow one. If he struts out one of those going like this, I mean,
With some
No,
seafood.
y'all need some smooth talkers to say, hey, we're gonna put them to bed.
with a porno voice, yeah.
And then
Mhm.
it's all gonna be good.
Yep. Liaison. That's right, G-Ma Merkel.
Yes, liaison. Thank you,
Oh my
Gma.
Liaison.
Look.
You need to liaise.
Look,
Okay, I nominate Virginia as our female liaison because I feel like she is totally capable.
oh hell no, they'll call the paddy wagon and pick us all up.
No,
Hell
no,
no.
she's very good.
Hell no. She's mean though. I mean,
No one though.
Well, she's very tactfully mean. You
Let's choose native. I think
Can
native
you
would be
believe-
perfect.
Native
Well,
would take down that hair and go whoo
Nope.
whoo, and nobody would know what the hell's going on after that. They would
Native's gonna
so
be.
transfixed.
Native's gonna be like with me in the wood line watching you motherfuckers make asses of yourself. We're out in the woods. I'm gonna be like,
Fuck
You
no.
guys,
shit. Look at
No,
this. Shit.
I'm gonna be sitting in that corner just outside of the firelight, laughing my ass off.
I'm gonna just be like, I don't know these people. None of them. I can't
in other
hear them.
words, me and Native are going to be circle joking while the
Okay.
rest of us are joking off.
Joking.
There's a lot of joking going on. What can I say?
One big joke.
The big.
Oh my
It's a-
word, we need to not do this at a state thing anymore.
It's gonna be a very large joke bang.
hmm Oh my goodness.
I think it would be. I think it would just be best that we all just sit around the campfire and chill of the evening and have our drinks and talk amongst ourselves and
See?
won't have to worry about it. And then during the daylight, see, we run around and act crazy because
Are
nobody
y'all going
really
to try to
cares during the
play?
day.
Are y'all going to try to play card games that I can't figure out again?
I don't play cards.
Oh wait, you wasn't playing.
What card
Okay.
games?
I sit around the campfire.
No, I was extremely
And converse.
inebriated and I couldn't figure out how to play spades.
I
Oh,
play
fuck
poker. I
that
don't play
shit.
spades.
You know
I play
what?
poker.
You know what? The last time I played spades, it was at Fort Benning,
I play poker. 5 cards, 7 cards.
and there was moonshine
Hold 'em.
like-
and a lot of very serious
poker, too.
soldiers, and they
Right.
threw a fit. And the last thing that I remembered was that I walked into my house, and then all of a sudden somebody was taking a very large toy and banging on our door.
What kind of toy?
You can imagine.
And I'm just
Probably. I'm gonna guess it's probably the kind of toy you joke with.
That was the last time I ever had moonshine. I'm not gonna lie. I was
I'm-
like, that was a fucked up night. And
I'm gonna
everybody
tell-
got mad at me because I messed up on spades. What is the big fucking deal about messing up
that's
on spades?
Good idea. We could have a table and we could play Texas Hold'em. We could have a tournament, $5 buy-in.
I could do that. I like Texas Hold'em.
I ain't played in years, but yeah, I like Texas Hold'em.
I haven't played in decades. And you know what? It's still fun.
Oh yeah.
But I will not play spades with anybody who's ever been in the military because they're all assholes.
Well,
Agreed. No spades and no fucking dominoes. I had enough of that shit when I was in the service.
Milkmaid, I sat there for a good hour, maybe 2 hours. I don't know, because I was inebriated, trying to figure out what the hell they were playing, and I didn't find out till the next day.
Well, I know is
Sophia?
that was a bad night, and I was very glad my door was locked.
Sophia, my brother and sister-in-law and niece will be moving up to be your neighbor here in the next month or so.
Ooh.
I like it.
Oh, hey, Yoda. Oh, God, I wish one of us had that game. Let's play Conflicted.
Settle down, Yankee.
I'm conflicted right now.
Why?
No, that game, man, I want to play that so much with you.
Oh, I saw a game today on TikTok I want to play. It was called Battleship Volleyball.
Really?
It was hilarious. It was 2 high school volleyball teams, right? All the players were on the court, and the only person standing up was the one serving. Everybody else was laid down in the prone position, and the one serving was trying to hit the ones that were laying down. And if they hit them, depending on what their rank was, whether it was battleship, carrier, cruise, or whatever, you had to hit them a certain amount of times. They literally played live action Battleship with like people in a volleyball. It looked really fun.
Yeah, that sounds fun if you're the
I'm not
person
laying
banging
down
the
prone
ball.
around any of you motherfuckers.
Right.
I'm just telling you.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if we played Conflicted,
happening.
that would be kind
You've
of
already
like
done it in front of
cool.
me.
I've never heard of that game, Milkmaid.
Okay, so Conflicted is actually a shift game. Like, shit hits the fan game, and it's a scenario-based game. Like, War Game Wednesday, but with cards. Like, think Cards Against Humanity, but for shift.
All right. So what is an ace? A nuclear bomb?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know how that works. You have to explain it to me. You have to show it to me when we get there.
Oh,
Well,
no,
I think you should make it.
Grumpy did it on his stream. I played once.
Who did it on the stream?
Grumpy.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think you should. That volleyball thing you were talking about. I think you should use like
He
like
likes volleyball better.
like a basketball or something.
how about a bowling ball? Just
How
chuck
about
it.
we
over
just
the
play
net.
dodgeball and get it out the way?
Just chuck a bowling ball over the net. There's no question
Uh-huh.
if you hit them or not. They're gonna be like, ah.
I'm gonna get you backwoods. We play dodgeball. I'm gonna get you.
All I'm gonna tell y'all is I want to go fishing. I want to sit around the campfire and converse with all the great, wonderful people that's going to be there. And I want to drink some whiskey, and I'm going to. I don't give a shit what the park rules say. This is America. I'm an American, and I pay my taxes, and I'm going to drink some fucking whiskey. I'm going to behave myself and be cool. And if the ranger wants to get stupid, hopefully they don't put their hands on me because it might get ugly.
Well, there's only one guard at night, so as long as we're not raising too much hell and we're behaving during the quiet hours. But what we'll do is we'll pick a central location, like in the middle of all our campsites, that's away from people that aren't with us to hang out at. But I plan on bringing a couple gallons of sweet tea, and a whole bunch of water.
What's a mountain pie?
What?
A mountain pie?
A mountain pie?
Yeah, PANT.
I'll be sipping on water. Yeah.
Don't know that one.
Could be a cow shit.
Is nobody going hiking?
because I'm going to be really
I will.
pissed
No,
if
I'm going
nobody
up the
goes
I will.
hiking.
I'll
I'm going
go.
up the mountain.
I-
I'm going
I'll
up the
go.
mountain. I'm going up
Yep.
the mountain. I haven't been up that mountain since 1989 was the last time I climbed that mountain. So I'm going up the mountain. It's been
I'm
35
convinced
years.
that I went there as a kid because I remember that big rock and getting my mom all pissed off because I went all to the edge and everything.
Oh, yeah. And there's no
I
fucking
want to
railing.
fucking see it again.
Yeah, there's no railing. There's no safety nets. None of that shit. It's just a fucking rock hanging off the side of a mountain. So
I'm good. I'm
it's
afraid of
like,
heights.
yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, like I'm not as spry as I was when I was
It
10.
might take me a long time to get to the top, but I don't. If I start on
Man,
Friday,
hold
I get
up.
there Sunday. It is what it is.
Hold up. I'm gonna cut you off on that one, Milkmaid.
Here we go.
Man, I went with Milkmaid over there to look at this house and property, and it had this big mountainside up there, and there was some water catchments up there, and man, I turned around, I was talking to dude for a minute, and then I turned back around and Milkmaid's gone. Like that quick, and I was like, where'd Milkmaid go, because I mean, dude, I'm telling you, down in the hollers and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying?
Like
You can
50, 100
you
feet.
can, things can happen. I'm just saying. But anyway, so I'm looking around, man, and I'm like hollering for her and stuff, and she's all the way on top of the mountain up there, man. I'm like, what the hell, girl? I
Fucking
was like,
mountain.
damn, you got up there
He
quick.
was so nervous too, and I was coming down. He was like, "Don't slip, don't slip." I'm like, I'm not gonna goddamn fucking slip.
Well,
Like,
shut up. I was ready to catch you. I was just making sure you were okay. That's what gentlemen do with ladies. Make sure they're okay.
yes, that was very sweet of you, and I was
Ooh.
very charmed.
But
That does sound good.
But no, I mean, real talk,
Like-
man, because your daughter disappeared down there for a little while. You know what I'm saying? By that cave
Like
or
mother,
whatever.
like daughter.
That
Like mother, like daughter.
that overhang, and I was looking, man. I walked down to the edge, and I could finally see her, and I was like, all right. I was kind of watching her. I was like, damn.
Well,
Yeah, it's not like a huge hike. It's
no.
I think it's like
It's-
a mile. I think it's a mile from the parking lot to the top of the mountain.
How
It
high
looks
up does
pretty
it go?
tame.
It's not like super high.
Like what? Okay, what's your definition of super high?
Oh, okay.
Mm,
I used to jump out
I
of
don't know.
planes, so I
Yeah,
mean, you
fuck
probably
that.
don't want to ask me that.
Mm-mm.
Like super high, like anything over far enough to kill you. I mean, if you're high enough that if you fall and you die, it really doesn't matter if you go any higher. You know what I mean? Once you get high enough to fucking die, it doesn't matter after that. Go till you can't breathe anymore.
Sophia, just go and Google Hanging Rock hiking, right?
Yeah, it's not.
And
super
you'll
high.
see, like, it's a pretty
Here,
tame
Ghost.
path, like
Ghost.
trail with some stairs. Like, it's not really that bad.
Yeah, it's
but
not that bad.
milkmaid, I get up on a roof of a house and my legs get weak and I feel faint.
You'll be fine.
Yeah, Grumpy, I can do that. Yeah, it's not a hard hike. I mean, I was doing it, as a kid. I mean, it's not like it's not in the mountains. Okay, it's Hanging Rock. It's not even part of the Appalachian Mountains. It's like this
Right.
strange fucking hunk of granite that's just in the middle of there. I mean, you can see mountains and rolling hills and stuff like that, but we're not talking Rockies. Okay, we're talking
Okay.
like.
Can I ask you something? The
Of
chimney.
course.
Yes, I want to find it.
I do too, because like that is kind of a thing for me. So I want to kind of climb down or up or whatever.
Yeah, definitely it would have to be down. I mean, I guess you could go up it, but on the way
Well, if
down.
you go down, you got to go up.
it. But yeah, I want to find the chimney, and I'm pretty sure we can find it. And I don't know if
Let's
it's
do
called
it.
the chimney. That's just what I called it because it was just this big fucking hole that we went in at the top and we ended up at the bottom. So
Yeah. So I kind of reached out to Grumpy and them, and they have a thing like the same weekend, which sucks.
oh man, that sucks.
And they're
Is it-
giving presentations and everything, like, so they really can't make it.
Well, maybe next year. That
Is it
sucks.
the Hanging Rock State Park campground?
Yeah, that's where we're staying at.
So what are the camp numbers that have been rented? Do you know?
You have to go on the website and look. I mean, I know what's been rented that people have told me.
Right.
I'm not sure how many are left. I think it's like 20 something are left. Not many.
Well, where's
You
the
know-
main campsites? Is what I'm saying. That the main.
The upper
There's
one.
two. There's two, the upper loop and the lower loop where we are at. We're on the upper loop backwoods, and some people are on the lower loop. And then the cabins are off to the side. And then there's a completely separate campground somewhere else that has the group sites that hold 60. Yeah. We're on the left-hand side, the upper loop. That part at the top, that straight red line, those are the cabins. That's the lower loop. We're over here to the left.
That's the cabins.
Those are the
Where
cabins.
you're touching right now, and that's
the lower
what
loop.
is that?
Right.
That's the lower loop.
So
And then the upper loop is
to the left.
where go to left. No, the other way.
Yeah,
Your other
that's
left.
You and I are at like 7:30 on that loop there. A little bit more to the left.
what number?
25.
Okay, 25. It'll be right
Just
here.
I'll tell Ghost where I am, but I'm
Let me see if I can
not
get it to
telling
focus back
everybody
in.
else. Sorry.
It's not wanting to focus in. It's too bright. But anyway, yeah, we're down here. Okay.
We got a creek behind us, and we got a lake a little bit down the hill. And then there's a completely separate campsite at another location that's group campsites. It's five campsites that hold 16 people each.
This map here is showing 2 shower houses.
Yeah, but the last time the lady I talked to, she said that the bathhouses were closed and she wasn't sure if they were going to be open by the time we got there or not. So you may be able to take a shower, you may not, but there's water.
Bring your baby wipes.
You can take a hoe bath and just move on
Well,
out.
we might could hit her up, man, hit them up again and just say, look, we've got this little thing going on. We're just going to camp out and meet up and have, and fish and hike and stuff and just say, there's a bunch of us going to be there. Can you open up the bathhouses a little
I
later?
kind of have a feeling that they'll open the bathhouses when the place is either at capacity or close to it, and they're not used to it being at capacity this early in the season. So I think when they see all these sites rented out, they're going to open the bathhouses up.
I hope so.
Yeah, you really don't want to draw a lot of attention. Just saying.
Man, hold on.
I think backwoods just hit the bathhouse.
He's gonna hit the waterfalls and take a
water spigot. We've got waterfalls.
You got
a lake.
All I'm saying is you got a big group of people in the same campsites. You're going to tell me that they're not going to notice this?
No,
I mean, they're going to know
yes,
we're there.
they will.
It's a business.
They know we're there. It's
we're
not drawing any extra
campsites. And they're going, hey, we've got 75 campsites. If we get 65 rented, we'll open the bathhouses. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because somebody's got to go in there and maintain them and take care of them. Then they're not going to foot that bill if there's only 2 campsites rented in March. But if we've got 50 something campsites rented, then they're probably going to have somebody in there to square the bathhouses away.
I'm working on trying to rent a campsite just to rent it, just so that it's ours. You know what I'm saying?
It's only $23, and it's like I can't remember when the check-in and check-out is, but
check-in is at 4 p.m. on the day, Friday. Check-out is at 3 p.m. So you check out an hour before the next group can check in.
Right.
Unless your site wasn't rented the day before, then you can check in pretty much whenever.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of the same rules. Yeah.
And if people leave early too, and this goes for like cabins or campsites. So if the people leave early, then you can check in early.
Right.
So, but regardless, somebody's going to be there, and we can just kind of hang.
I went
sure
longer
there's
than
like
4 days
normal
without
places.
a shower. All right, I've been in the field for 2-3 weeks at a time without a shower. I mean, don't walk up to me with raised in the air wanting to get me to smell your pits. But there's there's water points. Take a hoe bath. I mean, bring a 5-gallon bucket up, poke some holes in the bottom, take a shower. Big deal.
Ghost, I was homeless for several months, so I understand not taking a bath for a while. So I get it, but I'm saying if there's a shower house there and they can open it,
I have freaking kids in a farm.
You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they'll be open. If not, we'll make the best of it. That's what we do.
We don't have a shower at deer camp,
right?
You know. What?
I mean,
Well, yeah, and I was looking at the temps. Yankee was saying the temps, I think like it's supposed to around that time of the year, it's like maybe 40s during the night and 60s, maybe 70s during the
That's
day.
It was like
it's
it's been warm. It's been unseasonably warm this entire winter. So I have a
Yeah.
feeling
Yeah.
it's going to be very pleasant.
Did y'all watch Ryan
I
Hall's
hope.
latest video?
Yeah, with
No,
the
I didn't.
polar vortex coming apart.
Yeah. Yeah, the polar vortex is coming apart, and he's saying there's gonna be quite a bit of like
Ooh, is it gonna
warm
get chilly?
weather. A little no. Well, he was saying the storms. There's gonna be
Yeah,
some
this
storms
early in
and
the
stuff.
season, if it gets this warm, there's going to
Yeah.
be some serious storms going on.
Yeah.
Dude, if it freaking snows, can we build a snowman?
No, and not that kind of storm. We're talking about North Carolina storm, North Carolina, Tennessee storms. A
Oh,
whole lot of
shush.
wind, a whole bunch of tornadoes, thunder, and lightning.
If there's snow on the day that I am there, I'm
No,
building.
there won't be. I don't think there'll be any snow. I mean, there may. I mean, we're higher up in altitude. It's possible. But I'm
Could
gonna
we
give it
do a
to
tornado? I think we could do a tornado. I think it would be fun.
Well, wouldn't that be the ultimate shit hits the fan if a tornado come through the campsite while we were there?
dude.
Well, we all go to the chimney. Duh.
Dude, Native, I still remember Native, 2 weeks ago when I said, wouldn't it be some shit if we climb all the way up to the top of this mountain and we're looking around this beautiful horizon and we start seeing mushroom clouds pop off? Native sends me a text. He's like, motherfucker, how many guns are
Yoda's
you running?
backstage. Yoda's backstage.
Oh,
Yay.
nobody's backstage.
Huh?
I'm looking at it right now. There's nobody down.
Oh, wait. Did we miss her? I didn't see anything in the chat. Oh, here we go.
The private
In the
chat.
green. Okay, snow is coming with tornadoes.
A
It was
snownado.
only a minute ago.
I don't see anybody backstage.
Did you drop back, Yoda?
I guess because it says in the green room. So
I'm sorry, Yoda. I didn't see you.
man, you left her out
It
there
was
in the cold.
60 seconds ago, though. Maybe.
I'm
Left her out there in
looking
the
at my
cold. and
StreamYard right now. It doesn't show anybody at all in the green room. In the green room, snow. It says 120. It's 120. There she is. All right, now it loaded. Hang on, coming.
Oh, good. Hey.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Howdy, howdy.
You guys are cracking me up.
No.
That's what we do.
You gotta love a good canning night, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, some of our shows go completely off the rails.
Oh, it's off the rails. But it's reality, right?
And the thing is, we've been going for 5 hours and 21 minutes, and I don't think anybody's made a joke about a jiggler the entire time.
Dude,
Which
we
is the first.
haven't.
I know. I don't think we have.
No.
That's rare.
You did the electric Presto, which, oh my gosh, Sophia, I'm gonna have to order that.
It's fun. It is fun, and it does everything.
Yeah, John Willis was telling her on an interview with Living Free on Tuesday, and so he was telling me about that. Sorts of confused,
Just gonna have to quit
and
moving the phone
got
around.
that figured out. I was like, wow, okay, I have to order one of those.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Hey,
yeah.
hey, Gemma.
Hey, Jim.
Yeah. So I was like, so you guys are talking about all kinds of stuff, and you were talking about the train derailment and all that kind of stuff. So where did we go with that? Because I didn't really see a lot on the I don't even know. If you don't want me to go here, I won't.
Go
But-
wherever you want to.
Okay.
Biden
All right.
Biden
for it.
refused to give them help, and
I saw. Yep.
and meanwhile sending millions, billions to Ukraine, but it's really sad, the state of how everything's going. China has started giving aid. They have been for a little while, but they're starting to up the aid to Russia. to fight.
Oh well, heck, let's send $900 billion over to Iran to do what is that? Sexual
Gender studies.
identity, gender
Gender studies.
studies. Yeah. Let's do that.
Pakistan
Well,
and all that fun stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and so they're starting to send more lethal assistance to Russia, and Russia earlier today.
You mean Ukraine?
No, Russia earlier today. No, to Russia.
Say what?
China is sending stuff to Russia. Russia earlier today set off a barrage of missiles and tore Ukraine's ass up today, like bombed the piss out of it. And so yeah, so China has been giving Russia assistance, like in uniforms, like first aid kits, your supply line type stuff. And so now is it Anthony Blinken and Kirby and a few of them have come out and are saying that they suspect now that China is weaponizing Russia, with munitions now. So that's a ramp up. That's big. That's big.
And
we kind of
that goes actually back a long way. And so when we were actually in Missouri, we had a hookup with the yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say it, the ammunition plant. And so we were getting things at bulk and bulk prices. It was really good. I think for 225, 556, all that, we were paying maybe 9 cents a round. And now they have, government contracts. And so now that they have government contracts, we can't touch it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah. There's so basically they told our stockpile is getting low because of all the stuff we've been sending, for what our quotas are, and so they're ramping up. They're saying they want to ramp up the U.S. getting munitions now, and it's kind of crazy all the stuff that's going on. If you pay attention to it, they want war, man. I mean, it's just
the government has a thing where the president can sign a bill, and don't quote me on the exact wordage, but they can federalize any part of the infrastructure: food, water, transportation, anything. Now, but without signing an executive order saying they're federalizing the manufacture of munitions, what they can do, because all these companies, if you sell to the United States government and they buy from more than one weapons manufacturer, if you sell to the United States government, you're under contract with the United States government that any order they place supersedes any other order that you have.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you don't get that guaranteed money. So they could call up a weapons manufacturer and say, all the rounds that you're producing are earmarked for us until further notice. Whether they buy them or not, they'll make them and they'll sit in a warehouse. Nobody can touch them until the government either says we want them or we don't want them. If they say, nah, we got plenty, we don't need them, then they'll release them to the public. But when they make that initial order, they lock down production for them and only for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's a hot.
Go ahead, ma'am.
No, you go ahead.
Well, I mean, it's just simple stuff. I mean, they can lock down the ammunition and all that, for the good or whatever. The executive orders, the thing you were talking about a while ago, Ghost, was Obama. He actually signed a whole series of executive orders to where during declared emergency, They can take over. I mean, you can just have a nice sized farm that has, you know, so it's quartering, you know, basically is what he
They can
did.
take over everything.
Yeah, he signed quartering for everything.
They can take over everything.
Yeah.
Transportation, food, medical, everything.
Beautiful milkmaid.
Production, all of it.
Beautiful.
Nice.
So
I saw.
there's
Which literally by the definition, which literally translates into going from a democracy to a communist state.
yeah.
Well, a
At that time,
constitutional
everything is
republic, a
state owned.
constitutional republic to a socialist or
Right,
communist.
right.
You know, but it's all the stuff that the moves they're making, you know, is all geared to war. You know, I watched a video from a buddy of mine that trains people in the Air Force. He's in the air, you know, he's a contractor and all this stuff. And so what he's more of a classroom dude. And there's a video that the Air Force give him that he has to show to them. And this video is talking about China and how China's building their planes a whole lot cheaper than we are, and so therefore they're gaining on us and in the planes. And they're saying that you know, because of the stupidity of our federal government, you know, China has gotten stole so much of our technology that their planes are starting to become close to equal to our shit.
Oh
You
yeah.
know, and so in this video it talks about that, and it shows one of the China military people, I guess over the aviation part of it, said that we are gaining ground, and we are starting to said we are gaining ground, and we are starting to and the guy said basically all you have to do is meet us in the skies, is what the China military leader has said to us.
Right.
Just meet us in the skies. So yeah, it's a
fucking disaster. Here's the thing. You hear the term global economy, global this, global that. All right, well and good. Well, what's the number one money making machine on the planet? War. The military industrial complex is alive and well, and they're getting paid. That's the whole reason why this thing hasn't went nuclear and ballistic from the 10, 11 months ago when it started. Because the longer they can draw out a protracted ground war that's just kinetic, they're getting paid. They're making so much fucking money building shit. The you know, the money that the military industrial complex gets from the United States government. Here's what blows your mind. All right, when I was deployed overseas, when I was in Iraq, I made X amount of dollars a month. Let's just say I made $4,000 a month. All right, I'm just pulling a number out of my ass. $4,000 a month to go over there and do what I did. As a civilian contractor, I could make $25,000 a month doing that, or not say. I was making $4,000 as a soldier. As a civilian contractor, I could easily make $10,000 doing the same job. Here's the crazy part: it's coming from the same bank. It's coming from the same people.
Yes.
So it makes being a civilian contractor, being part of the military industrial complex, it makes so much fucking money, and it doesn't fall under this whole UCMJ. The rules are different, the laws are different until you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, like Blackwater did. You know, so it makes money. So in a global economy, a global thing where it's all, dude, that just means we're going to perpetuate war. That's all it means. The global economy is a nonstop war. Somebody's fighting somebody to get them in line. It's the pecking
And it
order
means
in your chicken coop.
it means we can cheat like a motherfucker.
It's like,
so I got a question. Now I'm gonna go a little bit deep here, maybe. So like real talk, the human body, we know that like when your mind, like when you're wanting to, touch the keyboard, pick up the knife, it's through an electromagnetic current, right? It's electronic type current, right? Y'all know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let me ask you a question. If it was big enough, could an EMP within the right distance stop people's heart, stop your electronic flow, mess your stuff up?
I don't think so because it's a completely different freak and it's super super fast and it's intense. I mean, you could probably feel it, but then again, I've seen different streams on YouTube from that EMP guy, and I've seen different streams from other scientists and stuff with an EMP machine where they test
Yeah,
things
but
out and they're
I know,
standing
but
right beside it.
see, we have to think on a different level because these are testing in small capacities. Even if they explode a big nuke, there's only a certain limited amount of people there. And what I'm talking about with people and the health issues that they have, especially all the heart conditions that are out there, could it send someone into cardiac arrest?
It would if they had a pacemaker.
Yeah,
Because
pacemakers, yes.
it's an electromagnetic pulse. The electricity is used to amplify the magnetic. So it's the magnetism that does the damage. The electrical part, it's like when you see the big magnets in the junkyards that are
Mhm.
hovering over metal and they're not picking anything up until they flip that switch and they run that electric charge through it, then it amplifies the magnetism. So
Right.
the EMP part is the magnetism part that just fucking fries everything. I mean, honestly,
It
factors, I
fries
don't know. I can't
electronic
answer that question.
currents.
I can't answer that question. I mean, if it was a big enough jolt, I guess yeah, it could fuck some shit up. But I know for a
Well, I
fact,
mean,
if you got a pacemaker, yeah,
if you think
Right.
about it, I mean, if you think about it, do we really know how big of an EMP that China
no,
has? Do
no, we
we
don't.
really know how big of an EMP that Russia has?
No.
I mean, you see what I'm saying? We really don't know.
Thing is, it depends if it's a ground burst or if it's an air burst. If it's a ground burst, the EMP damage is going to be minimal. It's the radiation and the fallout. If it's an air burst, the EMP damage is max. But the only good part about an air burst is the radiation levels are super super low and there isn't any fallout.
Right.
So if you got to choose one versus the other, we can start over from the 1860s. Let's just go dark and rebuild. The radiation, that shit, that ain't no joke. I'd rather stay
Well,
away from that.
I just know that like in Japan, when we dropped some of them 500-pound bombs, they found like some campsites, of some soldiers, some Japan soldiers, and like there was a hammock up. One of the scenes that they come up on was there was a hammock. There was a bunch of people, and so like one dude was leaned up against a log, and had a cup of soup in his hand, and they found them frozen there, like they were just like dead, but there was no outer damage to them, and they were saying they thought the concussion was what done it. And my only argument is could a concussion be hard enough to stop the heart and kill someone
Oh yeah.
Well,
without
yeah.
damaging
Oh, yeah.
anything?
Yeah. There would be no
Okay, so
external damage. no bleeding.
okay,
Yeah.
so why can't an EMP do that?
Because it's too high up. It's not as strong.
I would disagree with that.
No, I'd like the EMP, that it's
An EMP is way
electromagnetic
stronger than a
pulse.
500-pound bomb.
It's a pulse.
It's a
It's
pulse.
Yeah.
I know all right. So
I'm sure it does some damage.
I'm not trying to
Just
make
don't know.
the argument necessarily of a boom concussion, but more of that still that quick hard burst that could interfere, because we know that a concussion can do it. What makes us think that an electronic pulse that is big enough couldn't
Well,
disrupt our
Well,
electronics
Well,
inside our
think
car?
the concussion works with different ranges of vacuum. The concussion, it literally like
It
blows
depends
your-
on the longevity of it.
I mean, that's the whole reason why I have a scar on my abdomen about that long from a concussion. Like it can rupture internal organs.
Yes.
It's like it's a very, very, very traumatic event because of the vacuum pressure. I remember when I was firing a recoilless rifle in Scotland, like the troops were only allowed to fire 2 rounds through this recoilless rifle in a 24-hour period because of the damage that it can do to your internal organs, your eardrums, your brain, and your internal, because of the concussion. Because when it goes off, it creates this intense vacuum pressure around the weapon in your body, and it's a fucked up feeling. I fired it once, and I never want to do it again. Like it was traumatic as shit. But
let's
like
go.
EMP, it's different because there's no concussive force. It's just like this wave of energy that blows by.
Exactly. Okay, exactly. But listen to me now. Let's go a little deeper with this. This is why I keep saying, thinking even further is we know that they have HARP, right? We know that we know they can jack with the. I mean, they did it in Nam with the rain.
Yeah.
And so we know they can do that. So what's to say that they couldn't shoot a weather weapon at us, create a supercharged atmosphere? Okay, because when a thunderstorm comes over, your atmosphere gets charged. You get real high static electricity.
Yeah. Yep.
Send that over and then drop an EMP right on top of all that.
Yeah. For all I know, that's like a legit weapon, and it would work. The problem is we have no experience with it because nobody's ever done it before. So we have no, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, the last EMP that we encountered was from one of the nuclear explosions that we did in the Pacific years ago, which blacked out parts of Hawaii and a few other islands. But that was an accident. We didn't know it was going to happen, so there wasn't any testing gear available. And honestly, a lot of people on these islands may have died because of the EMP, but nobody told us about it. The mainstream media, they're not going to tell us.
But that's what I'm getting at. We are electronic. We have an electronic spark.
Exactly.
But under that presumption, the Carrington effect or event would have resulted in a lot of dead people.
Yeah, but a CME and an EMP are different. A coronal mass ejection, that's
Different but similar.
It's similar, but it's the neutrinos that pass through the subatomic stuff.
He's basically saying that like your electric beat that occurs in your heart would be stopped.
I think it could. I think it could.
It could be, yeah.
I would not rule it out.
Not likely.
But I think the difference in an EMP and a CME is the same difference in AC versus DC electricity.
Well, all I'm getting at is that we know people have weak hearts. There's a lot of people with heart disease and stuff that have weak hearts. Could they, I mean, like these people can't run to the mailbox or they have a heart attack. I mean, could that really affect people?
I think your argument is valid. I think there's a very good possibility that there could be loss of life from a powerful EMP. I don't see why it wouldn't be. I mean, it's an unnatural thing coursing through the human body, and the human body produces electricity. So an electromagnetic pulse is going to magnify that.
Especially if they supercharge the atmosphere before they done it.
Right. It's like when a thunderstorm happens, like you can literally go outside and sometimes your hair stands up and you can feel the prickly ticklies in the air. You know what I mean? So imagine that in conjunction with an EMP. That could be like microwave level fucking craziness. Yeah, but we don't know. That's the problem.
And then, because I mean, who knows? Could it not send out enough of a charge when it hits all these damn towers we got everywhere, all these 5G towers that's sending these microwaves through? Could it not, could that not help affect it? I mean, I don't know all that. I don't know. Obviously, I'm just. These are the things that
the point you're making is a really good point. And since I've been alive, I've never heard anybody bring that point up, and I think it's a very valid point. What are the health risks to being close by when a massive EMP goes off. Everybody just worries if their car is going to start. Maybe you need to worry about if your heart's going to keep working. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. I
completely
Well,
mean,
valid.
potentially the reason that it hasn't been brought up is that EMPs have occurred.
Yeah,
And
EMPs have occurred.
Lady Smith,
Yeah.
yes.
But I mean, like to the best of my knowledge, the EMPs that we have experienced were the only airburst one was over the Pacific, but it was relatively small compared to the I mean, one Trident missile off of a boomer that we have, that's 40 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb.
man, I
40
feel like
times.
I'm on Tim the Tool Man looking over the fence to Wilson over there.
I feel you. I know, right? Hey, Gemma, do me a favor. Email me or remind me about that in April, and I'll let everybody know. I mean, I don't know a whole lot about autism, but I know about disabilities and stuff. But I'm sure most of the people in the chat and everybody in the community would at least pop in and show support. So yeah, let us know for sure, for real.
definitely.
But yeah, so I don't know, and that's a valid point, Backwoods. It could be like some fucking, it could be some shit to where it stops people's hearts,
Yeah,
sends them into AFib,
that's all I'm saying. I don't know. I mean, obviously, and I know that there's been EMPs, but like I said, it's really been in a controlled environment per se. You know what I mean? And now you're talking about detonating one, over the country, 2 or 3 places, and you got these heavily populated areas like New York. If they detonate one over New York, you know, it's just a thought.
Dude, that's a
that
really
I'm
good thought, though. But if you think about it, I mean, it's documented. You've heard people talk about how the human brain, it runs on electricity, neurons firing, these connection back and forth, and if you have a stroke, parts of the brain dies, but it can heal and rewire itself. So why would that not be true for an EMP? I mean, if that stuff courses through your noggin and it runs on electricity, it goes to reason that there is a really good chance that that would have an effect on the neurology in your brain. I can't argue that fact at all. At all. I mean, I know I don't want to be in the middle of an EMP ground zero. I don't want to be that guy.
I don't either.
Figures out if it's right or wrong.
And it may be a whole different concept with the EMP and electronics, and you know what I'm saying. It may be a whole different concept, and that's cool. It's just things I sit around and think about.
It may be different, but I mean, it goes
because
back
I
to
think
what you said. Electricity is electricity. You know what I mean?
well, and the only reason why I brought that up is because I believe that is the most absolute realistic thing that's probably going to happen in the United States within the next few months.
What, an EMP?
An EMP,
Oh, I see that.
like multiple EMPs.
Yeah, I think an EMP. I think an EMP would be a precursor to an all-out strike, because you want to bring down as much of the grid.
You wouldn't have to EMP this sumbitch and knock out the power grid completely, like it's done, dude. I'm telling you, people will kill it, man. They won't even have to.
90% of the population would be gone. And
they won't even have to set up.
Everybody under the age of 30 would probably start. There would be like an 80% suicide rate because they can't log on to TikTok and Facebook.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Below and above.
Like real talk, they literally wouldn't have to set a boot on the ground over here.
Yeah, I agree. Well, actually, we've had this talk before.
A way more likely scenario than, say, nuking, because nuking fucks up your resources, right?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to destroy the planet. You want to get rid of the motherfuckers that you don't like. You know what I mean?
So that's the only reason that the balloon situation bothered me.
Yeah, same here.
Was that there was that potential.
Man, oh, I'm sorry.
But you know what blew my mind about all of that was for a second that they didn't know,
Yeah, they
knew. They knew. They just got caught,
Yeah.
In all reality, like that's what we need to understand. And not to sound weird or anything, but there's a reason that we fought for 20 fucking years in Afghanistan.
There was a reason that we fought for 20 years in Afghanistan. They pissed all over it.
They
It
did.
makes me
But
mad.
but I listened to some people and they were like, you know what? They just kept coming up with these like little fucking sneaky things that were so below the technological radar that they actually worked.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And that is the only thing that gives me hope in the future.
Yeah.
Is that I know eventually I'm gonna maybe
Like-
be a bad guy or something like that.
Like
I'll be
with,
labeled that.
with all this
But-
AI, all this. I'm sorry, but May, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I was gonna say eventually maybe I'll be labeled a bad guy because I just want to grow my own food and, you know, just be free and be
Yeah.
able to defend myself because that's a terrible fucking thing.
Oh yeah,
But
you're a cruel person.
yeah. And be kind to people because that's actually what I like to do. But it doesn't take super technology to overcome
Like,
a powerful thing.
Am I
Oh.
am I correct with the Afghanistan thing? Basically, all over there. Am I correct in saying that it was because of the oil fields, and we wanted the oil, and they wanted to go off the petrodollar, so we went and basically took over their oil, and then we left it, and now China is
I
moving
want to
in.
say lithium had a
lithium had a lot to
That
do
too.
with it.
Yeah, lithium.
Plus, all the poppy fields were funding a lot of the CIA stuff.
True. Yeah, the pop.
Yeah.
I remember that too. the
Oh,
pop-
those pretty little flowers.
There's no reason to invade Afghanistan. There's nothing there anybody needs except minerals and poppies. There's no.
It's all resources. And if we start to understand that, if we start to realize that aspect of it, it really changes the dynamics of everything.
Yep.
Like we need to stop thinking about like, oh, this sounds so bad, but democracy and freedom and whatever else. But when we understand the base resources, then you start to understand where and why people are making their chess moves.
Yeah, and then you look at Afghanistan with the lithium, and then you realize that it's all a fucking smoke and mirrors game. Because, all right, look, the whole Afghanistan thing, it did not fuck with any of the lithium prices. It did not fuck with Tesla selling shitloads of car and Elon Musk getting super rich. You know why? Because while everybody's worried about Afghanistan, that little bit of lithium that they're pulling out of the ground, nobody's paying attention to what the fuck's going on in South Africa.
Right.
And they're raping the fuck out of that country, and nobody cares. But we're going to send crazy amounts of money to Ukraine with their
laundering,
their racist SS German, battalions.
Man.
I'm going to talk about
you
that.
know,
Them straight up.
I don't even give a fuck about that. I don't give a fuck about that. I give a fuck about the whole money laundering stuff, but I don't care about what their ideals are.
But nobody's looking at South Africa. They're
minority. They're just playing that.
Ripping that place apart, but everybody's worried about Afghanistan and Ukraine and balloons.
It's the same thing with everybody assuming that every Afghan wants to fuck a goat. That's not true.
No, not all of them. Some of them don't have goats.
Well, no, but it's true. Like,
that's a joke.
Oh, well, you know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Like, same with the Iraqis. Like, it was all a farce.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, it's hard to have an intelligent conversation about topics like this, and it's hard. Or it's not hard to have an intelligent conversation. It's hard to have an intelligent conversation with actual facts when all the facts that we're getting are coming from mainstream media, which means it's just piece of a narrative that they want you to spin. And it goes back to what I said weeks and weeks ago. How come we have better footage of the fucking Civil War than we do from the Afghan War? We literally have better still footage from the Civil War than we do from this war in Ukraine. You know, I mean,
There's
in
so many
in
facets.
91, when we went to Iraq the first time, when we went to Grenada, to Panama, there were embedded reporters with the troops that were on the ground. We were seeing real time footage. But now Ukraine, all we get is this secondhand shit, some stills, and a fucking drone dropping a grenade on some guy in a fucking trench. It's fucking Hollywood. Yeah,
but I'll
people are
say,
dying and it sucks, but we're only seeing their part of the narrative they want us to see.
Exactly.
Auslander,
It's all a narrative.
yeah,
Auslander?
Auslander said, yeah, Auslander, what's up? Iran has, if you dig around and dig deep enough, Iran has been making some moves, and
Oh, yeah.
they're definitely somebody that we shouldn't take our eyes off of.
Well,
That place should have been a parking lot
here's
2 decades ago.
Yeah, should have been.
play
You know,
a little bit of a
honestly, you know, the messed up part is we are so far down this rabbit hole, and everybody's trying to think about how do we fix this? How do we fix that? How do we all get along? Honestly, like literally, if I was the guy in control of the entire planet for 20 minutes, and I thought about it, and I thought about my decision for 19 minutes and 55 seconds, I would still come to the same conclusion. I would flip a switch and I would take the entire planet back to 1800, and we can start over again and see if we can get this shit fucking right. Everybody goes dark. Everybody learns how to grow their own food. Everybody learns how to take care of their neighbors. We get into cliques and we start over and try to do it again, because now we're relying on AI to fix the problem. The problem is the motherfuckers that are programming the AI are the sons of bitches that got us in this shit in the first place. You know,
well, yeah, and that's the problem. Like,
I can't tell you how many times I turn on
we've
the old Western and I'm like, man, that's the life.
well, yeah, but that's a little bit of nostalgia too. But
Absolutely.
what we really need to understand is that, like, in every point in history where we've had this kind of pivotal moment that we're facing right now, at least at those points, people knew how to take care of themselves. At this point, we don't.
No.
Like, the number of people who know how to actually survive a fucking year on their own is minuscule. Like, I've talked to people and they're like, okay, even in places like Afghanistan, right? For example, they knew how to sustain themselves. Not anymore. Not in the last 20 years.
No.
Like, they don't even know how to fucking farm. They wait for the UN trucks.
Yeah.
Like, go to Africa, go to China, go to anywhere in the world, and there is a tendency. That is what they're banking on, and that is what we need to fight, and that is what I keep fighting against.
Look at how fucked up the mainstream. Like, even our history is wrong. I mean, what do you know about just pick something that you learned in school that you're proud of, or that you remember as part of the American culture, and it was a pivotal moment, like, say, the Battle of Little Bighorn. You know,
It's all BS.
The story that you're taught in class is completely false and complete fucking bullshit to what actually happened. I mean,
it's depressing to learn. It's
fucking embarrassing. You're literally making a hero out of a fucking mass murdering psychopath. But the story they tell, you know, in the history books, is that there was this heroic last stand, which is complete and total bullshit. It wasn't heroic. They were running like a bunch of bitches, and that wasn't the last stand. They were still fighting in the riverbed hours later, you know. And they went out and forensically documented specific rounds from specific weapons. There were survivors from the Battle of Little Bighorn, like, and they're talking about everybody. No, they weren't wiped out. The Indian scouts were dismissed when the fighting started by the lead Indian scout, but he wasn't Indian. He was mixed. He was half breed. He dismissed them, said, "Y'all need to get out of here," and they disappeared because Custer would not listen to him when he said, you know, should not do this because we can't win. They got us completely fucking outnumbered. It was a Hitler, it was a Napoleon ego that I can't be beat. I'm General Custer, and then he got his fucking ass handed to him. But in the history books, he's this big fucking hero, and it's complete and total bullshit.
Well, and that's history in a nutshell, honestly.
And it's the
Whoever
same thing they're going to
wins.
tell about Iraq. It's the same thing they'll tell about Afghanistan in 50 years or 100 years from now.
All-
You know,
and everywhere.
well,
Well, see,
it's like the movie Jericho, when it was the Allied States of America and they came into the city of Jericho and it was a new president. And then the high school teacher or the middle school teacher was talking about, here's the new textbooks. And they rewritten like the last 20 years.
I'm watching that now, actually.
Yeah, me too. I've watched it like 100 times because that is like one of the best shows ever made. I wish they would have done it the right way and let it go on for like 4 or 5 seasons. And I actually wish they'd do a remake of it. But it's everything that we're seeing from the mainstream media is propaganda. They get their money from the machine, and the machine wants a thing to be said a certain way. And we're basing our choices on falsehoods. So it's like,
well, and that's why we have to be careful as people ourselves, honestly. Like, here's the thing. Like, we look at everybody else and they're like, oh, those fucking stupid sheep, right? But do we ever turn the glass to ourselves and look at us and say, oh, how much are we falling for shit? Like, we really, truly have to be logical. Oh, shit, what's the word? Oh, Angela, help me.
Sheeple?
No, but we have to be very careful not to fall into the same trap as the people that we make out to be the sheep.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Look,
We have to be discerning. We have to be logical. And oh, shit. Yeah, there's another word. But anyways,
I mean,
we really do have to be careful, too, to not fall into the same trap as everybody else.
If America, especially in 2023, is so righteous and so open to change and so open to inclusivity and all this great, you know, that we're ripping down statues for no fucking reason, we're making all these statements. Why has nobody addressed the Christopher Columbus situation? Why has nobody addressed that fucking
that's a whole nother story in itself.
murdering person and what he did? But he's a hero. He's celebrated. We do Thanksgiving and it's Christopher Columbus.
Yeah, and then you go back into his history, and then what do you find?
And then he didn't discover fucking America. Nobody's talking about the Vikings that were here hundreds of years before he was.
No, I'm not even talking about that.
You know, it's like, but the
he was
things that he did
fleeing persecution.
Oh yeah, you know, nobody talks about that. You know,
but see,
it's
see, that's I know, but see, that's the thing. I like really and truly like Thanksgiving, for instance. I mean, you know, I learned in school, yada yada. Okay, but like the whole time that I remember Thanksgiving, from the earliest I can remember until last year, you know, this last Thanksgiving, we've never talked about Christopher Columbus, or we've never talked about any of that shit. We like it's more for us about family. And Milkmaid, I don't know, maybe this is kind of where you were going, but you know, maybe I don't know, but the history stuff, to me, I look at it and I'm just like, yeah, okay, you know, whatever. I mean, you know, a lot of people has they take history, something that happened 100 years ago, 200 years ago, and they're like, look, see, and I understand that, but the problem is we never look forward in how to fix it and stop doing that, you know, because all we want to do is bring that up, you know, and the whole.
You mean Ouroboros?
The whole, well, I'm saying you should know history, but you should learn lessons, so you know, so that you learn the good lessons and you learn the bad lessons, so that you don't. But what people really need to focus on is right now. I can't do anything about what happened yesterday, but I can change what happens tomorrow. You know, and that's where we really need to put our focus, and that's that's how I've been really trying to refocus my life, over the last 3 or 4 months. Is I'm trying to more focus on what I can do today that has an effect for tomorrow, because what I do today ain't going to change anything that happens
Well,
yesterday. You see what I'm saying?
yeah, that's what you need to do. Don't do fear
Right.
by is that kind of thing. You just have to keep going forward.
But my problem with all that is people are basing their choices today on false history that they learned from yesteryear. They're
For sure.
basing it's like take the Civil War for instance. Everybody thinks it was fought over slavery. If you think the
It
Civil
wasn't.
War was about slavery, you're a fucking uneducated fucking idiot.
Right.
Civil War was fought because people wanted to make their own fucking decisions. I mean, there were just as many slave owners in the North as in the South. One of the first slave owners in the United States of America was a black man that owned black slaves. The whole slavery issue being annotated to the Civil War was just to gain momentum and get the public behind the movement. I mean, and I've got family on both sides of this conflict, black and white. All right. So it's like,
but they're showing
to say that it was about slavery is a fucking falsehood. It should be
they're
based
showing
on the
evidence.
fact that it was an overbearing government that was trying to tell the states what to do at a time when the states were supposed to be responsible for themselves and make their own choices. It was about the power in Congress because slave-holding states, if you own slaves, a slave-owning person, there was called a three-fifths rule. Yeah. Each slave or each certain amount of slaves got you 3/5 of a vote for a congressional seat. And there were more slaves in the South.
It was a
than the
weight.
North. There were more slaves in the South than in the North. So when they looked at that on paper, the people up North realized, wait a minute, hold on. Those guys in the South, because of the 3/5 law, they're going to take over the freaking government. And that shit, they wouldn't let it slide. Most of the people that fought for the South did not fight for slavery. They didn't even own slaves. They fought because it was their house, their home, the place they were born, the place they
were
grew
going
up.
to be invaded.
Yeah, General Robert E. Lee, he was not a big fan of slavery, but he would not raise arms against Virginia.
Because he was a Virginian. I get that.
It's like,
as a Virginian myself,
the Civil
but
War is the Confederate flag, and it was all about black against white. No, the fuck it wasn't. That is not what it was about. There was slavery in the North, just like in the South. The problem was it was cold as fuck up north, and cotton didn't grow, so there were more slaves in the South. There were more black slaves. There were more white slaves. There were more Irish slaves. There was indentured servitude for decades and decades and decades. It's not a black and white.
It wasn't
thing.
just a black thing. Yeah, it was definitely whites as well.
There's a reason it's called the African slave trade, not the American slave trade. We didn't fucking invent that shit. It existed in Africa before one ship full of colonizers
well, slave
landed.
comes from the word Slav, which is white.
The African kings were warring with other tribes, taking them prisoner, putting them in slavery. They learned it in Europe.
Did y'all know? I want to tell y'all something real quick. About the Christopher Columbus's peoples and stuff. Them peoples. They and then the slave traders and stuff. No, yeah, I was going to address that too. No, I mean slavery is
wrong.
Bullshit. Yeah, I mean it's wrong in every level. Period. But anyway, so check it out. Hold on. So check it out. So we didn't. So the slave people, the slave traders and stuff, the Christopher Columbus type people, and they didn't go into like Africa or anywhere like that because the Europeans were susceptible to a lot of the diseases and stuff that Africa had, and they knew about that place for a long time, but they went in instead and tried to colonize America, and discovered pretty quickly that the Indians were the ones that were susceptible, and there was a lot of Indians wiped out through disease, through trade. Like they would go and meet with other tribes and trade and stuff. So a lot of disease killed Indians here from the Columbuses and stuff.
And then so on and so forth.
Right.
Our government really fucked them.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Like that makes me angry.
Well, see, that's what always gets me, Milk, is some of these people, they're advocating for what the government wants. These leftists and stuff that we in America right now, and it's like we're trying to tell them, look, it wasn't me that done. I'm against slavery. I'm against all this shit. Man, let me tell you, is it like women's rights? I love my wife. My wife is a human being. She is equal to me. We do things. She's better at some stuff, and I'm better at some stuff. And we make a team. And man, I'm for all that. So it's really funny how the leftists try to portray onto us that we're the evil ones, and they're the ones that are advocating for everything the government wants. And it's like governments have been killing people and fucking shit up since the beginning of governments.
They're
and
useless idiots.
Backwoods, I think that's where you get the government involved, and then you actually have to look at where everybody's going on the civilian level. And right now, the left is programming everybody to be a feminist. In my household, I am not a feminist. I make sandwiches. The guy wants a sandwich, I'll make a sandwich. But
Me too.
It's just one of those things, right? That's a comfort food. And so how do you come up here and roll on our property and tell me that I'm bad because I serve and I do. I serve my husband, but you also tell me that I don't know what's the word. Milkmaid, help me here. I'm submissive. That's it. Submissive to my husband. How is
But
that bad?
You're a
but
helpful
see,
partner.
yeah, they conflate that because they have to they want strife. And like as I could say, my wife will fix me a sandwich, but also like on the really super cold mornings when she has to travel, to for her work, I go out and start her vehicle so it's nice and warm when she comes out of the house. I do that
Mutual.
every single morning, and I will do that for her anytime. Glad
Yeah.
to. I've been asleep, get up, go out, start the vehicle, and go and get back in bed. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's a mutual thing, and that's the leftists. These type people, they want that strife in everything. There has
Yeah.
to be strife in everything, and it's
Well-
like, why can't my damn wife make me a fucking sandwich and I go out and start her car in the morning? And I
Right.
mean, why is that? Why is there unequalness here? You know what I mean? It's
I
damn
Well, if
cold
you-
outside. You know.
If you
And-
pull that out to a larger scale, though,
Right.
when we're talking about our country and our world and all of that stuff, the main thing that I keep seeing is that they're pushing for lack of responsibility for personal self and also for family, right?
Yeah.
It's all dependency on the government or the world, as they're trying to mold it. And when that happens, you become a slave, basically. Like we already, what most of us don't understand is that we already are handcuffed, chained, bound beyond belief. Whether it's, with the dollar, whether it's with food, whether it's with fuel, like how many of us literally could go out there today and survive without anything outside of those quote unquote systems? Like I'm not talking about quote systems, But I'm talking about like all of those things that have been put in place over the last 100 years. I mean, not even our livestock can survive without those.
Yeah, those
How
convenient.
fucking scary is that? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that
So
is a thing that I,
Milkmaid, my dad called that the fast food generation, and I think I was part of that. And so
we
I
all
married
are.
Garen, and yeah, no, I think I was. And
What?
Garen is actually quite a few years older than me, and I say quite a few. I think maybe 6, but he's going to be 57. I'll be 51 this year, and so yeah, that's one of the things we talk about all the time is, I kind of feel like our kids were fast food generation too, but I think we passed that on. And so that gets back
Yeah.
to permaculture. You got to learn the cover crops. You've got to learn all that stuff. How are you feeding your animals? You're going to get them off the feed. You don't have to go to the feed store. That crap does not have to happen. You just
Right.
have to plant the right seeds. Get everything in there, rotate your livestock, and we can totally do this. I just don't understand why everybody is so
Well,
confused.
like to me, like when you looking at society in a whole right now, how fucked up it is. What I want to do is I want to go back and figure out the turning point when it started going downhill. And every time I think about it, any problem that you bring up today in this world, that this fucked up world we're living in, it always takes me back to one point in time to when there was this, I'm gonna call it the pre-woke culture before somebody put the word woke on it, to when somebody said, and please guys hear me out, please nobody don't get offended, to when boys decided they wanted to be girls, girls decided they wanted to be boys, and everybody had to be equal. Let me explain something to you. I am a man. I am physically stronger. The bones are more dense. The muscles texture. I am stronger than most females my age, my size. The trade-off is most women my age, my size are smarter than me. Female reflexes are better than male reflexes. There are things in life that women do better than men. There are things in life that men do better than women. That
And
will
we
never
work as a
change.
team.
You can't transition from being a boy to a girl. It is biologically, scientifically, and realistically fucking impossible. If you
Do
were
you know
not
what?
born with female reproductive organs, you can't
Well,
spontaneously grow them overnight just because you chopped off your pee. If you were born with the PP and you decide you want to be a girl because you met a bully for the first time in your life in school and you realize you didn't want to fight, so you'll just be a girl and you'll scream and yell and your life will be easier, that is the wrong way to grow up. That's not how it
Ghost.
exists in the animal world. That's not how it exists in the real world. There's a term called pecking order for a reason. All animals on the planet do it, fish
Yeah.
included. There's a pecking order. You know, you stand up to the bully, you get your place in life and in line, and you exist. Look, I was bullied. Oh my God, beyond belief growing up. It made me who I am today. You know, I met a couple of those bullies after I hit puberty. They're not my bullies anymore. You know, one of them served me a hamburger at McDonald's because while he was bullying me, I was getting good grades. It is what it is. But in this age of everybody gets a participation trophy, boys can be girls, girls can be boys, and you can't be upset about it. That's our problem. When we got away from the nuclear family, the mom, the dad, the kids, you know, and I'm not saying that a woman's place is in the home. Let me tell you something. If I could find me a woman that had a good job and I could stay at home and all I had to do was cook, which is what I love to do, you know, and take care of the kids, which is what I love to do. I'm a teacher. Uh, and do my shit around the homestead, taking care of the animals. Baby, you do you, I'll do me. Can I make you a sandwich? I'm cool with that.
well,
But
see,
Ghost.
the
I
whole
think
thing is saying you can selectively choose to be a male or a female, and everybody has to be treated equal. It's like the female NBA players bitching because they don't get equal pay. you're not doing an equal job.
Do you
All right.
know?
NBA
Do you know
players
what?
get paid about based on the money that they bring in. Are you telling me you bring in enough? Nobody goes to the NBA game, the WNBA games. That's why you're not getting paid. If you want NBA money, show up to an NBA camp, get hired by an NBA team, and then you get NBA money.
Ghost.
Hmm?
Have you ever talked around with people who are in their 20s recently?
Yeah.
Where they're talking about, okay, I'm gonna go here.
Go ahead.
Like my husband is a gear guy. Like he is a guns and gear guy. He is a combat guy. He's done that shit all his life, right? And
We'll
I
get there.
really didn't delve into it at all. But I realized at some point that maybe it was a good idea that I would learn, right? So I go and I play in these little communities and stuff like that, and I learn stuff. But what I have found is that what I see from the younger generation of guys like that is that they have zero respect for women whatsoever. Zero.
Correct.
Yeah.
They think they are like dirt, you
Oh, yeah.
know, property.
But
This
see,
shit, like it's a pendulum that has swung. And for me, when I look at that, I'm like, oh my God, like, oh, that's bad. Like it's good that they want to embrace masculinity. They want to do the protective thing, all that stuff. But I look at that and I'm like, wow, like they really have no idea. Like they're becoming the thing that they are trying to fight, which is really fucking funny and
Yeah.
not at the same time. It's really disturbing to me
Yeah.
because I watch that and I'm like, can we find a happy medium here?
There
Like,
is
can you
no-
understand that you can work as a team?
Like it's
Well,
so
see-
messed up because their biggest argument is that you're not accepting me for who I am because I'm a boy that wants to be a girl and call me Lucy. The
Or
irony
boy
is,
that wants to be a boy,
the
but I
irony
have to
is,
shit on people,
you're
you know?
upset. You're upset. You were born a male. You want to be a female, and you're upset that we're not accepting you. Society's not accepting you for who you really are, which is a female, and you're not. You're a male. The irony is, motherfucker, that's what you're doing. You are not accepting you for who you are, but
Yes.
you want society to accept you for who you're not. Look, you can pretend to be a three-legged penguin. I don't give a shit. I am under no obligation to participate in your fucking delusion. You do you.
Well,
think everything-
but see, this all goes back. Look, this all goes back to teachings, man. Because when I was growing up, my mama taught me to cook, to clean, to do my own laundry. She taught me that you open a door for a woman. It out of politeness. She told me to go out there and have bicycle wrecks. I mean, dude, I've been sewed up and had cuts and bruises and broken, you know what I'm saying? And she encouraged that, but she also taught me the gentle side of what I should be, you know what I'm saying? To be a friendly person, to understand that the wife is equal. We grew up, when I grew up, we had the whole time since I was a little kid all the way up to when I graduated and then left the house, we had this big thing, this big old picture up there, and it was basically a woman was made from a man's side, from his rib, from his side to not from a piece of his head to top him, and not from a piece of his feet to be trampled on by him, but from a piece of his rib, from his side to be under your protection, to be equal with you, side by side, to be partners, and that's how I grew up, and we allowed that to go away. We allowed these bad people to come in and go, well, God, God is bad, and God, you, and then allowed this friends with benefits, and we allowed the pride parades, and when it just kept progressing, and we stopped teaching our children from a young age as a society. I taught my kids, and teaching my kids who are still learning, but we forgot that. You know what I'm saying? We stopped pushing that, and part of that was through the program, the one like the WIC and stuff. You know, to where it's you know, a lot of these women, for instance, you know, back in the day would tell you it's cheaper. It's more beneficial to me money wise to have 3 or 4 babies, but not have a man in the home. So there was no family structure, and it's just progressed from there.
Especially if you get 3 or 4 different baby daddies, then you get max child support from each one.
Right, right,
Right.
And
Just take away nuclear family, right?
exactly. I
exactly,
mean, I go back.
exactly.
I remember growing up. I have a younger brother and 2 younger sisters, and this is a perfect analogy, at least to me, it is, of what's wrong with society and how things change.
Well, remember,
Now,
Ghost, real quick. Remember, I told you, I said, you sent that video to me, and I said we don't do, TikTok is banned here. It's blocked. I can't even load TikTok. We banned that shit in our house for our kids, man. And they got mad at first, but I told them, I said, look, I I don't care when you get old enough to pay your own bills, then go out there and get TikTok if that's what you feel you need to do. You know,
right,
but as long as you're under my roof, you're going to do this. And I'm not their friend. I'm their parent. I'm their dad. You know what I'm saying? I love my kids and we do stuff together, things like that, but they're they're not my friend. They're my kids, you know, and it's my duty to raise them correctly and not
right,
have them exposed to all that BS.
right.
I'm
I,
sorry.
I
Go
I remember growing up as a kid.
ahead.
If me and my sister, or both my sisters, or me, my brother, and my sisters were riding a bicycle, and we crashed. If my sister fell down and skinned her knee, and there was like a little bit of blood, it was like freak out time. Mommy and daddy grabbed the first aid kit. Let's bandage her up. Do we need to call 911? If me and my brother wrecked on our bike, I mean, the first question was, is your bone sticking out? No, then get up, rub it off, go back, whatever, and we've gotten away from that, and now it's like me being a combat arms veteran. I would not ever in a million years, unless it was forced upon me, be comfortable voluntarily going into a combat situation with females in my unit. Not saying they can't do the job. I'm not. I'm just saying that mentally it changes the way you would react in certain situations simply
The
because
Israelis did a study on this. Yeah.
it does. You can't, it mentally changes me. If it was me in backwoods going into a firefight, I'm going to react a certain way. If he gets hit, I'm going to react a certain way. If it was me and Roots going into the conversation, or me and Sophia, or me and Milkmaid, and one of you ladies got hit, I am going to completely react
Differently.
entirely different than I would
Yeah.
if it was me in backwoods.
It's natural.
And there's nothing I can do about that, which means it compromises me, it compromises you, and it compromises the entire mission. That's a psychological, physical, biological thing that will never, ever change.
I
Just
do
like the
believe
fact
that.
that a boy can't be a girl and a girl can't be a boy.
Yeah, that's
Now,
absolutely true. So I actually, so Garen got off the Ranger and there was a battleship off of 32nd Street that allowed females on the battleship.
Yeah.
And I told Dad about that. He was 24 years Navy. And I said, I just don't think this is right. They let so many women on. And that was actually the first battleship that came back, and most of the women were pregnant
Yeah.
by the
It was a fucking disaster.
disaster.
It doesn't really work. And I'm not saying that women aren't capable, because quite frankly, they are extremely capable.
Absolutely.
However, that's such a touchy subject,
It
because
changes the
honestly,
mental psyche of going to war.
it
Going to
does.
war, it
And
was always a man's thing, and it will always be a man's thing. The man goes
it
to
will.
war to protect his family, which includes his wife and kids and his home.
And I
That's
can't
a
tell you
mental
how
thing.
many soldiers I've talked to who have said, you know, like that was what fucked them up the most
Absolutely.
was
There's
the
no way
chick
it
there.
can't. There's no
And
way it can't.
you know, and it's not even just the women coming back pregnant, you know, that happens. But like it really logistically it's not very feasible.
You
However,
can't.
I mean, they do have their place. Like the only reason that I've gotten into like understanding guns and tactics and shit like that is because, you know, one day maybe I won't have him to protect me, you
Right.
know, and I
Yeah.
have to learn that stuff. And I think that's important for women to learn.
I mean, it's
However,
a scientific fact. Women make awesome fighter pilots. Women's reflexes are insane.
well,
Women
and
make,
we have some drive there. Like y'all have your drive, but we have a separate drive. And I'm not going to say they're necessarily equal, but they're kind of comparable.
yeah,
And they're
yeah,
different, but
that's the thing. We're
when it
equal, but we're different.
yeah. And most of the time, no offense to all the ladies out there, but women tend to get a little more emotional, you know. And you know, that's not necessarily a bad thing because we need that for the other tasks that
It's
generally fall to us. But
it's biology. I mean,
right.
you can't deprogram your genes.
And you know, men can fill in positions that women, you know,
Absolutely.
generally hold. I'm not saying, you know, one or the other, but
Like,
honestly, like we need to learn to work as a team and cross train is what I'm saying.
I mean, it's like
Huh?
I
Y'all,
can't reprogram a mainframe computer, or you know, there's a whole bunch of things on this planet that I can't do. All right. So I will find somebody that can do that. But like when you're going a combat arms military type thing, if you're asking a human being to go onto the battlefield and take a life, you're basically asking them to be prepared to take a life, which means you want them to transform into a fucking animal. You cannot you cannot effectively do that job if there is an opposite sex beside you that you are genetically programmed to care about and take care of, even if you don't know who she is. She is a female. That's part of the male anatomy. That's what we do. So
Well, real
why would
men.
you want to ask? Yeah, why would you want to ask a female to go into a situation where you have to turn into an animal when in a human being, a male human being's eyes, you know, every single woman you meet is a reflection of your mother. You know, you're about, I mean, you produce literally the most important job you can ever do in your life. And the thing that blows most men away is you can take a little bit of DNA material from me and construct an entire human life. What the fuck? I can't do that. There's no way I could ever do that. We're never going to be equal in that sense. All right. So give us one. All right. I mean, we're going to bow down and respect you for the ability to recreate human life. Let us be the ones that go out and take it effectively without getting all clouded up and getting all misty eyed with because there's not a soldier on the planet that's not going to get fucked up if you have to go into a combat situation with a female beside you and you know, she, God forbid, gets wounded or gets killed. That's going
They
to
always go first. Like any good man will always go first. Like
so it's like,
even those who say that they don't care, like they will. And that's the crazy thing. You know, it's good. It's crazy
I think it's
too.
awesome that there are females out there that can do the job. I really do. I think it's badass. I think they're badass women. I still don't want to go into combat with them unless it was a last resort because I know it's going to fuck with my job correctly. You know?
Well, yeah, and a lot of people take offense at that, but I do understand that only in listening to the accounts that I have. Like I haven't been in those situations, but I have listened to enough drunken confessions of combat guys that I understand that is a real thing.
I mean, and it's different. I mean there are so many other jobs to do in the military that does not involve a female being in direct conflict. And there are certain circumstances where it happens. Obviously, being a truck driver, getting caught in an ambush, that happened to that one chick or whatever. But I mean, shit happens. It is what it is. But
yeah, there's a lot of cunts out there. Just saying, for naughty's sake. Yep, there are.
Yeah. Maybe she was
most definitely.
What's wrong with you, Naughty? You're in a bad mood tonight.
No, there are plenty of like really cunty people out there.
Society needs to understand that we are equal, but we're different. We're equal in different ways. I mean, there's a difference in equality and equity. It's yeah. I mean, certain things it's just not gonna. No.
We have our roles.
Oh, y'all want to hear something funny? Jim Carrey nuked his Twitter account, man, because of the Epstein list.
Really?
What?
Yep.
Oh well, there's a whole bunch of them that need to
He's
do
on
that.
He's on that list. Nasty joker. Needs.
You're so good at diverting the conversation.
I know. Well, I just thought it was interesting.
But in my opinion, personally, I think what's wrong with society is that we got away from the nuclear family, and people tried to assume roles that aren't theirs. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yes.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to dog on single mothers or even single fathers. I'm just saying there are certain roles that people are better suited to do. And now when you own a company and you've got to do this diversity hire, and you've got to say, well, there are only 10% of the people in this computer technology field are females, and there's an issue, we've got to fix that. Well, maybe, no, we don't. Maybe they just didn't want the fucking job. All right. Because I promise you, the number of females in the trash collection industry is probably 2% in the entire country that want to ride on the back of a truck and dump garbage. I don't hear anybody screaming about making sure it's 50-50 women on the back of the garbage truck.
Dude, I guarantee you raising children is way harder than fucking collecting garbage.
Or 50-50 women working on the road crews, or 50-50 women climbing the power poles in the hurricane to turn the power back on. You choose what job you want. I'm going to hire the best person for the position. If I own a company, the reason I'm giving you a job and paying you is to make me more money. So I want the best motherfucker for the job.
I just want where you're getting those employees from, because I can't get anybody to show up here.
Yes, I mean I
haul my own trash.
This whole inclusion, equity, got to accept this and that and the other. And the cool thing is, here lately, there's been a whole lot of blowback, even on mainstream media, about the girls doing boy sports and the boys doing girl sports and all this other stuff, and the pronouns and all this. So there's some blowback. So hopefully that shit's gonna really blow up.
Oh, that shit's about to go down, man. People are getting sick of that shit, dude.
Well, I mean, the thing is, dude, if you want to be gay, be gay. Nobody gives a shit.
But I want to distract the conversation real quick because I got something to tell y'all. Like really and truly. So 11 Russian warships entered the Black Sea, and as they're pretty sure they're about to launch a big missile attack on Ukraine, and 6 Ukrainian Neptune batteries are in position on the Black Sea, likely to launch a massive counter missile attack on the 11 Russian warships in enemy territory. So they're about to start using ships to. I'm telling you, this shit. And look, I'm just getting at it as this shit is escalating, and we are in this. And you just watch and see. Go ahead.
Do you ever just look at all of this and say, "Yep, saw that coming"?
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, if it wasn't for you guys on YouTube, keep me up to speed on what's going on, I would not know, because I do not turn my television on. I do not watch the news.
Oh, I don't either.
Well, yeah,
I listen to alternative news, SG42, S2, Underground, like maybe Monkey Works every once in a while, like Ford
to watch
Observer,
Monkey Works a
like
lot.
shit like that, where you actually get the news.
I used to
Right.
watch Monkey Works a lot, and I got tired of it. And then I used to watch Tim Pool big time. But I got to tell you, man, here lately,
Mm-hmm.
his head has completely outgrown that beanie, and I'm starting to, you know, the way he just loves to. I disagree, and then that's your opinion, bro. It's not religion. It's not fact, you know. But he's like really starting to yeah, get on my nerves a little bit.
Yeah,
Well,
hey,
I'll listen to a lot of
that
people like
black pill
Sticks.
out now. Can you do a white pill?
Oh yeah, your
I
white
mean,
pill.
I still like to watch Tim because of the guests that he has on, but literally 80% of the time, I wish he wouldn't open his fucking mouth. I wish they could put out a video where he doesn't talk. You just hear the other people talk because it's
Hey,
like,
Ghost,
yep.
you got to hear Yoda's white pill because this is a concept.
Okay.
And should I let you explain it, Yoda?
Yeah, so you put the black pill out, and now we have to teach people how to overcome that, right? How to be successful, that kind of thing. So if you put that one thing that's coming out, right, that's really, really bad, so now you have to come up and how do you overcome this? So backwoods, go for it.
by being self-prepared, by learning how to garden, learning how to, store up food. We've been talking about this. If you didn't get it when the toilet paper wars of 2020 happened, then something's wrong with you. Um, we all these escalations and all these bad things, the bad stuff going on, the chemical spills and god dang man, everything's happening everywhere and it's going crazy. The one thing you got to focus on is yourself and your household, and you got to start within and look at it as part of something that you have no control over. I don't have any control over Russia and Ukraine shooting missiles at each other. I don't have any control over our federal government going and
Yes.
you know, um, being involved in this. I don't have any control over that. What I do have control over is what happens each day here at my household. And I do have control over that. So therefore, I rotate my canned foods. I have not started canning, but I do got all the shit to do it.
We're
I,
gonna
I
make you
think
can.
I think I could do it with no problem. But what I'm getting at is we the black pill deal and everything, but to turn it to the other side, you have to start within yourself, and you have to prepare your mind for what may for what is coming, because not what may be coming, because bad things are really coming, like food shortages, like real shit. And you may have to even deal with um people, in a bad way, because they may want what you got. So is that a is that a satisfactory answer?
Actually, yes, it is. And we figured out that we may have screwed ourselves getting a YouTube channel, but it's more important for us to teach people how to stock up. So stack, prep, get all that stuff together. But I kind of think we screwed ourselves. Where we are lucky is that we have a like-minded community. And so we do believe nobody's coming here. I do know that I'm medicine woman for a lot of neighbors. So that's good. It's all fine.
I like the white pill concept because I remember Grumpy and Yoda talked about it once upon a time, and it's really easy to get bogged down by all the shit in the world, like
Fear
all this
by
shit's coming, and
Yep.
really honestly you can't stop a lot of it. Like we can make little efforts, and we will continue to do that, but the greatest effort is to continue to learn and shit. And I kind of appreciate Ghost for that because he has done that. on his 2-year anniversary. But I think that's important. I think that continuing to learn and teach and connect,
Yep.
like in the long run, that's going to mean a lot. Even if we're not in the same area, maybe we're not in the same like little group. Hopefully, maybe we can be. Who knows?
Every
But
every
like,
oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Go ahead.
I was going to say every person that we help get prepared out there is one less person we're going to have to deal with when the shit.
Right.
100%.
I agree with that.
Sorry about that. man.
Also,
Milkmaid, when am I going to get you to actually can meat in a water bath canner?
When you can prove to me that I can kill botulism.
Get it up to 165 degrees. You'll be fine.
You know what? We'll have to try that at some point.
I'll send you some if you want. So, not botulism, but meat.
Good. I do have to dip out, y'all. It's almost 3 o'clock where I am, so.
You're at almost 7 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, crap. It's almost 2 o'clock here. G's going to be mad.
Sophia, you look so much like Roots right now with the glasses and your hair pulled back. If you didn't have that parka on,
Right?
I'm sorry. It was cold outside.
For some reason, I looked at Sophia when you said that, and I instantly thought McDonald's large fries, but I don't know.
Dude,
I will
fries
say
are
that-
amazing.
I will say this before I go, you guys. I hope everybody realizes how little control you have over your own life. And I think people, while you should be preparing your mind, you should also be evaluating what you're willing to sacrifice to get the balance back on the scales. Because while bad things are coming outside of our world, look at what's happening here.
Yeah. And Sophia,
Very
you know
true.
our story, right?
Say that again?
You know our story, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you go back and you look at our background and you kind of see what we did, we gave everything up so that G didn't have to take the jab. I didn't have to take the jab. We are literally starting all over.
Yeah.
So if you don't think you can start all over and you cannot start right now, think again. You can.
I agree. I moved my whole family 2,500 miles away from where I was born and raised all my life. Started completely over.
Good for you. Yeah.
Ghost,
Well,
congrats on 2 years. Milkmaid, Backwoods,
Thank you.
Yoda.
Like
Y'all
Sophia came to the East Coast because she knew that's where me and Backwoods lived. And Milkmaid. She came. Roots is next. We're gonna get Roots to move.
I don't.
I'm moving to the Midwest.
G and
What are
I
you
have
talking
another
about?
move. I don't think G and I have another move in us, so y'all are gonna have to come out to the Midwest.
Right.
I'm never moving again.
Hey, let's let let the youngins go to bed, and tell Naughty to come on up. He wants to stir the pot.
Oh
Night,
Lord.
boys.
Good night, y'all.
See
Night,
y'all.
night. Maybe I'll catch you on the TV. Have fun.
I love
See
you,
y'all.
Ghost. And
Good
thank
night.
you.
Thank you guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you for everything, Ghost.
You know I love you, sis. All right.
Thanks, Gus.
See ya.
Anytime. Yoda.
No, if you want to kill the stream, that's cool, man. If you want to go to bed, I was just saying. I got nothing to do tomorrow. It's Sunday. It's my rest day because I'm a Christian. I believe in God. It's a day of rest.
I'm gonna try to rest. I got some stuff I need to get done. I need to get back in the basement and finish up my stuff. My back, man, I wrenched my back like 3 days ago. You know how, like, because my back's all fucked up. You know how if you throw your back out, like you feel it coming, and you can be like, whoa, whoa. maybe I didn't go full 10. And
Let me tell you what you
go
do.
easy for a few days before it goes completely out. Like right now, I'm babying the shit out of it.
Is it your lower back?
Yeah.
Like real talk, man. Lay on your back and pull your knees up to your chest, and then take a bar or something. You know what I'm saying? Pull your knees up as far as you can, I should say. Let me just put it that way. Take a bar, and you lay flat on your back on the floor, and you take a bar and put it there across your, your crotch area. You know what I'm saying? That part of your, right below your hip, just there at your hip. And while you're laying on the floor and you got your knees up, push on that, and it'll pull your back apart.
Traction. Yeah, traction.
Yeah, it's kind of like a traction. Yeah. Because dude, I have that. Man, my lower back.
My problem is I've got like 3 slip discs and like 7 pinched nerves. Like my shit's all fucked up. That's where I get money from the VA every month. Like my back's fucked up, shoulders. It happens on a regular basis. It's like now I've got it figured out. Like now I can catch it like right before it goes out, and if I baby it for about 2 weeks, it'll calm down. But if it like legit slides out, dude, I'm literally like bed bound, wheelchair bound for like 2 weeks. Like if it pops, it's out, and it has to all the shrink has to get. It's a fucking nightmare. And right now I'm just trying to make sure that don't happen, because it ain't happened to me, knock on wood, in like 10 years. Yeah. But I was downstairs in the basement moving them fucking cabinets around that I built, and I was like, oh shit, I'm 53. I can't be doing this shit anymore.
Hell, I'm 54 and I still turn cartwheels, man.
Whatever. Do it in a skirt. I'll clap.
I can do cartwheels.
I believe you. I can do a cartwheel. Yeah, it might not be pretty, but I can try to do one. I'm not gonna wear a skirt.
Are you gonna stay on a little bit or not?
No, I think I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down, man. It's been 7 hours.
All right.
All right, brother. I guess I will talk to you tomorrow or the next day or the day after that or sometime. But we still got 30 people in the chat, man. Wow. Guys, girls in the chat, ladies, gentlemen, hims, them, she's, he's, they, those, whatever your pronoun is. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight. It was awesome. I appreciate it. 7 hours. That's strong. It's like one of my longest streams. So we will see you guys next time. I'm shutting her down. Y'all have a good one. If the computer will work. Mash the button. End broadcast. Is it going to end?
Should have went and started that Chevrolet up and let it warm up so that transmission could